The committee will come to order. Before we get started, I wanted to acknowledge that since the full committee last met, there have been several announcements that will mean our dais will look a little bit different than the next Congress. Chairman Arrington, who is not in here right now, but he can look at the tape, I guess. But he's, as I would say, he's hanging up his cowboy hat here in Congress. And as Budget Committee Chairman, few have been stronger champions of fiscal discipline and sounding the alarm about our national debt than Mr. Arrington. To his credit, his ability to unlock the required votes in the Budget Committee to pass a budget this year resulted in the single largest reduction in mandatory spending ever enacted in U.S. history. No one I know has as much enthusiasm as our Oversight Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Schweikert, who's also not here. But when it comes to digging into the data, whatever the topic is, figure out what that number tells us. That's Mr. Schweikert. He was a gracious host for this committee out in Arizona last year, and I think must hold the all-time record, without a doubt, for special orders on the House floor. This committee will miss his fervor to always lead with the facts regardless of what the political moment says. And when Congressman Feenstra also joined this committee, we knew we had a colleague with a deep understanding and appreciation of tax policy, given that he chaired the committee at the state level in Iowa. And that has been proven true in the work that we've done. He has been a constant voice for the ag community across the country, and I know will continue to do so. Lastly, it's tough to imagine this dais without Congressman Doggett. Given his many years of public service, and more importantly, his passionate and vocal defense of his beliefs on behalf of those he represents. What America doesn't get to see is the copious notes and preparation that Lloyd puts into every hearing and markup this committee undertakes. I know I look over those notes and I get a little worried sometimes what's in those notes, but it's something that it shows his hard work. This institution is better served because of the dedication and commitment of people like Lloyd Doggett. We will miss all of you and wish you well in your next chapter. And I would now like to yield to the ranking member for any comments he may have.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. And I, along with you, I want to recognize those who have subscribed at the moment to retirement from Congress. And certainly we're missing a vigorous voice on this committee in Lloyd Doggett, our leader on the Health Subcommittee. For more than 40 years, 30 in Congress, he has championed the people of Texas and been a bulldog in our fight for the little guy and working families. Whether the Affordable Care Act, a fairer tax code, or advancing human rights, he's been a critical and essential player. He received an unfair shake, I believe, from a Republican legislature, the governor of Texas, and the Supreme Court, who seemed to be proven only in interesting moments for advocating for the president's positions rather than for congressional prerogative. I hope that he won't end this fight in Congress as he proceeds to retiring from Congress. Dave Schweikert, again, very congenial. He brought considerable fervor. He likes numbers. I assume that they will have to build an additional room at the Library of Congress to host his posters. Alone, as much as we will miss his verbal insights, it's unanimous on our side, we will not miss the posters. We've been lucky to have had him as a friend, and let me say something else in private. He is a really nice guy. Very pleasant personality. Jody Arrington, again, I thought an individual who was pretty easy for us to deal with in private, very pleasant, always understood the ramifications of the policies that he embraced, and at the same time, he also always worked behind the scenes to lower the temperature in trying to strike the right tone for our politics. I will miss him as a friend as well. I want to thank Randy Feenstra, a really nice guy. One of the nice things about Randy is that we spend a lot of time late in the afternoon in the gym together, and we frequently agree on the people that we dislike. He has been a good gym buddy. He's also going to be sorely missed because I think, again, as we age through this process, temperament is everything. And he has considerable and the right temperament for many of the very important issues that this committee takes up. So we've got a year to go, and I hope that we can always, as Mr. Lewis used to say, fight to perform for a more perfect union. And thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Today's markup continues the Ways and Means Committee's work to deliver targeted solutions for real problems faced by real Americans: taxpayer privacy, access to health care, combating fraud, and better trade enforcement, just to name a few. These policies have won bipartisan support, and they continue this committee's practice of working across the aisle to get things done. Our first two bills continue long-standing bipartisan trade programs that advance America's strategic and economic interest. The African Growth and Opportunity Act, known as AGOA, and the Hope Help Program for Haiti. In Africa, China and Russia have been aggressive players, economically bullying developing nations, extracting and controlling that continent's critical minerals in dirty and dangerous ways, all in a bid to assert global dominance. AGOA is a key part of how America protects our interests in a region important to our future. Not only does the program strengthen relationships with key economic partners, it also opens the door to more customers for American farmers and producers in some of the world's fastest growing economies. As China continues to grow its presence around the globe, America must provide an alternative path to nations looking to tie their economic prosperity to the United States and not our adversaries. The Hope Help advances U.S. strategic and economic interest right in our backyard in the Western Hemisphere, a fair and mutually beneficial trading relationship with Haiti, specifically focused on its textile and apparel industry, provides jobs and stability in a nation with a history of humanitarian crisis. A prosperous Haiti helps improve the security of America at home. Both Republicans and Democrats have long supported both trade programs. Today's bills to extend both builds on the previous work this committee did to create the programs in the first place. The committee will also consider legislation from Representatives Blake Moore and Schneider to crack down on the theft of America's intellectual property. Valuable American IP has been the target of theft by foreign competitors for decades. This bill frees Customs and Border Protection to closely coordinate with the private sector when it suspects that imported merchandise violates U.S. intellectual property laws. The next pair of bills help Social Security beneficiaries. The Clergy Act, introduced by Representatives Fong and Thompson, creates a temporary window for members of the clergy who have voluntarily opted out of the Social Security system to opt back into it. Congress did this in the late 1990s, and this bill provides the same opportunity to this generation of spiritual leaders. Our next bill continues a proven policy that has already enabled the federal government to identify, prevent, and recover hundreds of millions of dollars of improper payments made to deceased people. Congressman Higgins' bill permanently extends the authority for the Social Security Administration to share its death data with Treasury's Do Not Pay portal so federal payments aren't made to deceased individuals. This exact same policy has already passed the U.S. Senate with unanimous bipartisan support, and it's important this committee also take action. Next, we will turn to healthcare legislation introduced by Representative Fitzpatrick that expands at-home health options for seniors. Currently, Medicare does not cover certain drugs administered at home. that are infused through a pump. Without treatment, patients may experience life-threatening organ damage. This bill gives Medicare coverage to these drugs so seniors can receive treatment from the comfort of their own homes. Our next two bills continue our campaign to strengthen taxpayer rights. The first, legislation from Representatives Moran and Sewell, strengthens rights for taxpayers engaged in certain litigation in tax court in light of a recent Supreme Court ruling. This bill suspends the period of limitations for filing a claim for credit or refund during certain tax proceedings and prohibits the IRS from applying refunds against a disputed tax liability while a hearing is underway. The second forces the IRS to be more transparent when asking third parties for confidential information about a taxpayer. Under current law, the IRS must notify taxpayers before contacting third parties like banks or employers during a tax investigation, but the agency is not required to tell taxpayers exactly what information it is seeking. This bill from Representatives Stubbe and Panetta requires the IRS to both disclose to taxpayers the exact information they are seeking from third parties and eliminates the need for many third-party contacts by giving taxpayers the opportunity first to provide the information to the IRS themselves. The last bill from Representative Schweikert helps keep our community safe. Currently, less than lethal weapons like tasers are taxed as firearms under outdated laws. Because of the incorrect classification, the tax raises the cost to use non-lethal tactics and discourages innovation for new safety devices. This bill corrects this error and ensures future taser-related innovations are not subject to the firearms and ammunition's excise tax. I want to thank you to all the members for your hard work on bringing these bipartisan bills before us today, and I look forward to taking the next steps toward making them the law of the land. I'm now pleased to recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. After 2 months apart, it's great to see all of the committee members here today for this meeting. There's certainly a lot of work in front of us to meet the needs of the American people, combat the Republican affordability crisis, keeping health care costs low for the American family, and our efforts to deliver good jobs, higher wages, better and easier lives. I do want to call attention, Mr. Chairman, to something that we have discussed on our side in the last few days, and that seems to be the emerging pattern that if there's a controversial witness, it is done in private, as opposed to the obligation I think we have to air many of these differences of opinion in public. The USTR met us in private. The head of CMS met us in private. We need to have the HHS secretary in front of the committee as our constitutional oversight responsibility dictates. If the agenda might not be working for them, that doesn't mean that they ought to be able to avoid oversight, which is still the primary responsibility of this committee and our constitutional responsibility. Month after month, the president's trade war has driven prices through the roof. His policies are choking economic growth and hiring as well. His disregard for the people's health care has families scrambling as they look to fork over hundreds or thousands of dollars more annually or forego coverage together. A report in the Boston Globe this morning indicates that 10,000 people in Massachusetts have already decided to drop their health insurance in a state that has 97% coverage because of the uncertainty that has come over the tax credits. Too many times our colleagues on the other side have enabled and rubber-stamped this crisis. They have showered the wealthy with cash as families squeeze from the pain of higher costs. And the president, he's made it known that he couldn't have less interest in addressing many of these issues. In fact, I haven't heard a thing from the other side since the president lashed out at struggling Americans, deflecting their affordability fears as a Democratic scam. Members of this committee know better. This administration has continuously sought not to open up relief policies for the American people. A $12 billion bailout for farmers buckling under the weight of a needless and illegal trade war. Members of this committee, we know better privately. Republicans have oftentimes considered this committee, this Congress, only to reassert what it is that the President says. We think that congressional oversight is very important to the American people, and nowhere is that more apparent in affordability and tariff issues. We're just weeks away now from the Affordable Care Act enhanced premium credits to expire. Let's get on with passing these credits, extend them for 3 years, and then have a discussion about affordability after that's been accomplished. Let's be clear about the success of these credits. They put thousands of dollars back in people's pockets and led to record enrollment in the marketplace. More Americans than ever are covered thanks to our investments and oftentimes not earning any support from the other side. With the loss of these investments looming, I was hoping that this markup today would allow us to see a Republican plan to actually enhance the premium support credits. I hope that we would finally consider this evasive plan that is in front of us oftentimes in public discussion as to how to enhance the Affordable Care Act. This has been promised by Republicans for 15 years, and there has never been a single vote on the House floor about a Republican plan. We'd like to see Speaker Johnson do what he has said. He's going to have everybody working around the clock for a plan that we hope will address the affordability issue. Unfortunately, the wait continues. We have found time to squeeze tax relief in today's markup, but not to keep premium costs down for Americans struggling with the rising health care cost. Not content with cutting taxes on guns as part of the big bill, they're now pushing a bill to ease taxes on tasers. Imagine if our colleagues showed even a fraction of that urgency when it came to lowering health care costs for the American people. Instead, with millions of Americans set to lose their health care, with every American paying for the President's tariffs this holiday season and beyond, too many times the effort is made to stall, distract, and run out the clock. It will move heaven and earth for tax cuts for the people at the very top, but it's always a challenge to get them to pay great attention to those who are struggling at the lower ends. Oftentimes, it comes up empty. The American people, as we proceed to this holiday season, they deserve much better. And with that, let me yield back my time.
Our first order of business is H.R. 6500, the AGOA Extension Act. The legislation before us would extend the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA, trade preference program for 3 years. Reauthorizing AGOA will provide not only economic benefits, but also strategic benefits in America's efforts to strengthen our critical supply chains. And it will help counter efforts by nations like China and Russia to spread their often harmful influence in Africa. During a hearing of the Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee last year, one witness testified that, quote, "There'll be a party in Moscow. There will be a party in Beijing if we don't reauthorize it." In many ways, AGOA is the gold standard when it comes to our trade and development policies. It encourages fair trade over foreign aid and has the most stringent eligibility criteria of any trade preference program, with countries undergoing annual reviews to ensure that they meet strict standards, including the rule of law, anti-corruption, IP rights, human rights, market access, and more. Participating nations must also ensure their actions do not undermine America's national security or foreign policy interest. This committee has hosted a bipartisan roundtable with committee members and ambassadors from several AGOA countries. We discussed how U.S. companies have invested $8 billion annually in these trade relationships in recent years, while at the same time, these partnerships have opened markets for U.S. agriculture, an issue particularly important to the communities that I represent in Missouri, which is why I've traveled and led trips to the region several times, going back to 2015 when I attended an AGOA forum in Gabon. It is a challenge these days to find trade policies that garner broad bipartisan support, and yet here we have a program that has done just that. If we can get this reauthorization done in a timely manner, we can provide short-term stability in these strategically important trade relationships while this committee develops a long-term AGOA extension that reforms the program to address our strategic priorities in the region even more effectively. Among the goals to further promote through ongoing AGOA reforms is enhancing the opportunity for nations to graduate into former bilateral trade agreements with the United States that include better market access for our farmers and manufacturers. For example, the nation of Mauritius could graduate from AGOA within the next 5 years. I am eager to ensure they and other countries do not face a cliff when graduating from AGOA, but do recognize that it is only fair for them to more fully open their markets to American products in return for continued preferential access to the U.S. market. Additionally, we cannot stress enough how important AGOA and fostering strong trade relationships with Africa is to America's national security, and specifically our ability to access critical minerals and rare earths. China is active on the African continent and has cornered the global market on critical minerals. With Africa home to significant portions of the world's critical mineral reserves, and China already actively seeking to exploit those natural resources, it is in our national security interest to strengthen our economic ties on the continent, working in partnership with African nations to avoid giving China the opportunity to gain a bigger foothold in the region. The Trump administration just advanced this objective last week through a strategic partnership agreement to develop critical minerals in cooperation with the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And Congress can build on this effort by renewing AGOA. I urge my colleagues to support the 3-year extension of this important program that will give time to continue to foster closer relationships with AGOA nations, including regards to our critical supply chains. I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. AGOA has been a cornerstone of America's partnership with Africa now for nearly 25 years. Democrats believe this morning that the sentiments are correct. However, at a moment when the White House is undermining that relationship while fueling chaos across the African continent, leveling a heap of tariffs on the world's poorest countries and trafficking in dangerous rhetoric that demeans people on that continent, it's more important than ever that Congress show that we remain committed to our allies. In similar conversations that the Chairman just outlined, we know how important Africa trade is and to compete with the Chinese successfully from the American vantage point. This is not the bill that I would have written, but we are not naive to the ongoing challenges, and the Chairman and I have spoken about this. But we need to confront issues of labor rights, human rights, and certainly TAA should have been included. It is hard to see how we reset the trade relationships across the globe after the damage that is being done without including issues like TAA. But the moment is too grave to let it pass us by. We cannot allow our economic and diplomatic ties with Africa to languish under what I think is the unnecessary harshness of this administration. They are pushing those to give, and that's not just who we are in negotiation. My personal commitment to expanding TA has been with me for decades, and advancing policies that strengthen worker rights is ironclad, which we proved in USMCA and the Peru bilateral. We all know there's a long way between the committee and the floor. We want to use that time to work on reauthorization of TAA for this Congress. When our workers thrive, our economics thrive, and it's a disappointment, though not a surprise, that it's hard for our colleagues to often meet these moments. Our global competitiveness depends on investing in our allies and our workers, not abandoning them. Our Trade Subcommittee ranking member couldn't be with us today for health reasons, but I would ask unanimous consent to enter her statement into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I want to yield the balance of my time to our distinguished colleague from Alabama, Ms. Sewell.
Thank you for yielding, Ranking Member Neal. I speak today in strong support of the 3-year extension of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, one of the most successful bipartisan trade preference programs in our nation's history. AGOA has been, for nearly a quarter century, a cornerstone of America's economic and strategic partnership with Africa. It has helped to spur billions in two-way trade, encourage market-based reforms, and helped create jobs both across Africa as well as the United States. But today it is at risk. As we all know, AGOA expired on September 30th, 2025. That lapse is doing real harm. Without these trade preferences, African exporters face sudden and significant tariff spikes, costs that may not be absorbed. For some countries, these duties are doubling or tripling the cost of doing business with the United States. And every day that passes without congressional action means loss of orders, shuttered factories, and weakening supply chains. Let me be clear, the cost of inaction is falling hardest on low-income producers and emerging industries in Africa. But American businesses are paying the price as well. AGOA has opened the door for U.S. companies, large and small, to access one of the fastest-growing regions in the world. Africa's population is projected to double by 2050. Its middle class is expanding, its economies are diversifying, and in short, Africa is not just a humanitarian or diplomatic priority, it is a growth market. It is a strategic market. It is a market where the United States cannot afford to fall behind. Renewing AGOA for 3 years is the bare minimum we must do right now to restore certainty, to restore confidence, and to restore momentum. Businesses need stability to invest, workers need predictability to plan, partners need assurances that the United States remains committed to a long-term, mutually beneficial economic relationship with Africa. This is not a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker. AGOA has broad bipartisan and bicameral support. It has been renewed and strengthened under both Republican and Democratic administrations because it is a smart, strategic, and values-driven policy. Extending AGOA now before more damage is done will reaffirm our commitment to fair, rules-based trade and to deepening our commercial ties with a region whose future is tied to ours. I urge my colleagues, let us act swiftly. Let us send a clear message that the United States keeps its word, it values its partners, and it recognizes the vast opportunity ahead. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 6500, the AGOA Extension Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. And at this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Josh Sneed, Chief Trade Counsel, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal. H.R. 6500 has 3 sections. Section 1 contains a short title, which is the AGOA Extension Act. Section 2 extends the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA, for 3 years through December 31st, 2028. If enacted, this would be the shortest extension in the history of AGOA. Section 3 extends the authorization for certain customs user fees assessed on U.S. imports for additional 3 months. This extension would ensure that the AGOA extension is fully paid for. That concludes my technical walkthrough. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Neal.
Thank you. Unlike the AGOA legislation, the Haiti legislation does not include any budgetary offsets, Mr. Sneed. So 2 technical questions regarding the Haiti legislation and the offsets. Why isn't there an offset in the Haiti legislation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Neal. Let me make sure I have the numbers in front of me. So the offset in the AGOA legislation, and these are, CBO always wants us to be clear, it's informal ahead of a markup. So their informal estimate is that this offset would account for $1.1 billion in revenue, the 3 months. They can't calculate less than 3 months of an extension of customs user fees because of seasonality and when that money comes in. That 1.1 million is almost twice as much as is needed for both the AGOA and Haiti extensions. So any additional offset in this markup would be a lot of additional offset that would be unneeded to cover both of these bills. So the 1.1 billion that's customs user fees in this legislation, and just to give you the exact numbers, they're estimating it's 578 million for AGOA and just $93 million for Haiti. So the total is $671 million that's needed to offset both bills for 3 years, and this is a $1.1 billion offset. Obviously, members would have to figure out post-markup what the vehicles would look like going to the floor, but if both of these were in the same vehicle, this one offset is more than enough for both bills.
So that's part of the follow-up question. So if the AGOA and Haiti bills are not combined before they go to the floor, will the absence of the offsets in the Haiti legislation prevent it from moving forward?
It would need some offset.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Additional technical questions?
Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Steed. If I understand, we don't have AGOA today. It expired, though it was well established that it would expire back on September 30th, and nothing was done before that time. Is that correct?
That's correct, expires September 30th.
Do you have a statement of administration support for this bill?
They have publicly stated they support a short-term extension of this bill.
A short-term or a 3-year extension?
I don't think they've stated explicitly 3 years.
How many countries are in AGOA as of September 30th?
I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it's around 30.
Okay. And do I understand that this bill, as it's written, will not mandate that all of those 25, 30, whatever the number is, remain in AGOA? That's entirely dependent upon the decisions of the administration.
That's correct. The administration runs annual reviews of the eligibility criteria.
And the president, at his whim, can remove any of the countries that have benefited from AGOA in the past, or can add countries.
So just to be clear, adding countries will be within, I think the total list is 49 countries that Congress has said of potentially eligible in sub-Saharan Africa. Within those, they can be added, can be removed, only after following the process set forth in the statute to conduct an annual review.
And under the process set forth in the statute, Congress does not have a role in it after we approve this bill. It will be the decision of President Trump as to whether he wants to remove a country or add a country within the 49.
So I would clarify, it absolutely true Congress does not have a role in executing the law. Congress has built into the statute several notification other requirements, including if a country is ever to be removed, Congress must receive 60 days of notice before that can take effect.
So President Trump didn't give us that kind of notice on the many other tariffs he's imposed. So if he chooses to comply with that, he really can remove a country from AGOA for any reason he pleases.
He could be sued and lose if he did not cite a specific eligibility criteria in the statute.
Right. And as far as the other tariff action he's taken, I think many African countries, Mr. Neal referred to this earlier, Lesotho is a good example, severely impacted by the huge tariffs that he imposed. Will our approving this legislation change in any way the other tariffs that President Trump has applied to these countries?
It will not. Just to clarify how these things interact, though, a couple things. You're absolutely right. Lesotho, I think, had one of the highest tariff rates that was put on record in April. That was later changed to 15% from 49 or something like that. Right. The other thing I would say is every user that I have heard from, both in Africa and the United States, has indicated that renewal of this program is very important to them, even if reciprocal tariffs remain in place.
Basically, this will not change any of the other horrendous tariffs that have been imposed on these countries by President Trump without involvement of Congress. Now, you mentioned the criteria that are in the statute, and I want to be clear as to what criteria can be used. Let's suppose that you have an African country that has a history of murdering all of its political opponents. Is there any criteria in this authorization that would make that a basis for denying them special access to the American market?
So this renewal bill makes no policy changes, but the existing legislation, as in place through September 30th, does have a human rights criterion that I would think could apply in the, depending on the circumstances.
And what if it chooses to destroy significant portions of its rainforest, which have an impact on all of us? Would that be included within the criteria for denying access?
So I don't believe there's a specific environmental criterion. I would have to take a look whether that could fall into some of the existing criteria.
Thank you for your answers.
Are there additional technical questions? Seeing none, we'll move to strike the last word. Does any member wish to strike the last word? Mr. Smith.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since its inception, the African Growth and Opportunity Act has received consistent bipartisan support. Today is an important opportunity to advance this initiative as we work to reauthorize the program, which has been a pillar of U.S. trade and economic engagement with sub-Saharan Africa. As we all know, trade takes a significant amount of back and forth discussion and engagement. With over 17,000 tariff lines and complex steps in facilitation, trade is a detailed and dynamic system which depends on certainty and capability. AGOA is a unique opportunity to strengthen trading relationships through market signals and cooperation on our partners' trade and investment policy, rule of law, as well as worker and human rights. This program is a signal to the world of our commitment to strong partnerships throughout sub-Saharan Africa. We cannot sit on the sidelines while our global adversaries, including the Chinese Communist Party, spread their malign influence across the continent of Africa and elsewhere. As the Trump administration redefines trade engagement, AGOA can be a complementary trade policy as we look to build mutually beneficial reciprocal trade. Take Kenya, for example, a beneficiary of the program since it began. When AGOA first went into effect in 2000, Kenya had very limited trade with the U.S. Under AGOA, Kenya's GDP has grown, as have their imports from the U.S. As their economy has succeeded, so has their trade capacity. This is why I was eager to see the first Trump administration work to advance bilateral negotiations with Kenya, and I hope to see continued progress in the coming years with Kenya and other beneficiaries. Though preference programs can be the foundation for our engagement with developing countries, they should never be the extent of it. They are a tool to advance our interests. There is so much potential in growing our partnerships throughout Africa. As the world works to avoid over-reliance on unreliable single sources, redundant supply chains for both inputs and markets for our outbound products are key, from critical minerals to agriculture. With the fastest growing population and untapped economic potential, we must maintain reliable and proactive engagement across the continent of Africa. To this end, I know there is broad interest from my colleagues in the future of this program. We've discussed it in visits to multiple AGOA countries with their national leaders here in D.C. and in our trade subcommittee hearings on preference programs last year. This 3-year reauthorization would allow us additional time to consider key reforms to modernize the program from graduation to eligibility requirements. I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle as we move forward. Again, I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this very important bipartisan program. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the committee's consideration of trade legislation today. But I want to point out that every American is feeling the pain of this administration's trade agenda. Their disastrous trade policy has increased inflation, raised the cost of living for all Americans, harmed small businesses and manufacturers, and devastated our agricultural producers. Mr. Chairman, without a single vote from our committee or the House of Representatives, President Trump, much like the Grinch, slipped down every chimney of every household and took hundreds of billions of dollars from hardworking Americans. This administration calls it beautiful. People in my district call it too damned expensive. At a time when the administration is slapping tariffs on our closest allies while giving Putin a pass, this committee should exercise our authority to right the ship of trade. While the pain to consumers has been slow and crushing, agricultural producers in my district got hit hard and they got hit fast. They lost their largest export market to Canada overnight. The administration's latest agricultural bailout adds insult to injury. The administration is telling farmers unless they are a row crop or soybean producer, they don't matter. California farmers are the most productive in the world. Our farmers matter to our district, our farmers matter to our state, and our farmers matter to our country. I have bipartisan legislation with Representatives Newhouse, LaMalfa, Panetta, and Salinas that would ensure that agricultural producers get the assistance they need to get through this self-imposed crisis. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the committee's consideration of trade legislation, but urge that we take action on the most pressing trade issues so we can stand up to China and Russia, support American jobs and American consumers, and save American families from the the president's affordability crisis. I yield back.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to thank Chairman Smith for advancing the reauthorization of the African Growth and Opportunity Act. This is critical legislation, and it is key to lifting the world's most dire populations out of poverty while combating China's growing influence in Africa. American nations are great partners for sourcing products that may be best produced in friendly countries such as apparel and travel goods, which in turn supports American consumers and jobs by ensuring the lowest prices across the supply chain. However, China is actively spreading their influence across the continent. We run the risk of losing ground to them if we don't actively engage and build stronger partnerships with friendly African nations. The Ways and Means Committee has held robust conversations on AGOA and have identified ways the program can be strengthened, including providing incentives for nations to graduate from the program and also clarifying rules of origin. The 3-year authorization of AGOA allows us to continue these conversations and cement these reforms while providing certainty to American companies operating in the region. I thank you again for your leadership, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today's the first time that our Ways and Means Committee has met since September. Yet there's nothing on the agenda that will address the high costs that American families are facing, the coming health care crisis, or the fallout from the economic chaos that Trump's ill-advised tariff taxes are causing. Yesterday, President Trump identified the real problem that we face in this country. Some little girls just want too many dolls, and he thinks that's selfish on their part, and they should not be doing that. He in fact, got the attention not only of Mr. Thompson, but of the Ways and Means, the Wall Street Journal opinion page, which this week had an editorial, "Big winner in Trump's trade war, the Grinch. Every who down in Whoville, the tall and the small, is paying stiff tariffs on gifts at the mall," outlining the impact on the holidays that the Trump trade war is having. And I would ask unanimous consent to place that in the record.
Without objection.
He claims that he's bringing prices way down and inflation has stopped, but a Christmas ham cost 49% more than last year. At the same time, his Treasury Secretary declares, quote, "The American people don't know how good they have it." Well, I think the American people are learning how good they have it, and it's not quite as good as what he promised in bringing prices down drastically. Let's look specifically at Africa, the subject of this bill. With Trump's abrupt and totally unjustified termination of the U.S. Agency for International Development, he cost thousands of American jobs and thousands of American lives. His outrageous tariff policies wrecked economies in many African countries. He subverted international institutions, and he attacked our traditional allies. Trump has been sending African countries straight into Xi Jinping's hands, and the Chinese have been accelerating their trade and investment accordingly. AGOA cannot undo the far-reaching harm that Trump has already caused, but it can, if properly constituted, help Africa develop and encourage respect for U.S. programs and its citizens. While I'd be supportive for a genuinely short-term extension with reforms, this is not the bill before us today. The length of the extension, coupled with the lack of any meaningful reforms, indicates to me that we as a committee should be taking a little more time before approving this. I am concerned specifically about one wonderful country, Kenya, which I visited, but about the safety of American investment there. I have a constituent in Austin who's co-president of Light Pulse, one of Kenya's esteemed education institutions. Last October, a key employee, with the help of the Kenyans, was abducted to Turkey and tortured. The threat to the safety of employees of my constituents' investment raises questions whether any Texan should be investing in Kenya and whether they should be accorded full benefits under this bill. While I support AGOA, I don't support extending it to countries that repeatedly engage in human rights violations, and I think the current language in the AGOA bill is insufficient in that regard. In Tanzania, within the last few weeks, the bodies are stacking up, overflowing at morgues as over 700 people have been killed in connection with the re-election under very questionable circumstances of President Hassan. The same is true in a number of other countries. Very important to recognize the answers that Mr. Steed gave me in the overview. This reauthorization does not assure a single African country a single benefit if they get crosswise with President Trump. Congress is not involved. We're simply empowering the president to include or not include any country at his whim, and we know how whimsical his policies can be. Similarly, it is a mistake to turn a blind eye to the environmental wrecking of much of Africa, particularly its rainforest. That ought to be a criteria in this bill. And lastly, and very importantly, American workers should not be forced to compete on an uneven playing field, one where Chinese investment taking advantage of lax rules of origin and a disregard for international labor rights puts our workers here in the United States at a competitive disadvantage. I encourage my colleagues to join me in rejecting this particular bill in favor of reauthorizing AGOA in a more responsible fashion, and I yield back.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I've listened to the discussion and agree wholeheartedly with much of what I have heard, especially information conveyed by the chairman, ranking member, and others who have spoken. I've spent a fair amount of time traveling in Africa, and I can tell you that the presence of China and Russia, especially China, is somewhat overwhelming almost when you see the activity and know what is taking place. So the fact that we are extending AGORA, I think, is great. We need to increase the trade opportunities and the support that we give to all of those countries. And I can't help but recall and remember that Illinois is a great agricultural state. So we look forward to trade opportunities all around the globe. But I also remember the great work that Charlie Rangel did on AGORA. And I think AGORA will be a real part of Charlie's legacy. He loved this work. He loved AGORA, talked about it all the time. So an extension of former Chairman Charlie Rangel, I strongly support extension of AGORA and yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Sewell.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. First, I'd like to give my sincere thanks to Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal for keeping the committee focused on AGOA reauthorization. As many of you know, years ago, I made a promise to our former chairman, Charlie Rangel, that I would take up the mantle of preserving and protecting the AGOA program. And I know that he is smiling, that we are finally doing something about it, although I'm sure he would want a longer extension, and he would want TAA, and he would want reforms. We know how Charlie thinks. Over the last few years, I have met directly with AGOA country leaders, civil society groups, and business communities about the importance of the AGOA program. I welcomed the opportunity to join Chairman Smith on a CODEL to Africa last year, where we visited Madagascar and Martinique, as well as Benin. What I've learned is that our AGOA partners truly value their partnership with the United States and that our trade policies have the power to shape outcomes around the globe. Economic growth is accelerating on the continent of Africa, and population is expected to reach 2.5 billion by 2050. The region will become an economic powerhouse with a young workforce that will be exposed to emerging technologies that have the power to expedite growth. It is in America's interest to strengthen our ties with the region and deepen our trade relations. However, AGOA is more than just about tariffs and quotas and trade deficits. Passing the bill demonstrates that this committee is committed to our broad relationships with Africa. But more importantly, this bill sends a message that even though our president can have horrible rhetoric towards African nations, it is not reflective of America's values and priorities. Countries like South Africa and Nigeria have been recent targets of President Trump's baseless attacks, but I am glad that this committee is taking true bipartisan action to show that America will not turn its back on Africa. AGOA countries are our partners, our allies, and deserve the dignity and respect that our other allies receive. AGOA is also a priority for the Congressional Black Caucus, but it's not just a priority for CBC. It has enjoyed long-term bipartisan priority and support, as well as bicameral support. It stands as a proud example of America's commitment and Congress's intent to deepen trust, stability, and shared prosperity with AGOA allies. I strongly support this 3-year reauthorization of the program. Moreover, during this extension, I hope that we can also have an opportunity to address some of the reforms. To be clear, this is not the reauthorization bill that I would have drafted. I would have, Charlie, made sure that it was 10 years long, that it was also had TAA, and it extended to address its reform. I hope that we use this time after reauthorization to actually modernize and reform the program. I believe that we can make real progress on provisions that would strengthen enforcement, improve congressional oversight, strengthen critical mineral supply chains, improve utilization, and establish a smooth graduation path that encourages economic development. Again, I want to give my sincere thanks to both Chairman Smith and Ranking Member Neal for making AGOA a bipartisan priority for this committee, and I strongly urge all my colleagues to vote for this bill and send a strong signal to our African allies that leaders in Congress respect and value our continued partnership. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and our ranking member for this opportunity to speak on this bill reauthorizing AGOA for a short-term extension of 3 years. I know that many of us here on the dais don't agree with extending this for a long period of time, because we do indeed want to see reforms in the program that adhere to the concerns raised by the AFL-CIO. But we have got to ask the question, should we kill the program, which has expired, because we want to see certain enhancements? I certainly would have liked to see us join this reauthorization with legislation on enhancing the Trade Adjustment Assistance Act, or TAA, as an example. I certainly heard the impassioned concern about destruction of the rainforest, and I have to ask myself, if we don't pass this extension, will the rainforest be destroyed anyway? I do think it's really important for us to acknowledge the things that have been raised here today, is that the president still has a considerable amount of power regarding what will or will not happen to these African countries, as Mr. Doggett has pointed out. And I want to take this opportunity to talk about the quagmire that Article 1 of the Constitution has been put in with regard to not having much influence over our trade policy. And it has certainly put the American economy in a very poor way with regard to affordability in the United States. That being said, I want to acknowledge the work of the chairman of the committee, Mr. Smith, the subcommittee chair of the Trade Committee, and our ranking member, Mr. Neal, and our ranking member on the subcommittee Trade, for even though we are experiencing an imperial presidency that doesn't want to see this extension for any more than a year, and there doesn't seem to be an appetite among most of our Republican colleagues to jettison the views of this imperial presidency. Somehow our chairman has managed to get before us this bill that will provide the shortest extension of AGOA, but it would be a 3-year extension to provide some certainty to the program and to truly give us an opportunity to work through some of the concerns around labor, the environment, and other issues that have been raised here today. I would just commend to you an old adage that we need to live to fight another day, and that's what this markup provides. So I just want to, before I yield back, I just want to thank everybody for their work on this. I too had an opportunity to talk to Mr. Rangel. I didn't get a chance to serve with him on the Ways and Means Committee, but he certainly appealed to me, even though I'm not on the Trade Subcommittee. He certainly asked me to protect this program, and it's important not only. It's important for all of the reasons that I think people on a bipartisan basis has commended to us today, is that we don't want to just leave Africa to that market to China alone. We want to have an influence on the continent, and I think that to just disarm by allowing this program to continue to languish would be a mistake. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Boyle.
Thank you, Chair. I move to strike the last word. You know, it's been several years since Trade Adjustment Assistance, or TAA, has expired. And I don't see any movement in any proposed legislation that we'll be taking up, whether this or anything else, to extend it. And that's wrong. For years in this country, there was essentially a bargain, an imperfect one, but a bargain. If we were going to open our markets to global competition, we at least would make investments in supporting those workers who lost their jobs because of that trade deal. We would at least provide income support. We would provide retraining, provide other sorts of assistance. Well, it's been several years now since TAA expired, and frankly, I don't see any short-term or immediate-term hope that it's going to be extended. That is wrong. I remember, it's now been almost 10 years, when the Nabisco plant in my home community closed. It was closed by Mondelez, a company that was paying its CEO at the time $100 million a year. Over 300 workers lost their jobs. It wasn't just the workers who were impacted. It's the spouse, it's the kids, it's the entire community. That happened again in Chicago, the same company, Mondelez. By the way, having banner years while doing it because they shipped the jobs to Mexico in this case. At the very least, we have an obligation to provide assistance to those workers. So I think it's a mistake, frankly, to reauthorize any of these trade deals without immediately taking up TAA. I don't see any justification for it. We have an obligation to American workers that we are not fulfilling in this moment. I yield back.
Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I am pleased to see the committee take this affirmative step towards extending these critical trade preference programs, especially AGOA. I commend you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Neal, for leaning into this issue, Mr. Chairman, with your travel, with your advocacy, and with this bill. This program does help the United States support economic development. It's a flagship policy that grants duty-free access to America for almost 7,000 products from sub-Saharan Africa. But AGOA is about more than just trade. To qualify, countries must respect human rights, uphold labor standards, promote market-based economy, and eliminate barriers to American investment, just to name a few qualifications. Now look, as we've heard today, and I admit, I would prefer to see a more comprehensive package that includes items like the trade adjustment assistance and builds on the labor standards that are in AGOA. But allowing AGOA to remain lapsed would be a serious blow to the United States' interest in the continent of Africa. The U.S. wants to support governments and institutions that our values align with, and our promotion of democratic principles can continue to create the right environment to deepen trade and investment and counter the malign influence of China, Russia, and other foreign actors. However, this comes at a cost, as the cost of living in our country, the United States, has skyrocketed, and Americans are facing an urgent affordability crisis. Although the administration made campaign promises about reducing prices right after the inauguration, this administration has consistently made choices that have made life more expensive, especially for my constituents in the 19th Congressional District in California. The president's across-the-board tariffs are the biggest tax increase on workers and working families in modern history. In fact, they have only raised costs that the president promised to lower, and they're expected to cost households an average of $2,400 a year on items like food and clothing. Additionally, the expiration of the ACA tax credits is expected to balloon the cost of health insurance, more than doubling it for some. The One Big Beautiful Bill ended tax credits that made energy cheaper, while at the same time it stripped away food assistance and health care for Americans who need it. And the president entered into a tariff war with China, which destroyed that market for our farmers. In 2024, it was $12 billion of a market for U.S. soy. In 2025, that market dropped to zero, and China has moved its markets to South American countries. Now, I realize that the president announced a bailout for $12 billion from the CCC yesterday, but none of that goes to specialty crop farmers that are getting hammered by retaliatory tariffs on inputs, on fertilizer and chemicals and packaging, machinery, and more. Rather than this bailout, why not help all American farmers by just repealing the dang tariffs and reopening the markets? Our farmers, no matter the crop, they don't want handouts. They want to have the markets, and they want to pay less for inputs so that it makes it easier for them to put food on American tables for American families. Look, workers across the spectrum are already feeling the effects of this administration's policies. A poll in September found that almost half of Americans say it's harder to afford groceries today than it was a year ago. Almost 3/4 of Americans say housing has grown more unaffordable, and utility costs are up 12% from last year. These policy choices by this administration amount to a multi-pronged attack on the lives and livelihoods of our constituents. To add insult to injury, while families are struggling to afford food, fuel, housing, and health care, the president is claiming the affordability is a Democratic hoax. Let's be clear, affordability is not a hoax. To working families, to seniors, to the young families who are struggling to fulfill the American dream, we have a responsibility to exert our congressional authority and check this administration when policies threaten our constituents. That means standing up to these tariffs and passing legislation that reclaim our Article I authorities and actually lower costs. I do support this bill and the extension of AGOA, but I also urge my colleagues to recognize the reality that millions of Americans are facing and to stand up to this president's tariffs that have driven costs higher, and let's make sure that we live up to our constitutional powers under Article one. Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Horsford.
I want to thank the chairman. I move to strike the last word. Let me start by saying supporting the African Growth and Opportunity Act is a priority for me. It is one of the most important economic and strategic tools that the United States has to build a strong partnership with Africa. It also helps to support American jobs and businesses and ensures that the next generation of global consumers grows up connected to American companies and American values. This extension before us is necessary. Since AGOA expired on September 30th, U.S. importers have been hit with double tariffs, Trump's IEEPA tariffs on top of expired AGOA rates. That expiration hurts U.S. businesses. It hurts African partners, and it undermines the trust that our diplomacy and our development strategy rely on. Now, this administration has already decimated our foreign assistance and capacity building programs through the defunding of USAID and the rescissions. These are agencies that AGOA relies on and to be successful. By Congress restoring AGOA today, it is Congress that is providing the means for stability, predictability, and tariff relief. But I want to be equally clear. A clean extension cannot mean a blind extension. If all we do is put a temporary Band-Aid on AGOA without fixing real structural problems, we risk doing more harm than good for workers, for supply chains, and for U.S. geopolitical interest. That is why I am offering 3 targeted amendments today. They do not undermine the extension or the bill. In fact, they strengthen it. Let me close with this. By 2050, half of the world's population growth will occur on the continent of Africa. African leaders are telling us directly they want to partner with the United States, not China. But partnership requires reliability, and it requires Congress to do its job. So yes, I strongly support renewing the African Growth and Opportunities Act, but I also believe that Congress must take responsibility for how AGOA is implemented and whether it advances our economic and strategic interest. I urge everyone on this committee to stand up for American workers, to ensure that we can secure our critical mineral supply chain, and to make sure that AGOA can actually work the way that it is intended. And we can do that today. We don't have to wait by supporting my amendments. We must ensure that this extension is not just a Band-Aid, but a true bridge until we can make meaningful reforms. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Additional members wish to strike the last word? Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Neal, and also would like to submit for the record this memo from the AFL-CIO, without objection.
Without objection.
I'd also like to submit for the record from Connecticut Public Radio, Latino restaurants in Hartford reckon with tariffs as SCOTUS considers cases.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, listen, we're here today at this meeting, and we're on the verge of millions of Americans seeing their health care ripped away from them. We're sitting here in a meeting, bringing up legislation, however important, and however it's deemed important by the majority, doesn't address what's staring us right in the face and people who will be impacted across this country, more than 15 million fellow Americans see their health care prices and health care obliterated. 20 million see their prices double. And as important as this legislation can be, it's not nearly as consequential or important as this committee dealing with this and other issues that I'll address later that impact people's everyday lives. We sit here comfortable in this committee as the holiday season approaches, while our constituents back home wonder what Congress is doing about them losing their health care and about their prices doubling. I yield back.
Are there additional members who wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we will move to amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Horsford.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Will the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed?
Thank you. Been waiting for that.
Mr. Horsford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. AGOA's entire purpose is to provide predictable, stable tariff benefits to eligible African countries. Allowing the executive branch to override Congress's tariff authority undermines the very market certainty that AGOA was designed to create. In recent years, we have watched presidents of both parties assert increasingly expansive unilateral tariff authority, often bypassing Congress entirely and destabilizing U.S. trade relationships. If AGOA's tariff preferences can be wiped away by executive action overnight, then the program loses its credibility with partner countries, and American businesses lose predictable access to emerging markets. My amendment restores Congress's constitutional authority over tariffs and ensures that AGOA benefits remain consistent, reliable, and tied to the policies Congress enacts, not subject to the whims of executive overreach. Supporting this amendment is supporting the rule of law, the stability of our trade programs, and the economic partnerships AGOA was created to strengthen. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and reaffirm that tariff policy belongs where the Constitution put it, in the hands of Congress. With that, I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Neal.
Let me speak in support of Mr. Horsford's amendment. The fundamental issue before the Supreme Court at this very moment is who has the power to tax. All who sought to become a member of this committee took a similar position, and that was that Congress had the power to tax. And the Ways and Means Committee within Congress had the power to tax because this was the starting point in any conversation about tax, tariffs, and trade. Clearly, the decision of the majority in Congress to turn this authority unilaterally over to the President has been a mistake, as evidenced by price increases everywhere. And I hope that Mr. Horsford's amendment will prevail. It's a sensible amendment that reinforces the notion that being a member of the Ways and Means Committee is a worthwhile pursuit.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly thank you to my colleagues that we can have this opportunity to have a good discussion. I do want to raise my objection to the specific amendment. I think reasonable people can agree that we can have a broader discussion about the items in the amendment. I would say now is not the time, given the fact that we've had some good discussions about the work product of the 3-year clean extension. Certainly appreciate the feedback I've gotten from colleagues from both sides of the aisle. And, you know, I'm on the record for saying not a big fan of tariffs. I get it. I will also say that there is abundant evidence that the very aggressive posture on trade, on leveling the playing field, that the current administration, President Trump is leading on, has generated positive results, with other countries making concessions, giving some concessions that, it's my hope that we can ultimately move to a situation where we can move forward congressionally on various policies. The fact that, I use the UK as an example, that when they wanted to, seemingly so, pass a trade agreement, wanted us to support a trade agreement that I would speculate would not have involved agriculture. I shared my concerns about that and enter the new administration, and we have the UK taking our beef and our ethanol. That's a good step in the right direction, and I think that is something we would never have seen under a less aggressive posture on leveling the playing field on trade.
Gentleman yield.
One moment. I'm concerned, that we, with this amendment, it kind of distracts from the issue at hand. And again, I am anxious to have a broader discussion. I think looking back during the first Trump administration, when USMCA was ultimately adopted, that was a result of many discussions, bipartisan discussions that were had. Ultimately, a Trump priority getting adopted when Nancy Pelosi was Speaker and the Democrats were in the majority. I appreciate that fact, that we could ultimately get that done. That has given us opportunities now to act on trade that I think have been productive. And now USMCA, under the review that was requested by the previous Trump administration, without the anticipation of overseeing the review currently taking place. But here we are in a position that we can move forward with AGOA, a clean 3-year AGOA that I think can be lead to more productive conversations moving forward. But this amendment, I appreciate your efforts. I think it would be better placed another occasion where we can move forward on AGOA.
Would the gentleman yield? Gentleman yield.
Who's first? I will yield.
Thank you. Would the gentleman apply the same logic to Argentina?
In what respect?
You've used the example of the UK, and it seems to me as though there's been a $40 billion giveaway to Argentina based upon the same principle that the gentleman has outlined. It's hard for us to argue that trade relations in the world have gotten better because of these positions.
I will tell you that I think that we have made progress on leveling the playing field, and there are strategies employed that are different along the way, but we've seen advancements, and I think we can take those moving forward and build constructively on those as we involve Congress.
The gentleman yield?
Yes.
Thank you. I was going to say, if you represented farm country, you may have a different thought about this, but I think you do. And I realize this is on AGOA, but the fact that when you stated that in more general terms, the impact of tariffs are killing folks in agriculture. And we need to look at now, not we should debate this or consider this down the road. We need to talk about these things now. I've got farmers who are going out of business.
Reserving the right here, reclaiming my time, sorry. Fact of the matter is, I hear from ag producers all the time. There are frustrations given market developments and so forth. I get it. But there are also a lot of supportive ag producers of leveling the playing field. And the president took some action this week on helping out agriculture. I appreciate that. I think that was a result of some thoughtful discussions from our colleagues and the Secretary of Ag and others that I think, what we have before us today with the 3-year extension of AGOA is such a positive step in the right direction that it's coming from us legislatively. I certainly would hope the Senate will take it up quickly because time is of the essence, and I don't want to have distractions along the way that I think this amendment could bring about. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Doggett.
Once upon a time in this committee, Republicans had a commitment to supporting more international commerce. And when some of us raised questions about whether or not that international commerce was leading to lower worker standards, shifting jobs overseas, and creating environmental problems, or rewarding those who engaged in horrible human rights abuses, Republicans said, oh no, we can't give consideration to those matters because the only thing that counts is more trade and more international commerce. But this year, with the most protectionist president in American modern history, Republicans have grown totally moot. The success that Mr. Smith just referred to that President Trump has had about how he's forced others to make changes, we have the highest average tariffs in this country today in 100 years under this president, and these Republicans are totally silent about it. The soybean farmers, the president has a $12 billion bailout of them, and he's using his tariff money to pay them for the problems that his tariffs caused. And some of those markets are not coming back. They've gone to Argentina, where he had, as Mr. Neal pointed out, a bailout of Argentina, not for any good policy reason, but because he liked another extremist down in Argentina. These policies do not make sense for the American people. There are some considerations that need to be given about unfair trade practices by China and other countries. But his whimsical approach to announcing a tariff here and a tariff there, sometimes because he doesn't like the way a court operates in another country for another of his fascist buddies, that's not a policy that helps American consumers. The Wall Street Journal again reported this week that American ports are not modernizing to stay ahead in international commerce because they can't afford President Trump's tariffs. It's not just those little girls that he complains about that want too many dollars for Christmas. It's serious industrialization of our country and their ability to engage in international trade that they are impairing with his policies. Now, how does this relate to Mr. Horsford's very excellent amendment? Well, they want to grant some preferences to some of these African countries to give them advantage over other countries in accessing the American market. They don't care what the policies that those African countries have toward their own people or toward the destruction of key environmental resources that benefit all of us. They want to give all the power, expand the power of President Trump to have those preferences. But that's small compared to a 50% tariff imposed on a country that relies on textile exports to the United States. So approving the preferences and leaving President Trump the ability to impose these whimsical tariffs totally disregard the role of Congress, this Congress, of course, with a Republican majority, does not believe in oversight, and they got a reminder of that with our colleague Marjorie Taylor Greene, the most loyal MAGA member of this Congress, declared a traitor because she had the audacity to question the president on anything. So fearful that they might get a mean tweet, they can't speak up about trade. They can't speak up about the harm being caused to American families with prices that are going to cost them over $1,000 this year as a result of these new Trump tariff taxes. And if we do not adopt Mr. Horsford's excellent amendment, these African countries will continue to be subject to his whims. If his family doesn't get enough enrichment out of a particular country, if some far-right leader is not reelected, he can put them in or out. He can add huge tariffs to that country, and AGOA will be a footnote compared to the damage that he does. Indeed, AGOA is a footnote to the damage that he has done to our relations with Africa this year and the way he has put them into the hands of the successor to the Wagner Group from Russia, his buddy Vladimir Putin, and the way he has handed them over to a very aggressive PRC with Xi Jinping. He's giving them the advantages as we withdraw. AGOA by itself is not sufficient. Mr. Horsford's amendment is essential. I yield back.
Additional members wish to strike the last word on the amendment. Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Horsford. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Smith in Nebraska? Mr. Smith in Nebraska, No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? No. Mrs. Fischbach? Mrs. Fischbach? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Yakum? No. Mr. Yakum? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Miller? Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Swazi? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
How is Mr. Gomez recorded?
Mr. Gomez is not recorded. Mr. Gomez? Yeah. Yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 17, the noes are 23.
There being 17 yeses and 23 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Chu.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Will the gentleman, with the gentle lady suspend while the amendment is distributed? Proceed, Ms. Chu.
Mr. Chair, though I strongly wish that this bill had trade adjustment assistance, I support the AGOA Extension Act because it strengthens economic ties with our partners in sub-Saharan Africa, supports U.S. businesses and workers, and helps keep costs down for American families. But even as we take up this important bipartisan work today, this is the first full committee activity since September, and Republicans continue to enable the president's price hikes and have failed to bring forward any meaningful legislation to lower costs. And the American people are paying the price for President Trump's economic sabotage. And that is exactly why this amendment is necessary. Because even as we move forward with a bipartisan extension of AGOA, President Trump's reciprocal tariffs remain in place. These tariffs, ranging from 10 to 30%, undercut the benefits of AGOA and raise costs throughout the supply chains. Republicans are burying their heads in the sand, and while the Trump agenda continues to drag down the economy, no amount of spin changes the reality that these tariffs make everyday goods more expensive. So my amendment ensures that Executive Order 14257 and any similar order no longer applies to AGOA beneficiary countries and that no duties may be collected under it. This amendment strengthens the underlying bill by ensuring that the tariff relief Congress intends to provide is not undermined by unilateral executive actions that raise prices. It protects American consumers and businesses and reinforces congressional authority over trade policy. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment, similar to my position on the previous amendment. I will say, given the fact that my assessment is that there's a lot of support for the bill in its current form without amendments, and I don't want to distract from that. I do want to say and point out that regardless of additional tariffs imposed on countries, AGOA, it makes a huge difference. And one example is that many apparel products face tariffs over 30%. So maintaining a tariff preference for African nations over Asian competitors still goes a long way. I appreciate my colleagues' opposition to tariffs. I have my own concerns about tariffs, and I think that, and I don't want to get too caught up in the past, because we've got a good bill here waiting for our vote that I think has strong support. But let's channel our efforts in a productive direction. We can do that today with a clean AGOA bill and with a 3-year, still a fairly short-term extension. I would personally prefer a much longer extension, but our work together here today has generated a 3-year extension. I respect that and think it is a very positive step forward. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Chu. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. LaHood. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Hearn. No. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Tenney. Ms. Tenney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliatakis. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan, no. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Smucker? Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, no. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Miller? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Doggett? Ms. Sanchez? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
The clerk will report the vote.
Chairman Smith, the yeses are 17 and the noes are 23.
There being 17 yeses and 23 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Further amendments? Mr. Horsford.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order has been reserved. Would the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed?
Yes.
Mr. Horsford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I begin speaking about my amendment, I would like to ask unanimous consent to include for the record a statement from my colleague, Ms. Sanchez.
So ordered.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, today I offer an amendment to reauthorize the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program, ensuring American workers are not left behind as global competition intensifies. We all know that TAA has long served as a crucial lifeline for American workers displaced by shifts in trade, providing retraining and job placement assistance that help families regain stability. In other words, this is a program to help workers whose jobs were destroyed because of offshoring. But these workers have been left in the cold thanks to Congress's inaction on reauthorizing TAA. The allowance for the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program to lapse was an abandonment to workers. But today, I hope my colleagues will join me in righting this wrong. This reauthorization is this committee and this Congress's opportunity to help these workers. If my colleagues are serious about America First, they'd be willing to give American workers the support that they need. And I would just add, I know we've discussed 2 amendments or 3 amendments thus far. The whole process of regular order is for us to consider these amendments. The underlying bill, notwithstanding, doesn't mean that there can't be improvement today. And so to the chairman of the subcommittee, the argument that we don't need to make any changes to make these bills any better, that's our job. That's what we are elected to do, and that's why we're here today. And to reject the amendments is saying that U.S. workers are not a priority. America First is not a priority. That helping workers get training or retraining is not a priority. Before I came to Congress, I ran Nevada's largest job training program, and I know the benefits of helping displaced workers get the training that they need to get back into the workforce, creating economic opportunity to provide self-sufficiency for themselves and their households, and that should be the priority of this Congress. To do anything less is abandoning American workers, and we cannot allow that to go on any moment further. So I reject the premise that no changes to the underlying bill can be made. That is what we're here to do. That is the job we've been elected to do, and I urge my colleagues to take this amendment seriously and not to ignore American workers. With that, I yield back.
I recognize myself. What I will say is that this is an important program. AGOA is extremely important. Something that many of us in Congress has worked on for years. When it expired on September 30th, we need to figure out a way to bring the program back until there's additional reforms. We've been discussing on both sides of the aisle of reforms that's needed to AGOA, and there are reforms that's needed to AGOA. There's also a lot of other trade items that we've been trying to resolve and get to the point of, but they're not agreed to yet. This is the step to make sure that the program comes into place while we continue those discussions. That is why I will not support any amendments to this language for this purpose of making sure the program stays in existence. Of course.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate and heard you at the beginning in the opening that because of the importance to renew AGOA and to move that process forward, that's why you are bringing this 3-year extension. And I fundamentally appreciate and agree with your sincerity in that action. What I heard from the chairman of the subcommittee is that we can't consider any proposals that help strengthen AGOA. And yes, we can debate the merits of each on its own, but to not take up debate or to prioritize issues that have also been on the table, such as trade adjustment agreement, such as protecting U.S. workers, to me is a missed opportunity that we have the obligation to address now. 3 years is a long time, and I am concerned that not addressing these other issues will actually cause those to be delayed even further rather than taking them up today. So I appreciate the chairman's commitment around AGOA, but I just reject the underlying argument that it cannot be strengthened further, and I hope that you and other members on the majority side will consider the merits of each amendment on their own. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Mr. Boyle.
Yeah, seek recognition on this amendment. I want to just briefly express my full support for the amendment offered by Mr. Horsford. I think that it is absolutely necessary and indeed vital, and it has my full support. That I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Plaskett.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mr. Chair. I also wanted to express my support of this amendment and to the sentiment of my colleague, Mr. Horsford, with regard to us taking up relevant issues during the debate that we have here in this incredibly important committee as we are looking to an extension of a vitally important agreement with our African partners. I have the honor of not just being on Ways and Means and on the Trade Subcommittee, but I'm also on the Intelligence Committee. And I have been traveling extensively in the last 3 years in Africa, particularly in the Sahel region, which is being riddled by global power competition with our competitors, China as well as Russia. And one of the sentiments that you hear continually from African leaders, business people, etc., is the stagnation of American engagement, particularly in the private sector on the continent, and our lack of a forward-leaning policy to be able to compete vigorously with China and with Russia. We are extending a very important agreement for 3 years, but we all know the amount of coups and engagement that will happen on the continent during that period. And we've got to take up an expansion, and this committee is charged with creating mechanisms so that American businesses can grow on the continent and can be competitive and be seen as a vital partner. France has been kicked out. England is not so much a player, and it is Russia eating our lunch on the continent. If China is able to create a rail from one extent to the coast, we're going to be in trouble. Wagner is getting paid in rare minerals. Lithium is causing the death of millions of people in Africa. These are self-imposed wars that are about resources, about economics, about money. And we have got to, if not the government itself, and I understand government not being the one, although I think Millennial Challenge does an amazing job, but we have got to create an environment in which more American businesses can be engaged in not just a reauthorization of industries and areas that we are already working on, but an expansion. And so I hear you, Mr. Chair, and I know your sincerity on this, as well as the subcommittee on engaging with Africa, but we've got to move with haste on how we're going to create an environment for American businesses, or else the place that has the largest growing youth population in the world, over 200 million people under the age of 18, we're going to be in trouble. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Buchanan.
Let me add to the gentle lady. I've been to Africa first time in 1987, Johannesburg, and done a lot of trips there. I agree with you 100%. We're not engaged, we're not active, and frankly, just from my own observation, because I was chairman of the subcommittee at some point, we haven't been committed on either side. I hate to say it, especially with yourselves, how to get to yes. But we need to do a lot more. China, you go there, it makes me sick to see 4-lane roads being built, government buildings being built. The Chinese aren't building them for free. They're building them because they've got a vested interest in the whole thing. So we have to find a way to come together and get back in the trade business. We did USMCA, that was great, but that's the only thing we've done that has been material in my mind. There's been other things probably in the last 10 or 12 years. So we got to get engaged there, but we got to be engaged across the planet. Indonesia, we're going to be taking a trip there. They have minerals and everything. China, they're active. They're active all over the place. We have to decide if we're going to be in the business or not. I know there's a lot of influence from specialty that puts pressure on your side of the aisle, but if we're going to be serious about it, we've got to find a way to come together and get back in the business, because since I've been here, other than USMCA, and we did something with Colombia and a couple other countries in South America, that's been it. But yet you got 200 countries on the planet, you got 7 billion people, you got 1 billion people in Africa. So I support your thoughts. You probably spent a lot more time and I understand it better, but I've been there quite a bit, and I see what's happening. We're not engaged like we should be. We do something, but not enough. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly thank you to my colleagues across the aisle who I think have very relevant comments, and certainly I associate my own comments with the chairman's comments about kind of the issue at hand, the amendment, the bill, and the process moving forward. I do find my colleagues' wishes to support workers and help workers. I think that is very sincere. I myself want to empower workers as well. I think when we look at what we can do to help retrain workers, I am encouraged when I hear employers all the time tell me that they want to find more workers, number one. They are willing to invest in workers, and they will invest not only in their training and education, but put them on the payroll at the same time. These are modern methods of helping workers, and I hope that we can recognize that moving forward and not look backward too much, but look forward in a way that's best for workers, best for the economy, best for opportunity moving forward, and especially when we have, I think, a bipartisan opportunity here to take a step in the right direction. Thank you. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Horsford. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Maliatakis? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Yocum? No. Mr. Yocum? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans.
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Maliatakis. Ms. Maliatakis, no. Mr. Miller. Ms. Sanchez. Good. Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith, no.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 18 and the noes are 23.
There being 18 yeses and 23 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Mr. Horsford.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
A point of order has been reserved. Will the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed?
Thank you.
I have 10 amendments at the desk.
The gentleman may proceed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. The third time will be a charm, I'm sure. I'd like to offer this amendment to ensure that this short AGOA extension addresses the most urgent trade issue in U.S.-Africa relations, that of the issue of critical minerals. The minerals race is happening right now. Mining and processing investments are long lead projects. If we don't act during this short extension window, we will lose the next decade of supply chains. If the U.S. doesn't engage with Africa, others will. China has already locked up significant cobalt, graphite, and other key materials across the continent. My amendment simply ensures our Africa policy is tied directly to U.S. jobs, manufacturing, national security, and supply chain resilience. It requires the administration to assess how assistance affects domestic supply chain and domestic production of minerals. A clean extension that ignores critical minerals isn't clean. It is a strategic concession for China. It locks in the status quo where China dominates African mining, and mining becomes the U.S. because the U.S. refuses to compete. And to be clear, this amendment fits squarely within AGOA's purpose. AGOA already authorizes technical assistance, economic cooperation, and sector development. My amendment is not about changing AGOA's purpose. This is a simple update to ensure it reflects 21st century trade. To my colleagues, I implore you that we cannot wait 3 years. 3 years is the minerals window where mining and processing projects will already be negotiated, and we will see them shape the global supply chains for decades. And this isn't just my view. President Trump's own national security strategy, which was released last week, states plainly, and I quote, "The U.S. should transition to a trade and investment-focused relationship with Africa. An immediate area for U.S. investment in Africa includes critical mineral development, unquote. Now, there is a lot I don't agree with the president, but I agree that we must improve partnerships in Africa to expand access to critical minerals. If any of my Republican colleagues chooses to vote against this amendment, you're really voting in opposition of President Trump's own national security strategy. If we wait for a full rewrite, we're legislating after the fact. My amendment does not create a new program or a new tariff regime or a new office. No new money, no new bureaucracy. It simply updates AGOA's existing technical assistance objectives to include minerals and requires a basic annual report to Congress on how the administration is supporting U.S.-Africa mineral partnerships and countering the influence of foreign entities of concern that are controlled by China and other adversaries. If AGOA is going to remain relevant in the next decade, this is the minimum modernization that we need to pass right now. I urge adoption of this amendment and look forward to the debate.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleague on the other side for his amendment. I think it has some merit, but given the current effort to forward a clean bill without some of our various priorities, there's some that I'd like to pursue too, but now is not the time. And the absolute worst thing that we could do in terms of critical minerals and other priorities and benefits that we see of AGOA would be to let it expire. Let it stay expired, do nothing, kick the can, whatever. But fact of the matter is we've got a very great opportunity here with a 3-year clean extension. It's the right way to go. We can continue to have the conversations that we know we need to have to modernize, to reform, to update, and we can have that moving forward after we pass a clean bill. I urge a no vote on the amendment. Thank you. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Horsford. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? No. Mrs. Fischbach? No. Mrs. Fischbach? No. Mr. Moore? No. Mr. Moore? No. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Smucker? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Miller? Mr. Davis? Ms. Sanchez? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
Clerk will report the vote.
Yeses are 17, the noes are 22.
There being 17 yeses and 22 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Are there additional amendments? Seeing none,
Yes, Mr. Chairman?
Mr.
I
Thompson.
have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Will the gentleman suspend while the amendment is distributed?
Certainly.
How's it different? Gentlemen, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agricultural Secretary Rollins said that we're in the golden age of agriculture. And you know, she might be right if she was talking about farmers in Argentina or Brazil. Our foreign competitors are not only eating our lunch with record agricultural exports, but thanks to the Trump administration, Americans are eating more Argentina beef. While touting a golden age, Secretary Rollins announced a bitter consolation prize for farmers: meager government handouts that leave our farmers asking, where is the beef? My amendment would reauthorize the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program for our farmers, and importantly, ensure that farmers can also be compensated for the losses they face from this administration's self-imposed tariff war. Every member of this committee knows that assistance is needed for our hard-working agricultural producers. I ask for your support to give American farmers and ranchers the lifeline that they so desperately need. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly raised my concerns about this. I'll let ag producers, not just in my district, but across America, speak for themselves in terms of what is most helpful moving forward, or even in the meantime as things can be challenging. Row crop farmers are facing some challenges that predate the current administration. Again, I don't want to get too caught up in the past as we do move forward with a great opportunity to take a step in the right direction. I object to this amendment. I certainly urge a no vote. I think the sponsor of the amendment is sincere in wanting to help farmers. I get that. But certainly as it relates to the broader dialogue and exchange of ideas and information, I'll let ag producers speak for themselves and then give emphasis to what they feel is most helpful moving forward, and that's a more level playing field with trade writ large, and we should focus on that moving forward. Thank you. I yield back.
Ms. Moore.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And I've been particularly quiet today because I am glad that we're here working on these bills. But I, as the only member on this committee from the state of Wisconsin, which I represent Milwaukee and the suburbs, but Wisconsin is an agricultural state. And our farmers have suffered tremendously from the trade policies that this administration has engineered And I say engineered because it just didn't have to be this way. You know, our largest trading partner for our export of soybeans went to China, and that market has been destroyed. I had an opportunity to meet with a former member of this committee. You may remember him, Ron Kine, who represented farmers, and he shared with me the fact that farmers in Wisconsin die by suicide at twice the national average. And a lot of it has to do with our, with their loss of markets. Now, you know, Mr. Smith of Nebraska did point out that these problems existed before this administration, but our solution has always been the same, to tamper with our trading policy and then to just provide, provide some subsidy or welfare to farmers. And it's not fair and it's not well, because farmers want their markets. And the solution is not just to provide subsidies. But we can't ignore the fact that, as Mr. Horsford previously offered the amendment on the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program for American workers, that's true of farmers as well. That this particular amendment, because farmers have been targeted, I would say, by these trade adjustment assistance, and I just think that a trade adjustment assistance program is a lot more proactive than just simply writing checks and subsidies for this market that we have continued to destroy. That, along with the development of corporatizing, if I can create a word, our agricultural sector. I think Republican policies have been very unfair to farmers, and even though I don't represent any farmers, I eat every single day. And since this administration came into office, I certainly don't take that for granted. Every time I look at the plate of vegetables and fresh vegetables and stuff on my plate, I say a little prayer for all of the farmers in the country, in California and in Wisconsin, who produce that. I had the opportunity to be hosted by one of the great restaurateurs in Milwaukee, one of these celebrity chefs that invited farmers to eat with us. And I got a really serious education about the importance of our agricultural industry. And so I haven't spoken very much today, but I would have to say that I support Mr. Thompson's amendment on behalf of all of the farmers in America. All of us eat, we all have that in common, no matter what our actual constituency is. And with that, I would yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Thompson. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, no. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, no. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, no. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, no. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, no. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Tenney. Ms. Tenney, no. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, no. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, no. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, no. Mr. Yocum? Mr. Yocum? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Mr. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Miller? Ms. Sanchez? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 18 and the noes are 22.
There being 18 yeses and 22 noes, the amendment is not adopted. Are there further amendments? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Smith for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report H.R. 6500 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 6500 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Tenney. Ms. Tenney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis. Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yocum. Mr. Yocum, yes. Mr. Miller. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, no. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider?
Yes.
Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Smucker?
I don't think so.
Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Miller? Ms. Sanchez?
Is Mr. Buchanan recorded on this vote?
Mr. Buchanan has not been recorded.
Yes, somebody else. I don't know.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the ayes are 37 and the noes are 3.
There being 37 yeses and 3 noes, the motion is agreed to and H.R. 6500 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 6500 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our next order of business is H.R. 6504, the Haiti Economic Lift Program Extension Act, introduced by Representative Murphy, which extends for 3 years trade preference programs that reduce tariffs on Haitian apparel and textile imports into the United States. Like the AGOA program, these programs recently expired and need reauthorization. Haiti has faced years of turmoil brought on by political, economic, and natural disasters. It is not an exaggeration to say that these trade programs are a lifeline for the people of Haiti. By promoting economic opportunity for the Haitian people, we not only serve a neighbor in need, but we also promote more stability in the region and trade partnerships closer to home. Prosperity in Haiti helps the security of Americans right here at home. I want to commend Dr. Murphy for his leadership on an issue that we know is near and dear to him. Having served as a medical missionary in Haiti, Dr. Murphy understands and has seen firsthand the economic and humanitarian crisis facing the people of Haiti. And I know that he also is very familiar with North Carolina businesses who have developed reliable suppliers in Haiti that utilize these trade programs. We know these trade programs and the partnerships they promote can be a force for stability and security. I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for bringing this issue to our committee. H.R. 6504, the HELP Extension Act. Legislation would provide a 3-year extension to HELP programs that have delivered meaningful and economic opportunities to the thousands of people in Haiti who so desperately need economic stability. As you pointed out, as I have started going down there in 2010 after the earthquake and have been down there multiple times. I know the people of Haiti very, very well, and I know those who are trying to strive for stability in the midst of chaos and absolute suffering. that is going on in the country. Gang violence, political uncertainty, and the collapse of basic institutions have devastated daily life and made an even fragile political situation, which has been horrible for decades, even worse. The Hope Help program remains one of the few functioning lifelines to help with stability in that country. It will not solve all of Haiti's problems, but it will preserve jobs, provide employers with some measure of certainty so that they can employ the good people of Haiti and offer them a time of respite or a place of respite in a very, very difficult situation. Haiti is in our own backyard. It is in our hemisphere. What happens in our hemisphere affects our ability to keep our nation secure. We must make sure that this country is prosperous, stable, and doing so is squarely in the national interest of the United States. If these jobs were to go away, it breeds further instability where you have countries like the CCP or Islamic terrorists or Venezuela operatives or anyone come in and install their particular regime in the midst of a very, very difficult time. Without employment opportunities, the Haitian people are pressured to join criminal networks, migrate out of this country, out of that country, to this country or other countries. So the Hope Help program really is a win-win. It is good for Haiti, it is good for America, it is good for the Western Hemisphere. I also want to mention a gentleman that I am just honored to call as a dear friend, a Catholic priest from Connecticut, Father Rick Frechette, who's been in Haiti for over 40 years. He's actually coming next week. I talk with him fairly frequently about what's going on in the country. It is appalling as to what is happening there. They've had 3 of their hospital guards killed, multiple other people vanquished, kidnapped, and again, providing some stability for this country helps decrease the ability of gangs to influence the daily life of Haitians. I want to thank the chairman for bringing this legislation before the committee. I think it is critical. I am glad, for one, that we're actually doing things on trade, which heretofore previous administration did nothing on trade. And so I'm very, very hopeful that we'll be able to pass this out unanimously in this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts.
So, thank you. Let me recognize the gentlelady from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, to consume my time.
Thank you very much to the ranking member, and thank you to the committee for bringing up this matter. For over 15 years, Haiti Hope Help programs have supported both U.S. and Haitian textile industries by granting Haiti duty-free access for apparel and textile products, building strong business ties between 2 neighboring nations. This bill, the Haiti Economic Lift Program Extension Act, reauthorizes Hope Help Trade Preference Program for an additional 3 years through December of 2028. The bill also restores eligibility for certain textiles which were initially eligible for duty-free treatment but became ineligible due to changes in the harmonized tariff schedule. Now, I would, of course, like to thank Ranking Member Neal, Chairman Smith, as well as Dr. Murphy, and I especially want to thank my longtime friend and fellow Hoya, Haiti's ambassador to the United States, Lionel Delatour, and for all of them for their leadership in keeping the light of Haiti Hope Help alive in the House of Representatives. And of course, the committee's trade staff, led by Alexandra Whitaker, Mr. Ruida, O'Donovan, and former U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai, who supported our work to reauthorize the program for many years. We know that Haiti faces overlapping humanitarian, political, and economic crises and needs both economic and political stability. The circumstances in Haiti require immediate action. We know that presently there is 60% of the people of Haiti are living below poverty, with 25% in extreme poverty. There's a 37% youth unemployment occurring right now in Haiti. Lower female literacy and lower school enrollment, as well as the crime that we all know about, the circumstances with the gangs, make finding skilled work very, very difficult. The apparel sector is of incredible importance to Haiti's economy and presently is the foundation for the country's economic development. And when we talk about economic development of Haiti, let's not forget Haiti's history and how it came about that they came into this economic strait that they are in. Many of us are aware, and I want to bring to the committee's attention again, that in 1825, for their freedom, Haiti was exacted a debt. Initially, $150 million in gold was required by Haiti to pay to France. That went down to $90 million in gold. That's $560 million in today's dollars. It took 122 years for Haiti to pay off that amount. Paying for freedom. What would have happened if the United States had to pay Britain for its freedom? It's estimated that between 21 billion and 115 billion in economic losses occurred because Haiti had to pay that amount to France for freedom. That is what has put Haiti into the dire economic strait that it is in today, and it is our support of Haiti, as well as an economic benefit to the United States through its apparel, that will help lift them. Given the cascading job losses and extreme security crisis, Haiti cannot afford to wait any longer for reauthorization of the vital program. Without reauthorization, certainly, companies will increasingly shift production away from Haiti unless it's clear that Hope Help will continue. You know, Haiti is our strategic ally. It's one of the few countries in the hemisphere that still recognize Taiwan, and U.S. support for the Haiti's apparel sector is mutually beneficial. Haitian apparel utilizes a great deal of American-grown cotton, and when it is in place, plays an essential role in further shifting supply chains out of China and into the Western Hemisphere. It's my hope that this short-term extension of 3 years will preserve production and jobs in Haiti, while providing a runway for Congress to further strengthen this program, assisting Haiti in diversifying its economy beyond textile production, which can often be a global race to the bottom on labor costs. Thank you to my colleagues for supporting Haiti and its people. Thank you for supporting the Caribbean Hemisphere. And thank you to the staff who labored to make this short-term compromise possible. I yield back.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 6504, the Haiti Economic Lift Program Extension Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. And without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of the amendment. I will now turn to Josh Sneed, Chief Trade Counsel, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. Acting Ranking Member Moore. H.R. 6504 has 4 sections. Section 1 contains the short title, which is the Haiti Economic Lift Program Extension Act. Section 2 extends the Hope Help trade programs through December 31st of 2028. These programs provide preferential tariff rates for certain textile and apparel products from Haiti. Section 3 makes a technical update to ensure that the scope of products eligible for Hope Help is not inadvertently changed when updates are made to the harmonized tariff schedule of the United States. Finally, Section 4 allows for retroactive refunds of tariffs on qualifying goods that entered the United States after the Hope Help programs expired on September 30th, 2025, and before this bill is enacted into law. That concludes my technical walkthrough. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, we will move to strike the last word. I recognize Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I certainly want to thank Mr. Murphy, Representative Dr. Murphy, for his leadership on this bill, and all other members who have contributed as well. The Haiti trade preference programs created by Congress through the Haitian Hemispheric Opportunity through Partnership Encouragement, or HOPE, and Haiti Economic Lift Program Acts provide significant benefits to both the U.S. and Haiti. These preferences deliver tangible results in Haiti while also supporting the U.S. goals for diversification. The duty-free treatment for imports of textiles and apparel in Haiti leads to more affordable products for consumers while supporting in-country opportunities for Haiti's workforce. The apparel and textile industry supports thousands of jobs for the Haitian people, providing important economic stability throughout times of uncertainty and unrest. President Dwight D. Eisenhower said it best: "World trade helps lay the groundwork for peace by making all free nations of the world stronger and more self-reliant." Though we are living in a different time now, this lesson still rings true. In this case, U.S. trade partnership with Haiti has provided meaningful industry growth and made progress toward a more stable business environment. However, as with AGOA and other expired preference programs, Haiti Help Hope should not be the extent of our engagement with this trading partner. Congress and the Trump administration must work together to develop additional strategies to work with Haiti to create a more sustainable and self-reliant economy. Beyond the benefits to Haiti, the Haiti Help and Hope programs support American companies who seek to do business in Haiti, creating a supply chain for these products within our own hemisphere as we work to diversify away from China. Onshore and nearshoring of critical industries cannot leave opportunities to strengthen supply chains with partners in our own hemisphere on the table. Bringing supply chains closer to home does not happen overnight, nor does it happen without a very comprehensive approach. Reauthorization of these trade preferences indicates Congress' continued commitment to fostering security and prosperity in Haiti, supporting businesses who already are operating in Haiti or are looking to establish new supply chains. Reauthorizing through this bill is the right thing to do. It is in our interest to support stability in Haiti. I certainly encourage my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. I yield back.
Ms. Moore is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am so happy that we are moving to extend the HOPE program in Haiti. I'd like to associate myself with the comments of the gentlelady from the U.S. Virgin Islands who pointed to the horrific history of Haiti, where 200 years ago, in their fight against colonialism, French colonialism, Haiti had to pay France for their freedom. And I think that those disruptions continue to emerge in our hemisphere. And so this HOPE program not only is vital for re-stimulating the economic well-being of Haiti, but it's also in our national interest. I mean, this is our hemisphere. We've bragged heartily how we're protected by two oceans, but if we continue to alienate our neighbors in the Caribbean and in our hemisphere, I don't think that that is a very wise program and a strategy. And the HOPE program is definitely a toehold into maintaining economic and national security. If the gentlelady from the U.S. Virgin Islands would like to take advantage of the balance of my time, I would be happy to yield to her.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moore. I appreciate that time. And I especially want to thank you for recognizing the circumstances under which Haiti has had to be engaged in supporting itself in a manner in which other places have not, specifically having to have given to France such a large portion of their economic profits over almost 125 years, which has left it in a deficit to this day. And so I'm grateful for this mechanism that will continue to create partnerships between U.S. companies, U.S. apparel, and to have skilled workers in Haiti have additional employment. And of course, let's not forget one of the greatest champions of this, Charlie Rangel, who was a chair of this committee and fought tirelessly on behalf of the people of Haiti in pushing this first forward. I also recall Ms. Sewell, when I first came to Congress, also being very engaged in this. And, let's not be mistaken that this was not a priority of the Democratic caucus. This is something we have been working on, and working not just to reauthorize, but also to expand. so that Haiti is not just engaged in textile and T-shirts and the apparel that they are, but to try and expand the services as well as protecting the workers there in the same manner that American companies would have to protect its American workers. When America goes into other locales and brings its businesses there, I think it's important that they bring American standards as well into the countries in which they are operating. And that's something that the Democratic Caucus has been fighting to ensure is happening for our brothers and sisters who are living in Haiti. And I call them our brothers and sisters because during our own American Revolution, it was Haitian troops that came to the United States and fought during the American Revolution, fought on behalf of the colonies to support our fight against colonialism with Great Britain. And so thank you very much to Ms. Moore for giving us this, for your support of this legislation, and the entire Ways and Means, I hope, will be supportive of this bill as we move it forward to the floor. I yield back.
Ms. Miller.
I yield back. The bell's in my time.
Thank you. I recognize Ms. Miller for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Much like AGOA, a multi-year renewal of Haiti's Hope Help Trade Preference Program supports American companies and consumers by ensuring a friendly and mutually beneficial supply sector, particularly for the apparel industry. This program is critical to support stability, job creation, and sustainable development. This, in turn, strengthens the communities in Haiti and curbs illegal migration. I am thrilled to see the reauthorization of Haiti Hope before the committee today, and I thank the good doctor, Congressman Murphy, and my colleagues for their leadership. I yield back my time.
Mr. Davis is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And I also would like to commend Dr. Murphy and Representative Plaskett for the leadership that they've taken and have shown on this issue. I've been interested in Haiti since childhood, always trying to understand how the circumstances of their being could have come about in terms of a country that is still paying another country for its freedom. And of course, those of us who are aware of colonialism and of different heritage of this country have always looked up to Haiti as a resisting group who had to fight and pay for their liberation and for their freedom. So I commend us for this trade opportunity, which will help. But Haiti is a big issue in the community where I live, where I work, and where many of the not-for-profits and churches and groups provide what support and what help that they can. But that does not take the place of trade opportunities, opportunities to create work, and opportunities to make use of the skills that people can develop. And so I am strongly in support of this effort and urge that we go far beyond it. It's certainly good, but they really need much more. And in every way that we possibly can, we need to provide the help and support to Haiti. So Dr. Murphy, Representative Plaskett, thank you both for your leadership, and I yield back.
Ms. Sewell is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Chair Smith and Ranking Member Neal. I am in strong support of a 3-year extension of the Haiti Hope Help Trade Preference Program, one of our most important tools for promoting economic stability, job creation, and long-term development in Haiti. For more than a decade, Help Hope has been a lifeline for Haiti's fragile economy. The program allows Haitian manufacturers to export certain goods to the United States duty-free, providing critical market access that has helped sustain over 50,000 jobs, many held by women. But Hope Help is not just a development initiative. It is a mutually beneficial partnership. American companies rely on Haiti as a nearshore sourcing location that is close to the U.S. market. It supports resilient supply chains and provides competitively priced apparel that help to make cost affordable for American consumers. This partnership strengthens both of our economies, creating opportunity abroad while bolstering economic activity right here at home. Today, however, Haiti faces extraordinary political unrest, economic strain, and humanitarian needs. And just as families are struggling to afford basic goods, this vital program has expired. Without these trade preferences, Haitian exporters will face sudden, steep tariff increases. For many factories, these added costs are unsustainable. The result would be devastating. It would be job loss, factory closings, and further destabilization of a country already in crisis. We should be clear about what is at stake. Allowing Hope Help to lapse would not only undercut one of the most functioning economic pillars in Haiti, it would also push families deeper into hardship, increase migration pressures, and eliminate a key source of stability in our hemisphere. Congress must act now. Businesses that rely on this program, both in Haiti and the United States, need certainty. Workers need the reassurance that their jobs will not vanish overnight, and our close neighbor, just 700 miles from our shore, needs the continued support that Hope Help provides. This is a moment to reaffirm our commitment to a safer, more prosperous Caribbean region. Expanding and extending Hope Help is a smart thing to do economically, the right thing to do morally, and the necessary thing to do strategically. I want to thank our colleague Stacey Plassick for her leadership in this matter, as well as Dr. Murphy, and support their efforts to provide a 3-year extension for the Hope Help Trade Preference Program for Haiti. I yield back.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Oh, excuse me. My apologies. Mr. Gomez is recognized to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting that we're having these markups today because one of the things I've seen from President Trump and the Republicans is really no interest in addressing the affordability crisis that we're facing in this country. And if we really look at, and sometimes, let me step back, sometimes even denying that Trump's tariffs are causing higher prices. But having this hearing, when it comes to AGOA, when it comes to Haiti, you're literally admitting that tariffs cost higher prices. Why? Because what's the point of a preference program? It's to boost economic activity, to increase exports, to promote trade, and lower consumer prices. So inherently, by doing this, you're saying, yeah, tariffs actually increase prices on consumers. But yet, you're not willing to stand up to President Trump's tariffs across the board. And that's what we're saying is a problem, is that if we want to talk about affordability, we should talk about affordability. If we want to do something about lowering prices, we need to do that. But President Trump keeps flip-flopping back and forth if affordability and prices are actually a real thing. You know, he said he was going to lower prices on day one, but he did not do that. He failed. And then President Trump called affordability a Democratic con job. How many of you believe affordability is a con job? Yeah, I don't think so. And just yesterday, when he was on his affordability tour, he literally mocked affordability. He marked affordability. Like, that's what we're dealing with, is a president that honestly doesn't get it, doesn't care, or he just doesn't have a means of addressing this problem. And since President Trump has been in office, things have gotten worse. His high tariffs are starting to have been driving up the cost of living. Higher prices for baby products, higher prices for clothing, higher prices for electronics, higher prices for groceries. Food has increased prices since 2024. You know, Christmas trees, we have fake Christmas trees in the Ways and Means room. Those prices are up. I mean, here's the thing. Do we want to do something to help the American people? Yes, at least Democrats do. But we have to start addressing the issue. You have to push back on a president who doesn't care if his tariffs hurt working people across the country, in blue states and red states and urban areas and rural areas. We got to do something about it. But the Republican majority, what did you prioritize? His one big billionaire bill, or one big beautiful bill, as you call it, that was taking away $1 trillion from Medicaid to give tax breaks to the largest corporations and the richest individuals in this country at the expense of the working class. That's what you guys prioritized. You didn't prioritize working people. And then you let the ACA subsidies for the enhanced premium tax credit expire. And those disproportionately hurt Republican states. And why is that? It's because your Republican states didn't expand Medicaid. And because they didn't expand Medicaid, a lot of those people that needed coverage went to the exchanges. So let's talk about affordability. Let's do something about affordability. But you need to stand up against this president. You need to go back to your old values of quote unquote free trade, lowering the cost of living, not just for billionaires and the richest folks in this country, but for working people. This is what we're talking about. So I'm glad we're doing this on AGOA and Haiti, but it's not enough. AGOA represents, 1% of all imported goods. I was writing it down earlier because I was actually stunned about how little. Yes, we're going to have an impact on helping those countries, and we should, but then it's going to be undone by Donald Trump just imposing tariffs without the consent of Congress. That's what we're talking about. So I want the Republicans here to join with Democrats, address affordability, address the high cost of living, because people are getting crushed. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Others wishing to strike the last word? Seeing none. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Chu.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order has been reserved. The clerk will distribute the amendment. I ask the gentlelady to suspend while the clerk distributes. Gentlelady from California is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on her amendment.
Though I strongly wish for this bill to include trade adjustment assistance, I support this bill, the Haiti Economic Lift Program Extension Act. Extending these trade preferences is an important step towards supporting economic stability, job creation, and opportunity for the Haitian people, while also helping U.S. businesses that rely on these supply chains. However, even as we move this bill forward, President Trump's across-the-board 10% reciprocal tariff remains in place. These tariffs do nothing to promote stability or economic growth. Instead, they raise costs for American consumers, squeeze small businesses, and make it harder for fragile economies like Haiti's to recover. My amendment addresses this directly. It provides that Executive Order 14257 and any successor or substantially similar order shall no longer apply to Haiti and that no duties may be collected under it. This amendment complements the underlying bill by ensuring that the trade preferences Congress is extending actually functions as intended, lowering costs, supporting jobs, and promoting stability, rather than being undercut by unilateral tariffs. I urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize Dr. Murphy for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the amendment. However, I think we need to understand in the big picture here, it's wonderful that we're actually doing something on trade. We didn't do anything last administration in any regard. We've done on truly steroids to help work and try to reduce a horrible trade deficit in this country. I think Haiti is welcoming the renewal of Hope Help, and I think we just need to stick with what we're doing in front of the committee. Obviously, a hugely bipartisan bill, so I would oppose the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Ms. Chu. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Aye.
Those no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The clerk will call the roll.
Recorded vote.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tenney? Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? Ms. Van Dyne? Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Malliotakis? Ms. Malliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Smucker. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, no. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Tenney. Ms. Tenney, no. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, no. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, no. Mr. Miller. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Ms. Sewell is not recorded. Ms. Sewell, yes. Chairman Smith? No. Chairman Smith? No.
How was Dr. Murphy recorded?
Dr. Murphy is recorded no.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 18, the noes are 22.
The amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Ms. Plaskett.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
The clerk will distribute the amendment. A point of order has been reserved. The gentlelady will suspend while the clerk distributes. Ms. Plaskett is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On February 22nd, 2022, pursuant to Section 332G of Tariff Act of 1930, Chairman Neal sent a letter to the U.S. International Trade Commission requesting that USITC conduct an investigation and provide a report on Haiti's history of international trade since 1980, with special attention paid to SBERA, Generalized System of Preference, Caribbean Basin Trade Partners Act, and Hope Health Preference Programs, and the impact on Haiti's economy and workers. Reported to Congress on December 23, 2022, the investigation found that the U.S. preference programs had played an important role in the trade relationship between the United States and Haiti and the development of Haiti's apparel sector. It found that Haiti experienced a surge in foreign direct investment following the implementation of Hope 1 in 2026, Hope 2 in 2008, and the Haiti Economic Lift Program Act HELP in 2010. Haiti's FDI stock grew rapidly during this time, about 17% per year, from $300 million in 2006 to $1.74 billion in 2017. The USITC also found that U.S. imports from Haiti generally increased after the implementation of each U.S. preference program from 1980 to 2021. U.S. apparel imports from Haiti quadrupled after the Caribbean Basin Trade Partnership Act and Hope 1, Hope 2 HELP programs went into effect. increasing from $231 million in 2001 to $994 million in 2021, with T-shirts accounting for a large proportion of the increase. In 2021, 23% of total imports entered the United States under CBTPA program and 67% under the Hope 1, Hope 2 health programs. Adding the two programs together, more than 90% of Haiti's export economy involves textile production to use as customers in the United States. Haiti is our neighbor. Haiti's an ally, and if it's to move towards a brighter and more prosperous future, Haiti needs to be supported such that Haitians are able to do more than produce textiles. We owe some debt to this nation, and it would be in our interest to expand the amount of industry that the United States is engaged with in Haiti. If not us, China will. As I talk to other leaders of CARICOM nations, they are engaging more and more in the business sector with China. My amendment follows directly the footsteps of this committee's request from 2022, but goes far beyond in scope. The amendment that I'm offering simply directs the Department of Commerce, the Office of U.S. Trade Representative, the United States International Trade Commissions, and other applicable agencies to study trade preference structures, economic support, technical assistance, which would facilitate diversification of Haiti's economy beyond textile productions. We've seen how important the textile industry is. How much more would it be if we as a committee had the necessary study and information to, in the next round, be able to expand that? It's imperative that we support Haiti, not only in providing the support in these industries, but for us to be knowledgeable on what other areas of American businesses would be best suited to support domestic security and a path to economic possibilities in Haiti. I'm asking my colleagues to support this amendment, which is not an expansion, is not asking for more, simply requesting a study to determine which other industries we as American businesses might benefit in providing more net security in Haiti, more engagement and partnership, and as well, more support and export monies coming into the United States. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Dr. Murphy is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm intrigued by the idea. At first glance, I think it is an interesting concept, and I would commit to working with my colleague on this issue because I do think this is an important issue. I would just say this particular bill is just not the vehicle for this right at this point in time, and so I will absolutely 100% commit to us working on this moving in the future, but I'm just going to oppose it otherwise. Thank you.
Mr. Murphy, if I may ask you?
Sure.
You state that the bill, which speaks directly to increasing and working on Hope Help programs, would not be an appropriate vehicle to do this. How would you best see this?
So here's the problem when we're handed amendments right here at the last minute without seeing them beforehand. I would love to sit down and discuss this. That's just the issue. I mean, this is the only problem. I wish we could see these beforehand, sit down, discuss, and actually say, hey, maybe this is good. So let's just do that after this, and maybe we can pull something off that really would be mutually beneficial.
Thank you.
Others wishing to speak on the amendment? Seeing none, clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Dr. Murphy?
No.
Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tenney? Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Smucker? Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? No. Mr. Miller? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith? No.
Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 18 and the noes are 22.
The amendment fails. Are there other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment. Without further amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying yes. Yes. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeses have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 6504 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 6504 as amended to the House of Representatives. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
Yes.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Ms. Tenney. Ms. Tenney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliatakis. Ms. Maliatakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Yes. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yakum. Mr. Yakum, yes. Mr. Miller. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Delbene. Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez. Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett. Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi. Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Miller. Ms. Sanchez. Chairman Smith.
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 41 and the noes are 0.
There being 41 yeses and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 6504, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 6504 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. Our next order of business is H.R. 4930, legislation to expand the sharing of information with respect to suspected violations of intellectual property rights in products being imported into the United States. The United States has long been the leader in the development of innovative intellectual property precisely because, as a nation, we have well-established protections for those developing IP. Like all property rights, IP protections ensure entrepreneurs can and will invest in developing the next innovation because they have strong and enforceable legal protections against theft. Under current law, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, which enforces our laws regarding the import of products into the United States, is very limited in its ability to share relevant, actionable intelligence with businesses and other stakeholders who have a legitimate and vested interest in stopping the importation of goods that violate their intellectual property rights. This legislation will increase the ability of CBP to share information on goods that may violate intellectual property rights. It makes common sense updates that CBP has requested for several years. during both the Biden and Trump administrations. Better coordination with the private sector means better enforcement. The sponsor of this legislation, Representative Moore, has been a strong champion of American innovation, given that his home state of Utah is an epicenter for the development of cutting-edge technology and entrepreneurship. That's why they call them the silicone slopes. I did not know that. Okay, well, I appreciate his leadership on this issue, as well as Representative Schneider's co-sponsorship of this bill, as the committee looks to reform our trade policies to protect the rights of American businesses and strengthen American leadership. I'm pleased to recognize the sponsor of this bill, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Silicon Slopes is the next coolest thing and taking over the world, as we would say. Thank you again for including H.R. 4930, which I'm calling the Counterfeit Notification Act, in today's markup. I introduced this bill with my colleague Brad Schneider from Illinois to target the influx of counterfeit goods entering the United States and allow our Customs and Border Patrol officers to share real-time information with businesses, e-commerce platforms, and logistics companies. So to put things in perspective, in fiscal year 2023, CBP seized more than $2.7 billion worth of counterfeit goods at the U.S. border. These illicit materials pose serious national security and health to American citizens due to their poor quality, clear safety hazards, as well as the potential that they were produced under conditions of slavery or forced labor. Under current law, when CBP suspects a particular shipment might be counterfeit, they are only allowed to publicize very limited information about shipments in question. They are not allowed to share, for example, labels, invoices, or packing slips that identify the product's country of origin. With the business community, e-commerce platforms like Etsy and Amazon, or logistics carriers like DHL, UPS, and FedEx. They cannot share it with those entities. My bill gives CBP explicit authority to share this relevant information with companies, carriers, and platforms when they receive a questionable shipment. This means that CBP will now be able to recognize and flag patterns of behavior like repeat senders of mass shipments, drop addresses used by organized counterfeiters, and common entry ports or air routes for suspected counterfeit goods. This is a common sense bill that will strengthen U.S. national security, kneecap bad actors, and protect the IP of American companies. I look forward to seeing its swift passage through committee today, and I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member, Ms. Moore, for her opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I am so delighted to yield my time to Mr. Schneider, the co-sponsor of this legislation.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I want to thank the Chairman. In particular, I want to extend my gratitude and appreciation for my friend and colleague, Congressman Blake Moore, for working closely on this bill, H.R. 4930. As he noted, this bill takes important steps because counterfeit products can be extremely dangerous to consumers and present serious safety and public health concerns. H.R. 4930, the Counterfeit Notification Act, gives the U.S. Customs agents the tools that they need to better identify counterfeit and pirated products and prevent them from getting in the hands of American consumers. Our bill gives Customs and Border Protection authority to share all relevant information with companies, carriers, and shipping platforms when agents believe counterfeited or pirated products are coming into the country. These include working directly with the intellectual property owners and with parties involved in the supply chain to better intercept counterfeit goods. I'm proud that our bill is supported by a number of organizations, including the International Anti-Counterfeiting Coalition, the Alliance of Automotive Innovation, the Alliance for Safe Online Pharmacies, the American Apparel and Footwear Association, the Baby Safety Alliance, the Transnational Alliance to Combat Illicit Trade, and many more. Mr. Chairman, I request that this letter of support be included in the record. This is a common sense technical bill that helps customs agents identify counterfeit goods and keep Americans safe. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to the consideration of H.R. 4930, a bill to expand the sharing of information with respect to suspected violations of intellectual property rights in trade. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with the green sheets explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Josh Sneed, Chief Trade Counsel, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, and once again, Acting Ranking Member Moore. H.R. 4930 has one section. This bill authorizes Customs and Border Protection, or CBP, to share with private sector stakeholders certain information about imported merchandise when CBP has a reasonable suspicion that the merchandise violates U.S. intellectual property laws, specifically those that protect trademarks and copyrights. H.R. 4930 expands CBP's current authority to share such information in two ways. First, it expands the type of information CBP may share. Among other additions, this bill would allow CBP to share non-public information about the merchandise that was generated by an online marketplace with freight forwarders or other entities that play a role in the sale or importation of the merchandise. And second, this bill expands the scope of whom CBP is authorized to share such information with. Current law allows CBP to share such information only with the owner of the trademark or copyright at issue. This bill would expand that authority to also include other parties with an interest in the merchandise, allowing broader public-private partnerships to enforce American intellectual property laws. CBP has requested these changes for several years during both the Biden and Trump administrations and has indicated that under current law it has concerns that the Trade Secrets Act may prevent it from sharing information that otherwise would be very helpful to enforcing intellectual property laws. That concludes my technical walkthrough.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I ask my question, I just want to confirm this letter from a dozen organizations supporting this bill can be included in the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. So, Mr. Sneed, in the Ains on page 2, line 15, the bill appears to require CBP to provide notification to the person that it has transmitted information to the person. That strikes me as a little bit redundant, at least, and certainly it is confusing. Just to confirm, the intent of the legislation is to provide notice to the rights holders beyond just the owner. Those parties that are listed in subsection B 1-4, that CBP is sharing or seeking information from the third parties included in subsection 5, specifically any other parties, at page 3, line 1.
That's correct. That is the intent. When that information is shared with non-rights holders to notify the rights holder that that information had been shared.
Great, thank you. Under the amendment in the nature of a substitute, the Commissioner has been given the authority to draft regulations that would guide the notification provision. I'd like the record to reflect that the intent of this bill is that CBP should provide notice to rights holders, that is, it is sharing information with third parties, and that the regulations should be drafted to reflect that intent. Thank you, and I yield back.
Are there additional technical questions? Seeing none, we'll move to strike the last word. Does any member wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we will move to amendments. Does any member have an amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, with no amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 4930 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 4930 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan.
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Hearn. Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller. Mrs. Miller? Yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? Yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? Yes. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? Yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? Yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? Yes. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis? Yes. Mr. Carey? Yes. Mr. Carey? Yes. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum? Yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? Yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? Yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Miller? Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Evans? Mr. Horsford? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith? Yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 40, the noes are 0.
There being 40 yeses and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 4930 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 4930 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our next order of business is H.R. 227, the Clergy Act. Social Security is the foundation of a secure retirement for the 70 million Americans who receive a benefit check each month and a promise to the more than 180 million Americans who contribute to the system with each paycheck. Each year, around 2,000 clergy members choose to opt out of contributing to and receiving Social Security benefits based on their ministerial services. Under current law, once they leave the system, they cannot rejoin. This bill before us creates a one-time window for clergy who wish to rejoin the system to opt back into participating in it. Clergy members faithfully offer hope, wisdom, and guidance to their congregations week after week. Many Americans have stories of a clergy member walking with them through a tough period in their life. My own father was a pastor in my hometown, and I watched him give his time and his counsel to the members of our church. I want to thank Representatives Fong and Thompson for introducing this legislation at the request of the people that they represent in California. Our faith leaders deserve to retire with dignity after years of serving their congregations and communities. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. The
How about
ranking member,
Texas?
are you the
I'll be
ranking member,
for
Mr. Doggett?
just for a moment.
All right, I
don't want to scare you.
recognize that. You did.
Yeah.
So represent the ranking member, Mr.
I'll
Doggett.
yield to Mr. Thompson, the sponsor of the bill.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, first I'd like to thank my Republican colleague, Representative Fong, for his partnership on this issue. This is how the legislative process should work. Democrats and Republicans coming together to solve real problems for the people we serve. For 9 decades, Social Security has done exactly what it has promised, protecting workers, retirees, people with disabilities, and saving families from poverty. And because it's so successful, our job here should be to make it easier, not harder, for Americans to participate and benefit from Social Security. Under current law, clergy can opt out of paying Social Security taxes if they choose not to receive the benefits when they retire. Our clergy members are pillars of every community, providing spiritual and emotional guidance in times of joy and times of hardship. My Clergy Act would provide members of the clergy a 2-year window to opt back in, pay their Social Security taxes, and secure these earned benefits. But if we're going to make Social Security work better for the American people, we must double down on protecting it from those who wish to tear it down. We can't talk about strengthening this program on one hand while ignoring ongoing efforts on the other side to weaken it or to privatize it. Repeatedly, we've heard proposals from our Republican colleagues who have called for reforms or quote-unquote tough choices. Let's be honest about what that means. Cuts to benefits, delayed retirement, a move to privatization, and undermining guaranteed benefits that generations have come to count on. Democrats reject that proposal. We believe Social Security is a promise, not a bargaining chip. In this committee, we have a choice. We can work together to ensure Social Security remains strong for generations to come, or we can go down the road of cuts and uncertainty that jeopardizes the retirement security of millions of America. I believe we should make sure Social Security stands strong for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 227, the Clergy Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of amendment. Before I recognize Mr. Ritter, I want to inform members that votes have been called on the House floor, and I intend to call a recess following Mr. Ritter's remarks and to call the committee back to order immediately following the vote series. I will now turn it over to Mr. Ben Ritter, Tax and Social Security Policy Advisor, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. As introduced by Representatives Fong of California and Thompson of California, H.R. 227 allows for the permanent revocation of an exemption from payment of Self-Employment Contributions Act, or SECA, taxes on income associated with ministerial services performed by certain church ministers, members of a religious order, and Christian Science practitioners, who, for the purposes of this walkthrough and subsequent technical questions, will hereinafter collectively be referred to as clergy. Under current law, a member of the clergy can apply for and receive an exemption from paying SECA taxes on income associated with his or her performance of ministerial services. These SECA exemptions must generally be granted early in the clergy member's ministry and are permanent once granted. Consequently, these members of the clergy do not contribute to or receive benefits from the Social Security, retirement, or disability programs based on their ministerial work histories. H.R. 227 would provide members of the clergy who have been granted a SECA tax exemption for their ministerial earnings with a time-limited window to apply for a permanent revocation of that exemption. This window would conclude on the due date of the federal income tax return of the applicant's second taxable year after December 31st, 2027. H.R. 227 also requires the Commissioner of Internal Revenue, in consultation with the Commissioner of Social Security, to provide the House Committee on Ways and Means and the Senate Committee on Finance with a plan to inform members of the clergy of their eligibility to revoke their SICA exemptions within 90 days of enactment. As described in the green sheet distributed yesterday, the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute modifies the start date at which a member of the clergy may file an application for a revocation of their exemption from taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2027 to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2028. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee. This concludes my walkthrough, and I welcome any questions related to the technical nature of the amendment and the nature of a substitute.
Thank you. As announced, the committee will stand at recess until immediately following the vote series. order. We're on technical questions. Are there any technical questions? Mr. Larson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the authors of the bill, Mr. Thompson, Mr. Fong. It's a common sense, straightforward bill. But, Mr. Chairman, as you heard me say in my opening remarks, well, first and foremost, I should add that I'm grateful to the Sisters of Notre Dame, and they're smiling down that we're passing this legislation. But there's so much more that needs to be done during this time of crisis. And when I say time of crisis, I think they're pretty straight and fundamental things. And I want to guess that most of you on the other side agree. But I have some technical questions, starting with, since Social Security has been invaded by Doge, who's Doge?
Sir, the bill, the amendment in the nature of a substitute would provide members of the clergy with a 2-year window with which to revoke their secret tax exemption. Happy to answer technical questions related to the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Well, my technical question is, I guess the people that are overseeing the Social Security Administration and have taken its records. We had a person who has come forward and said that these records have been stolen. They've been stolen by Doge. And I don't think anyone knows who Doge is. So my technical question is Doge in Social Security?
Sir, again, happy to answer technical questions related to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. That amendment would simply provide a 2-year window for members of the clergy to revoke their secret tax exemption.
So what's not technical about, does Doge work there?
I'm here to talk about the amendment in the nature of a substitute, which would provide a 2-year exemption for members of the clergy to revoke their secret tax exemption.
Well, in order to have this amendment, in order to revoke that, you have to have a Social Security Administration, and they have to be functioning. And there's quite a bit of discussion about the fact that they aren't. And I remember the president saying there was all kinds of fraud, abuse, and waste, et cetera. Is any of that attributed to the clergy?
I haven't heard mention of the clergy when reference in the context of what you're referencing.
Mr. Britt, I understand this is not fair for you, but it is poignant in terms of what we have before us. What we have is a major crisis. The crisis before us is that Social Security is insolvent. And everybody on this dais knows it and knows that there's action that has to take place. And while there's nothing wrong with these bills that are being proposed, they're harmless in terms of what they're doing, except they're not harmful if you happen to be sitting aside a kitchen table and wondering how you're going to make ends meet, and knowing that in more than 50 years, Social Security hasn't been enhanced across the board, and people in every one of our districts, have not seen an enhancement. And in a post-pandemic, current global inflationary time, has there ever been a time more critical for people to get paid appropriately? Thank God that we're stepping in here, no pun intended, on behalf of the clergy. But how about the 73 million Americans who are currently receiving benefits and the 300 million that participate in Social Security? I recognize that these aren't specifically technical questions, but when
technically it's determined by DOJ, and no one can even explain who DOJ is, why they're there, who hired them, what kind of accountability or vetting they had, is pretty mystifying. I yield back.
Are there additional technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, we'll move to strike the last word. Are any members wish to strike the last word? Mr. Larson.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, let me commend Mr. Thompson and Mr. Tong. And again, I think that this bill is appropriate, but to say that I'm disappointed would be an understatement. And especially for people in the audience and people who may be watching C-SPAN as well. If you don't understand what's happening right now at Social Security, you've missed it, because we've called for hearings here on this committee of cognizance, but have yet to have them. In fact, we even tried to, under our rules, under Rule 13, Clause 7 of the House of Representatives, to have an inquiry where we actually had Mr. Elon Musk come before us and tell us what exactly they're doing. But no one on this committee, if you can, I'd love to hear someone tell me who's working at DOJ and who allowed them the permission to look at all of your records and every one of your constituents' records. Every one of your constituents. And then they've taken them, stolen them, and put them in a cloud that's insecure. An insecure cloud that anyone can have access to. The American people don't understand this, and why we're not having them before our committee. If we're wrong, well, for God's sake, then let's straighten it out. Let's find out what they actually did there. Can anyone even name a person at DOJ who was unvetted, unaccountable, and talked about all the fraud, abuse, and waste? Well, where is it? Where is all that fraud, abuse, and waste that they were finding over at Social Security that led to the layoff of more than 7,000 people at Social Security, that led to closing of regional branches, to the nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly and for children? It is a shame that this Congress and this committee will not address issues that impact every single one of our constituents. How much longer before we even have a hearing? We wanted to get Elon Musk. Apparently he's above the law and doesn't have to answer to anyone. How about having the DOJ people? Are they accountable to anyone? Mr. Neal and I have asked and written and said, no, we're not going to have a hearing. We've not heard anything about our request. These are decent people on the other side of the aisle, and they know what I'm talking about. It's got to be as much of an embarrassment to them as it is, more importantly, to the American people that someone is given permission to go in and look at all their records and then stole them and put them in an unsecure cloud. For what reason did they need to do that? Why are they in there? And we were told because of all the fraud, abuse, and waste. Well, what did they find? Where is it? Why aren't they before this committee? We all know why, because the attempt is to privatize Social Security, and everybody on the other side is silent because they know that that's the truth as well. The American people need to be aware of this. Mr. Chairman, for the record, I'd like to submit articles written by the New York Times, articles written by the New York Post, published by CNN, ABC, NBC, and others that are calling upon DOJ to come forward and at least for us to have a hearing Are they all above the law where we can't question anyone? The Committee of Cognizance can't question?
Without objection, they're ordered into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you. Additional members wish to strike the last word. Mr. Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike last word. I'd like to make a few comments about this particular piece of legislation that's before us, that's been introduced by Mr. Thompson and Mr. Fong. I mean, as a member of the clergy, you're entitled, when you go into that profession and spend your life and your career focusing on helping other folks, you have the opportunity to opt out of Social Security when you start your career path. And what this piece of legislation is it allows these members of the clergy to be able to have an opportunity for a 2-year period to opt into Social Security if they so chose to, so that they can enjoy the benefits and advantages of other Social Security participants who work their careers and contribute into the Social Security program. One of the things I'd like to say, in terms of how wonderful the program is that we've had it operating for decades now, and that for over 40 years there's not been an increase in the payroll tax that's taken out of the wages of individuals, whether you're clergies or whether you're anybody else. And so it's a great program, and I think it's a program that many members of the clergy are going to be participants in and be able to join the rest of their fellow Americans who are working and participating in the Social Security system. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Additional members to strike the last word? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably reports H.R. 227 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 227 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert. Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood. Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Estes. Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker. Mr. Hearn. Mrs. Miller. Dr. Murphy. Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff. Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick. Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe. Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tenney. Ms. Tenney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach. Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore. Yes. Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne. Mr. Feenstra. Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliatakis. Ms. Maliatakis, yes. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yocum. Yes. Mr. Yocum, yes. Mr. Miller. Mr. Bean. Yes. Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson. Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis. Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sewell. Ms. Del Bene. Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore. Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle. Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer. Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans. Mr. Schneider. Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta. Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett? Yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? Yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mrs. Miller? Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? Yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Doggett? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell?
How is Ms. Miller recorded?
Mrs. Miller is not recorded. Mrs. Miller?
How
Yes.
How is Mr. Hearn recorded?
Mr. Hearn is not recorded. Mr. Hearn? Yes. Mr. Evans? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith? Yes.
How is Mr. Doggett recorded?
Mr. Doggett is not recorded. Mr. Doggett? Yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 40, the noes are 0.
There being 40 yeses and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to and H.R. 227 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 227 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our next order of business is H.R. 2716, the Ending Improper Payments to Deceased People Act. Sponsored by Representative Higgins, this legislation extends current authority, allowing the Social Security Administration to share the records of deceased individuals with the Treasury Department's Do Not Pay system, ensuring federal tax dollars only go to living eligible individuals. In 2023 alone, before this policy was even implemented, the federal government sent $1.3 billion to dead people. Current law requires the Social Security Administration to share its full death data with Do Not Pay until December 2026. This temporary sharing period has proven that this policy is effective in fighting improper payments across the federal government. In its first year alone, Treasury reported the data exchange saved American taxpayers over $108 million. This is a common sense policy and has also passed the Senate with broad bipartisan support. I want to personally thank Representative Clay Higgins for his leadership on this legislation. As a former law enforcement officer, I know he feels strongly about protecting Americans from criminals and being a good steward of their hard-earned tax dollars. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to yield my time to no better voice on this issue than the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Ranking Member Neal, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank everybody who worked on this bill. And as the chairman pointed out, as it's come over from the Senate now and amended. And on its face, of course, I think everything the chairman said is valid. Except, as I was saying earlier on the previous bill, we all know what's missing here. We all know what's going on. In February of this year, the administration forced out the acting commissioner of Social Security because Michelle King wouldn't grant DOJ access to SSA's database, which contained the personal information of every American. We then asked that Mr. Musk and DOJ come before this committee. It wasn't granted, so we followed Rule 13, Clause 7, and asked for a resolution of inquiry. It was granted, but Mr. Musk never showed up, and the resolution was defeated. And then, in fact, you guys did away with that resolution. What the minority has in the ability to call people before this committee to get essential answers about what they're doing to every single American, looking at their personal data and information. Why do they need that? What did Mr. Musk have in mind with that? Was it just because of curiosity? Why is it being placed in an insecure cloud where previously these were protected? It's why Michelle King stepped down from her position, because she would not grant access by DOJ to be able to go over every single person in this country's data and information. The new hand-picked acting commissioner opened the floodgates and let DOJ into the agency and into every American's personal information. As I said before, we introduced a resolution of inquiry, but that was turned down. Apparently, Elon Musk and DOJ are above the law. They don't have to answer to Congress. They don't have to answer to this committee. That's not how the American public feels, and that's not how the New York Times or the Washington Post or CNN feels, and that's why they all have written and editorialized about it, and yet still no action. In March, we also introduced a bill to stop DOJ from accessing American people's data at SSA, and also stop this administration from shuttering field offices that seniors and disabled workers relied on. Again, no action from the committee. After the Supreme Court didn't stop their behavior, we wrote you, Mr. Chairman, requesting that this committee hold an immediate markup on our bill to stop DOJ from accessing SSA data. And again, we heard nothing. Fast forward to August, a whistleblower comes forward and says that DOJ has copied the personal and confidential information of every single American to a vulnerable and insecure cloud. Mr. Chairman, we need to have DOJ in front of us. We need to have Elon Musk come before this committee and answer why it is. And if this committee won't do it, maybe we need the press and the media and the general public to demand of Congress what this committee and the United States Congress has not done. It is a dereliction of our duty and our responsibility to the citizens we're sworn to serve. You're going to have to answer to your citizens when they say to you, why did you let them pore over my personal data and records? I yield back.
The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 2716, the Ending Improper Payments to Deceased People Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. And without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Ben Ritter, Tax and Social Security Policy Advisor, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal, and members of the committee, as introduced by Representative Higgins of Louisiana, H.R. 2716 directs the Social Security Administration to permanently share death data obtained from states with the Department of the Treasury's Do Not Pay working system to prevent improper payments to deceased individuals. Under current law, the SSA is directed to enter into a cooperative agreement with Treasury's Do Not Pay working system for the purposes of sharing death records to prevent improper payments to deceased individuals for a 3-year period beginning in December 2023 and ending in December 2026. H.R. 2716 directs the SSA to continue sharing this data with the Do Not Pay working system permanently. As described in the green sheet distributed yesterday, the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute additionally requires that the cooperative agreement between the SSA and Treasury's Do Not Pay working system to determine Treasury's proportional share of costs associated with state death data. The amendment also includes data integrity measures to ensure that deaths are only added to a record if the SSA has clear and convincing evidence to support that the individual should be presumed to be deceased, and to allow the SSA to notify other agencies with a cooperative agreement if any erroneous records have been shared. Finally, the amendment in the nature of a substitute modifies the effective date from December 28, 2026 to December 27, 2026. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Neal, members of the committee. This concludes my walkthrough, and I welcome any questions related to the technical nature of the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Larson?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'll ask you, who is Doge?
Sir, again, happy to answer questions related to
the very people that are overseeing and looking into this,
questions.
The very people that are overseeing, why isn't it a technical question to say that the people that are doing this and creating this at Social Security, we can't find out their names? You won't have them come before the committee.
Mr. Larson, Doge is not mentioned in the House committee substitute, and what he will answer questions to are technical questions to the House committee substitute.
Well then, Mr. Chairman, will you commit to bringing Doge before us, or Elon Musk? Or will you continue to stop and block us and tell us, no, in the Congress we have to be silent? We can't ask questions, and then you ask that we only ask a technical question when you know damn well what the answer is. All of you do. Are you going to bring them before us or not?
You'll find out when I make a notice of anyone or any hearing that we have.
I think I know a no when I hear it. And so, well, since we can't ask you any relevant questions with respect to what's going on, while we have a raging fire burning like crazy for all of our constituents, what we're doing here today, however good and well-intended this legislation is, that's bringing a bucket of water to the raging fire that's going on that impacts over 300 million people, 73 million people who are currently receiving benefits, 10,000 baby boomers a day who become eligible, 5 million fellow Americans in all of our district who get below poverty level checks, and we do nothing. We give billions of dollars away to millionaires and billionaires, but we can't take care of our own constituents. And we can't even have them in front of our committee to answer questions? What kind of a democracy is this? What kind of a committee process is this? I yield back.
Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Technical questions, Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, very technical. Mr. Ritter, I want to better understand what difference this bill makes. If the Social Security Administration currently has memorandums of understanding with various agencies so that they get immediate update when someone has passed away, as I understand it, you're going to kind of get it all under one umbrella. But if those memoranda of understanding are working, this bill really does nothing.
So the Bureau of Fiscal Service has stated that they have, that in the past year where that data has been shared with Treasury Do Not Pay working system, that they have seen return on investment of around $100 million. But to your point about the current cooperative agreements with agencies, this bill would not stop those agencies from continuing those cooperative agreements. Those agencies would also be able to go to Do Not Pay's working system to, again, access similar data, but at no cost to them.
Well, is there any evidence that there's a problem here, that they're not getting, that Social Security is not promptly getting the information about people as they pass away?
It's not, to my understanding, it's not an issue with the SSA receiving the data from the states, but how that data is then disseminated to other agencies, including benefit-paying agencies, federal agencies.
So if someone made the preposterous claim that people were getting Social Security benefits when they were 150 or 350 years old, Social Security has the information now to ensure that doesn't happen.
Right. The agency has state death data.
You don't, as far as the Social Security benefit from this, you don't see that Social Security is going to get any benefit and be able to do its job any better if this bill passes or it doesn't?
I think the benefit would be to the other agencies that don't currently access death data.
Who are those agencies and what benefit will there be?
So the SSA currently has cooperative agreements with 8 federal agencies, but there's another 70 agencies that could have access to death data through the Do Not Pay working system that currently don't access death data directly with the SSA. So
has there been any expression of concern or indication that there's a problem out there, or is this just a bill in search of a problem?
So again, the Bureau of Fiscal Service has shown that there's been a reduction, identification of around 100 million improper payments just the first year of implementation alone. So this bill would extend the current pilot program indefinitely.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Neal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ritter. Can you tell this committee with all certainty to reassure us that there is nobody 300 years old receiving a Social Security check?
To my knowledge, sir,
You're dubious,
don't
at
believe
least.
so.
Thank you. How about maybe 200 years old?
Sure, without having those records in front of me, I couldn't answer that with 100% certainty.
How about 150 years old?
Same answer as previously, sir.
Okay, so if we could get those records, would you be prepared to confirm the evidence?
Sure, without having that in front of me, I'd have to double check.
Thank you, Mr. Ritter.
Are there additional technical questions?
A technical question, Mr. Chairman? Yep.
Seeing none, we will move to strike the last word. Mr. Schweikert, I'll go with you to strike the last word. Any members wish to strike the last word? Mr. Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Social Security is clearly our most successful and essential federal initiative that is providing modest retirement, disability, and survivor benefits to about 69 million Americans. It is a social insurance contract with every American paying in every day that they are working, with a federal promise of reliable monthly checks and economic security in retirement and times of disability. And for about 22 million Americans, Social Security is the difference between living and poverty, and for 40%, it's more than half of their income. It's what puts food on the table, lights on, week after week. Despite its immense success, some Republicans continued the drive to undermine Social Security, and leading the charge is a fellow named Donald J. Trump. You'll remember that President Trump appointed Elon Musk, who proclaimed that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme, and gave him authority to go over and raid the Social Security Administration and weaken it just as much as possible. For months, DOGE, or what I call the Department of Government Evisceration, promoted related lies. Undermining the ability to deliver checks and quality service, the Trump administration, through DOGE, abruptly fired thousands of Social Security workers, and it continues to enact erratic policy changes. Now the plan, within the last few days, after telling people they had to go to a Social Security office to get any help, now it is to cut in-person office visits at Social Security offices around the country in half, cut them in by 50%. Just another effort to obstruct Americans' access to their hard-earned benefits. It's all a ploy to undermine Americans' confidence in this vital program so that nobody is surprised when one day their monthly payments arrive late or eventually come inadequately from an insufficient trust fund. And when President Trump came and addressed a joint session of this Congress this year, he devoted time to laugh and ridicule about Social Security operations at length, claiming that payments might be going out to people that were born 150 years ago, going out to people who were born before America became a country. What total nonsense. Thanks to Social Security's anti-fraud guardrails, that is not happening. Today's bill is trivial. In fact, as the Republican witness just indicated, it does absolutely zero for Social Security. It just creates the appearance that Republicans are doing something about this supposed fraud that doesn't exist. The sharing of information about deaths is already happening, and an independent investigation found that Social Security has an incredible success rate with less than 1% of improper payments, and many of those are actually underpayments, not overpayments. The Trump regime is perpetuating the spirit of those who tried to block FDR's creation of Social Security in the first place. The Republican congressman who claimed that Social Security would, quote, enslave workers, and another Republican congressman who declared, quote, the lash of the dictator will be felt. And not to be outdone, a sitting Republican senator in this Congress has said that what we need to do is pull it up by the roots and get rid of it. That's what we're concerned about. Republicans, of course, have a curious and rather narrow interest in fraud. Trump has been busy pardoning one fraudster after another. We haven't heard a peep from Republicans not about his wrongful pardons, nor within the very first days of his inauguration, his abrupt and unjustifiable firing of Social Security's Inspector General. That's the watchdog over at Social Security who's responsible for dealing with fraud and protecting taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. And just in 1 year, that Inspector General previously saved Social Security about $12.4 billion through audits and investigations. And House Republicans have remained totally mute all this year as Trump has continued to fail to nominate a replacement Inspector General. Just as they yell fraud as an excuse to replace Obamacare with Nothing Care, while reinstating the suspended insurance brokers that created the problem, they are yelling fraud about Social Security. And really, Treasury Secretary Bessent, blew the cover because recently he indicated that their big ugly bill is a, quote, backdoor to privatize Social Security. Social Security is life-saving, it's irreplaceable, it's a social contract. Americans deserve a restored watchdog, an efficient program that ensures swift and easy access to their payments and consumer assistance. I yield back.
Additional members who wish to strike the last word. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. This bill, unfortunately, is a solution in the hunt for a problem. Everyone agrees that improper payments to deceased individuals should not happen. The reality is they rarely happen in the first place. Social Security already has a robust safeguard. They maintain a comprehensive death data system. Treasury already cross-checks death records, and independent audits show that this is working. And I'd like to submit for the record, Mr. Chairman, a Social Security Administration report by the Inspector General. Some of us remember when there used to be Inspector Generals before this administration got rid of them. And this Inspector General report that I'm asking to be submitted for the record shows that less than 1% of payments made are improper. And even less than those go to deceased individuals. And as Mr. Doggett has pointed out, a lot of the errors that they find are underpayments. So these are Social Security recipients who didn't get what they were fully owed. Since this legislation just makes permanent a practice that is already in use to prevent fraud, I'll support it. But let's not lose sight of the fact that this is simply a Republican-manufactured crisis to undermine trust in Social Security. It allows Republicans to claim Social Security is full of waste, fraud, and abuse. Waste, fraud, and abuse that the administration has yet to point out, yet to prove. In fact, I asked the Attorney General for information on ongoing criminal investigations and/or convictions relating to this alleged fraud, because fraud is a crime. And surprise, surprise, I haven't heard a peep back from the Attorney General. So I'd like to enter, Mr. Chairman, into the record my letter to the Attorney General asking to have record of these crimes or alleged crimes and/or conviction.
Both items submitted, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe if it's part of the official record, she'll take time to read it and respond to it. So, Madam Attorney General, my letter is now in the congressional record. Please read it. Please respond to Congress as to whether or not you're doing your job, or is there a job to do? Has there been waste, fraud, and abuse? Are you pursuing this, or is just more malarkey to cast doubt on the Social Security system? If my Republican colleagues were serious about preventing improper payments, they would fully fund the Social Security Administration, remove the hiring freezes, provide the money necessary to modernize the system, and stop using Social Security as a political prop. This bill is unnecessary, unproductive, and part of a broader campaign to undermine trust in the most successful program that the federal government has ever set forth. I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle can appreciate the anger that we have. Think about this. The nation's #1 anti-poverty program for the elderly. The nation's #1 anti-poverty program for children. The nation's #1 disability program that more veterans utilize than they do the VA. 10,000 baby boomers a day become eligible for Social
Security. More than 5 million of our fellow Americans, most of them women, and most of them women of color, get below poverty level checks, having paid into a system all their lives because of congressional inaction. There has not been comprehensive reform to Social Security since Richard Nixon was President of the United States. Here we are in this post-COVID global inflationary period where wealth inequality is at an all-time high, and the Congress of the United States could be helping out those that are on fixed income who get hurt the most during this time, and instead we turn our backs on the people that need our assistance the most, and we're voting on legislation that takes away people's insurance from 15 million people and has another 20 million people see their insurance rates go up. And the very people that live in every one of your districts aren't seeing their Social Security check enhanced for the first time since 1971. This is where the anger comes, because it's beyond the pale that what Elon Musk is up to is privatization. Boy, and wouldn't he like to get his hands on that $2.7 trillion. Mr. Chairman, that's what this is all about. It's about $2.7 trillion of the people's money. American people, rise up. Be on the alert. This is what's going on here. That's why no one will be coming before this committee to testify. That's why the press and the media have to intensify and inform the public, because you're not going to hear it from this Congress. You're never going to see witnesses that are coming before this committee to talk about what is essentially the lifeline to every single American, and especially during these times when people are struggling to make ends meet. And what would this do? It would be the best economic development plan that we would have in the country, because all 435 congressional districts, on average, receive $280 million a month. That hasn't been changed since 1971 either. And where do they spend that money, Mr. Chairman? Right back in the communities that they live, right back in each and every one of these 435 districts. And you won't even allow a hearing, let alone on a vote. American people demand a vote. When we're in charge, we'll put legislation that will enhance Social Security across the board. Make sure that there's no more taxes on Social Security. Make sure that more than 5 million people don't get below poverty level checks after having paid in all their lives. This is not Republican or Democrat or unaffiliated. It's American, and the most important thing we can do. I yield back.
Mr. Arrington.
I've almost forgotten exactly what this bill is being proposed to do and to achieve. While I appreciate some of these ancillary issues, ancillary to the bill that's being proposed, I can't for the life of me understand why anyone would oppose preventing waste, fraud, and abuse and exercising our oversight in
So you all will support this bill, I assume?
Will the gentleman yield?
No, let me finish my, well, I just heard a lot of criticisms, and then I heard some rants about things that I don't know are relevant to what we're trying to do, so I was.
They're very
so
relevant.
We do have bipartisan support for protecting tax dollars and preventing bad information, deceased individuals being used to defraud the federal government. That is universally accepted, and I'm glad to know.
My friend,
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Well, let me
Go ahead.
Mr. Arrington, you're a pretty knowledgeable guy. What did you think of when the President of the United States stood in the well of the House and said there were 300-year-olds getting Social Security benefits?
Well,
we're fired up about it?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Well, maybe 200-year-old, down to 150.
Well, I would ask you the same question. When the GAO, not Donald Trump and not President Biden, but nonpartisan GAO said that there were tens of thousands of Social Security numbers from deceased individuals that are being used to draw down the enhanced premium tax credit, how did you all feel about it? Because right now, and I hate to get off on this tangent, but right now, y'all are asking for a clean extension of it. We're not putting any of the program integrity measures that we're talking about here. We're not talking about the program integrity measures we passed in the big, beautiful bill that saved $185 billion. Hold on ACA, saved $185 billion of hard-earned sacred treasure of our fellow citizens because of the anti-fraud measures and financial controls we put in place. And it was $1 trillion overall. I get the whole question about President Trump, but I think the more relevant question from the nonpartisan CBO that says over 6 million ineligible people drew down the subsidy. Actually, they didn't draw it down, but they used 6 million ineligible people, somebody, to have a subsidy go to an insurance company that could have gone to somebody that was eligible and qualified.
First, as far as this bill is concerned today, you understand that your witness has just testified, as far as waste, fraud, and abuse or anything else, this bill provides absolutely zero benefit to the Social Security Administration.
But let me make sure I understand.
Yep.
The pilot program that used the database of Social Security so that we prevented people using deceased individuals to defraud the government, to strengthen the do not pay program at the Treasury, has saved in 1 year $109 million.
It's claimed that those savings relate to other agencies. There may be some others collateral benefit, but in terms of you're talking about waste, fraud, and abuse for Social Security, Social Security won't benefit at all.
I'm talking about using Social Security's database so we prevent waste, fraud, and abuse across the government, which has happened. And then one last point, and then I can yield back. But one of the confusing points was the line of questioning about DOGE. With what's happening in Minnesota, with the reports of $5 trillion, that's on the high end, but upwards of $4.5 trillion fraud system-wide.
You understand none of that has to do with Social Security.
But I'm just saying, with all of that, why wouldn't we want to deploy every resource and all the energy that we can muster as a committee and every committee to ensure we steward that? And so DOGE, while that's fine to have the discussion debate, DOGE wasn't even a gleam in the eye of anybody.
How about just restoring the Inspector General?
But in 2020,
watchdog.
But 2023, listen, if $5 trillion is the amount of money over the budget window of fraud, and it's about $2 trillion now on improper payments over 10 years, somebody's not doing a good job. Somebody.
That's right.
And it's probably all of us.
Inspector General can't do the job at all.
But my last point is this. DOGE, all these questions about DOGE are really irrelevant to this.
No, they are relevant. They're entirely
the
relevant.
crediting of Social Security, the firing of the employees that are responsible for fraud protection.
This program started in 2023. 2023 is when it was enacted, actually started in 24. President Biden was in the Oval Office. There was no DOGE. We should get off of that. We can debate it. We can have that conversation, but I just find it to be not
when
really
DOGE goes in and fires the very people responsible for preventing fraud, lays them off, that's very relevant to this. And when he fires people and closes offices and people can't go in and get their Social Security information, that undermines Social Security. That's what the concern
I
is.
yield.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Del Bene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. While I'm supportive of the amendment in the nature of a substitute, I think I would be remiss if I also don't highlight the much larger concerns I have regarding this administration's mishandling of Americans' sensitive data. We can all agree that we want government to run as securely and efficiently as possible and to use every available tool to prevent waste, fraud, and misuse of taxpayer dollars. But what we apparently don't all agree on is whether it's acceptable for the Trump administration to build a vast database containing confidential data on every American, or to turn a blind eye to a whistleblower's allegation that DOJ uploaded a copy of a database containing hundreds of millions of Americans' Social Security numbers, birth dates, and home addresses to a vulnerable cloud server with no explanation. If Republicans really want to get serious about taxpayer data protections and stamping out wasteful spending and mismanagement, they would call out this inappropriate behavior, ensure our government agencies are appropriately staffed, and fund vital resources to better serve working families, and to do oversight in this committee. I hope we will have that conversation as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Mr. Estes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I just want to talk a little bit more. There's been a lot of debate back and forth about what really we are debating here. You know, this bill, H.R. 2716, Ending Improper Payments to Deceased Peoples Act, is really focused on the Treasury Bureau of Fiscal Services. Treasury Bureau of Fiscal Services pays a lot of payments for federal agencies, Social Security as well as a host of other agencies. And as part of that process, they have a do not pay file, which means you don't pay for people that aren't eligible for some reason or another. I'm very familiar with that process, just from a standpoint of we had a do not pay file in the state of Kansas, and it was utilized to help make sure that the proper payments were being made across whatever state agencies were. And also want to add to this mix is that, 3 years ago, roughly, in the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, it was authorized that the Treasury's Bureau of Fiscal Services could have access to the Social Security's Death Master File. Social Security's Death Master File is the best, if maybe not the only, national database that tracks people that have passed away. It consolidates from the different states and pulls together from vital statistics of individuals that have passed away and been reported as deceased. That's just one source of information that can be useful for Treasury's fiscal services to actually make sure that proper payments are made across all industries. And so the intent here of this bill is with the Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021, we have seen that in 2024, during that course of that year, there was almost $109 million in improper payments across the federal government that was halted because of being able to access the data from the Death Master File in Social Security that helped the Treasury's do not pay file do its job most efficiently. That's a small piece of the anticipated or expected $162 billion in improper payments, but it's a good piece in terms of helping taxpayers do that process. Now, this pilot program expires next year, and without this piece of legislation, Treasury would not be able to get this information, would not be able to utilize it in the processing of payments that they make for various agencies across the federal government. So the value of this piece of this bill is actually making sure that Treasury is more efficient in making sure that it prevents as much as possible waste, fraud, and abuse across the federal government. So I'm an advocate, and I encourage my colleagues to support for this bill. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Chu.
I move to strike the last word. The Department of the Treasury has had temporary access to the Social Security Administration's death master file since December 2023, thanks to a pilot program. I support the intent of H.R. 2716, the bill before us today, to make that access permanent. But we cannot talk about this bill without acknowledging the current administration's history of misusing data, and specifically of falsifying SSA's death record to weaponize it against immigrants in this country. The Death Master File is supposed to be the most complete and accurate federal database of individuals reported to have died. Yet this past April, President Trump's Social Security Administration placed more than 6,000 living immigrants onto the Death Master File. These were all people who had legal status and had lawfully obtained Social Security numbers, but the Trump administration decided to revoke their legal status, and then SSA falsely marked them as deceased. And this immediately sent these individuals' lives into chaos, because being added to the Death Master File revokes your ability to legally work in this country. It triggers financial institutions to shut down your bank accounts, credit cards, mortgage, and other vital accounts. Many of these people had to go into an SSA field office to prove they were still alive, and then start the arduous process of restoring their lives. After strong public outcry and legal challenges, the administration finally reversed course and removed these living people off the Death Master File, marking them as unverifiable instead. And why did the administration do all this? Well, Social Security Commissioner Frank Bisignano brazenly admitted that they are intentionally shutting down immigrants' financial lives to try to get them to self-deport. So while I'm glad the amendment in the nature of a substitute of the bill before us today includes a provision to prohibit the Social Security Administration, the Commissioner, from ever adding an individual to the death record unless there is clear and convincing evidence the person is actually dead, I am incredibly troubled that such a provision would be necessary in the first place. It should be totally unthinkable for an administration to falsify a government database for any reason, let alone to target a group of people. And yet this is exactly the kind of unconscionable actions this administration has taken over and over again. Just to name a few, recently we learned that SSA is sharing Social Security data with the Department of Homeland Security to target immigrants, the same DHS that's been disappearing people off the streets with no due process. And then, in August, a whistleblower reported about how DOJ members at SSA uploaded all our Social Security data to an unsecured cloud server, jeopardizing the privacy and security of every single American. And we still don't know what our private data is being used for and who has access to it. And then there are the thousands of staff layoffs at SSA which have resulted in absurdly long wait times, backlogs, and delays for our constituents who are just trying to access their earned benefits. Instead of fixing the customer service crisis, the administration is simply covering up the problem by removing a bunch of performance data from their website. And finally, there are the administration's relentless lies about Social Security, from the ridiculous claim that tens of millions of dead people were getting Social Security benefits, which has been totally debunked, to Trump's billionaire Secretary of Commerce saying that if benefits were halted, only fraudsters would complain. Yet my colleagues on the Republican side have refused to speak out or do anything to hold this administration accountable. So while I would support the bill we are voting on today, let us not forget that this administration is waging an all-out attack against Social Security, against immigrants, and against the privacy and security of every single American. Democrats won't stop fighting to hold the administration accountable, and I urge Republicans to join us. I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Ms. Moore for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to associate myself with the comments of my Democratic colleagues on the dais here, that ultimately we have seen the Republican Party consistently trying to undermine the security of Social Security, undermine the privacy of Social Security, and actually to steal the data. It seems like only yesterday, as I sit here next to Ms. Chu, that we went into Speaker Johnson's office when the Doge boys broke in, and the first place that they broke into was the Social Security records. That's where they started. And we asked the Speaker, where was the data? What were they doing with it? And he was very honest with us. He had no idea. He did not know. And I tell you, AI is that next big thing in our economy, not only in this country, but in the world. And as we look at the wealthiest people on earth, including people like Larry Page, co-founder of Google, and Jeff Bezos, Amazon, and Mark Zuckerberg of Facebook, Meta, Instagram, the next first trillionaire in data will probably be Elon Musk, the guy who sent in his Doge boys, and they put thumb drives in our system. Where is our data? Well, it's not so much a mystery where our data is now as we see some of the developments of what is being done with the data. We see these feckless lawsuits where the Justice Department somehow is being able to access people's Social Security numbers, and all of the supposed political enemies of the president, people who prosecuted him and participated in the impeachments, suddenly are on trial. We've seen this data used to undermine voting rights, and as Ms. Chu has pointed out quite eloquently, it is weaponized immigration enforcement. You know, this data now is being used to blackmail governors that if they don't give up data, that the SNAP administrative fees will be withheld. The Department of Health and Human Services in this administration is demanding health data, threatening not to pay providers if they don't provide the health data. And, you know, to your question, and he's never here when I'm talking to him, about ancillary issues. These are not ancillary issues. Of course, we agree that deceased person's information should go to Treasury, as it already does. But we're not, even former members' bills, Representative Higgins is being brought back from the grave here to push this bill forward. I want to talk about the real live human beings, all of us that are being affected, where our data is not only is it not secure, but it's being used to weaponize it against all of us, even visitors to our country. Who would come to our country when visitors are being told that you gotta give up all your social media data before you can come to the United States of America? Yep, data is that next big thing. And I would yield to Mr. Doggett the rest of my time. I can see that he is jumping.
I believe you've covered it well, and that it's just pretty clear that this bill is only cover for those who want to promote the myth that something is going wrong at Social Security and endanger the credibility and the trust that Americans have in this successful program. So we know that this bill will do nothing at all, zero from their witness to help Social Security, but it does add to the atmosphere that there's something wrong or inadequate about Social Security. And then there is the major issue, which I will address in a little while, about the invasion of our privacy with the database that they have had Doge build, because Doge didn't go over just to undermine Social Security, dismiss employees, close offices. and make Social Security less accessible.
And Mr. Doggett, it also wants us to normalize our the American people having their data used.
Precisely, and that's my
in
concern.
private ways as well as by the Justice
Expose
Department.
it so that Donald Trump can keep an eye on anyone who doesn't laud him as the great leader. And that is a major concern about the misuse of our data. But thank you for the opportunity to add these comments.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Horsford for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you to the chairman. I move to strike the last word. While I too believe that the underlying amendment in the nature of a substitute has value, the more critical and urgent matter is the one that my colleagues on the Democratic side are trying to appeal to our colleagues to understand. The far greater threat that's happening towards Social Security, and one that this committee, quite frankly, has failed to confront, is the growing vulnerability of America's most sensitive personal data. We had both a subcommittee hearing on Social Security and a full committee hearing where we heard about the largest data breach in U.S. history that was caused by Elon Musk and his so-called Doge bros, who were placed into the Social Security Administration and got access to an unprecedented amount of confidential Social Security records, access that no private actor, let alone a politically connected billionaire, should ever receive. My colleagues keep asking, well, we're just trying to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Great. Let's work towards that. And how you accomplish that is by ensuring that there is not this sensitive information, that there's no accountability for who has it, how it's being used, or why this committee hasn't brought forward those who are responsible. We heard from a courageous whistleblower who revealed that Doge personnel had copied Americans' data onto an unsecured cloud server. That means the Social Security numbers, names, addresses, these are core identifiers that define a person's entire financial and legal identity, and health record, which is a violation of law, were left exposed. And yet, this committee has done nothing about it. And the ranking member, Mr. Neal, and the ranking member of the subcommittee on Social Security, Mr. Larson, have asked time and again to conduct oversight of this administration. Multiple resolutions of inquiry, letters, passionate remarks by my colleagues during hearings and markups, and yet it's all fallen on deaf ears. And now you're going to tell us, don't worry about it, just pass this bill and we'll focus on this measure that takes a pilot and makes it permanent and not address something that affects the personal sensitive information of hundreds of millions of Americans across this country. We must convene a full committee hearing into the data breaches at the Social Security Administration. To do anything less is a cover-up. And my question to the majority, to the chairman, what are you so afraid of? What is it that they have access to that we don't want the public to know? And why can't the public know how this information, that is their personal information, is being used? Yes, we want to ensure that those who are deceased no longer receive improper payments, of course. But is that all that we're supposed to do on this committee? Absolutely not. We have a greater responsibility. We have a duty that we've been sworn to uphold on behalf of our constituents. And this committee has a responsibility to do its job. And right now, we are failing to do our job. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to strike the last word? Thank you. Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Darg, do you have an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order has been reserved. Will the gentleman suspend while the clerk distributes the amendment? The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on this amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We have established today during this markup that this particular piece of legislation offers absolutely no benefit to the Social Security Administration. It doesn't deal with waste, fraud, and abuse. It won't make it easier for anyone to achieve the full benefits of Social Security. It may or may not have some benefit for some other agencies, but as far as Social Security, it does continue the myth that there's something uncertain about Social Security and who receives it, but it won't change anything. This bill, to speak more positively about it, does appear to recognize that the federal government is not free to just roam around in your sensitive personal data whenever it wishes to. That Congress has passed laws to define what the government can and cannot do with the intimate details that it collects about each of us. This legislation would seem to affirm the principle by updating these laws to clarify when and how narrowly tailored data may occur for lawful purposes to share it. The amendment that I am offering is designed to protect those same privacy rights from a much greater and looming threat. Donald Trump has been pursuing an unprecedented project to combine all federal data on every American into a master file on every citizen, essentially a digital ID, a dossier, tracking where you live, where you work, your earnings, your bank accounts, your health information, even child support agreements, and much more. To obtain more insight into the extent of this massive project, this massive invasion of our privacy by someone who daily professes his desire for revenge and persecution of anyone that doesn't laud him as the great leader that he thinks he is, I introduced months ago a resolution of inquiry. It was joined by every Democratic member of this committee. Our resolution simply asked the administration to turn over all materials related to this massive data aggregation effort and its chosen contractor, Palantir, a company that one Silicon Valley executive once accused of, quote, building the infrastructure of the police state. And that's precisely what we are concerned with preventing. With a president whose top priority is revenge, personal enrichment for himself and his family, and self-glorification, this is deeply concerning. But beyond furthering the machinery of a police state and beyond enabling Trump to target his enemies, this centralization of data creates immense risk for every American family. It takes some of the same confidential information that's held anywhere in the federal government, Social Security earnings, histories, bank account, Medicare and Medicaid records, tax data, and it places it into a master file that is vulnerable to any malicious actor or outside threat. There's reason to be concerned about exposing our personal data to hackers. And there's more reason given the fact that a whistleblower has divulged that Social Security records of 300 million Americans were uploaded by DOJ into an unsecure cloud environment that lacked adequate security. Internal federal reviews have found alarming weaknesses in Palantir's systems. One internal U.S. Army government report described that platform as, quote, very high risk warning. So we're exposing ourselves not only the dangers of Donald Trump, but the dangers of hackers everywhere. And while Palantir denies these findings, they raise alarming concerns about how the most sensitive data could soon be linked together in one place. Despite the gravity of these issues, House Republicans don't want to deal with them. And so they came up with a nifty way to deal with it. On 2 different occasions with rules that they have passed on totally unrelated subjects, they have simply postponed the consideration of our resolutions of inquiry so that they can't be considered about these data. I do want to acknowledge one Republican, Warren Davidson, who has said Trump's arrangement with Palantir is, quote, dangerous, saying, quote, when you start combining all these data points on individuals into one database, it essentially creates a digital ID and a history that shows that power will be abused. He is correct about that, and that's what we're inquiring about. And here is something notable. Palantir has met with my staff, and they say they support this resolution. So if it's Palantir you're concerned about and they say they have nothing to hide, then support this amendment. It is a vote that would be consistent with their claims. This amendment offers one small but meaningful window into how this secretive project operates. It would require disclosure of how Social Security data has been used or misused in creating a digital ID on every American. Safeguard privacy of Americans with a little transparency, a little sunlight by adopting this reasonable amendment. I yield back.
Thank you. Before I call any other members to comment, I just want to make the comments around, I believe this is unnecessary in terms of bringing this amendment up as we focus on what we're trying to accomplish with this bill. I mean, I don't necessarily think the House should do what the Senate does, but this piece of legislation, the way it's crafted, which also includes the language to make sure that there's not incorrect changes being made and added to the Death Master file database that's transferred over to the Do Not Pay system in Treasury. I think it would upset this carefully created bipartisan bill and structure and have to go back through the process again.
Would the gentleman yield?
So I will yield.
Well, all I'm trying to do is take a bill that does nothing for Social Security and have it do something, and the something is to protect our privacy. Thank you.
Thank you, and anyone else have wish to make comments? Mr. Larson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think what the committee just heard, and I strongly support this amendment, is what a legislator does. And a person who's distinguished himself both in this committee and in the legislature over his time here has put forward a thoughtful, practical, common sense, straightforward, no BS manner of which we should handle it. I will withdraw my amendment that I have proposed because I think Mr. Doggett's amendment is broader, is better, goes directly to the point, and speaks to his eloquency in terms of what is before us and what is the real threat here to the American people. As Ms. Del Bene said, the names, addresses, birth dates, Social Security numbers of over 300 million people. This shouldn't be Democrat or Republican, or this is American. This is what we need to stand up for. And his detailed research and legislation covers the scope and raises questions that we haven't, as a committee, even had the people responsible, most notably Mr. Musk himself, and all these DOGE appointees, 24-year-olds who are unvetted, unaccountable, and have never had to come before the Committee of Cognizance and explain what they're doing? I fully support Mr. Doggett's bill. I think it is on point and necessary, and as he pointed out, directly impacts Social Security in a way that people need that protection. With that, I yield to Mr. Doggett if he needs more time.
I think you've covered it adequately. What I don't understand is why Republicans, when even Palantir, which I've questioned and have some concerns about, when even Palantir says we don't have any objection to disclosing this information, this is not legislation that's going to make a change in what President Trump is doing. It is simply exposing to sunlight what has been going on here. What happened with these 300 million records? Doesn't every American have a right of privacy that we have enshrined in law, and is it being undermined by the administration? So it is a relevant amendment. It's directly responsive to a bill that says it's concerned with privacy, but really does nothing to help Social Security. And all it does is disclose. And the opposition to it really is unreasonable, as has been the fact that not once but now twice, Republicans are so fearful of resolutions of inquiry, a proper way of exercising oversight, that they won't take them up on their own merit. They keep changing the time by which they can be considered, and I think they have now postponed it. It would have been ripe for consideration in this committee last summer. They've now postponed it until about March. And so because they won't consider the resolution of inquiry, the only method that I have for bringing this up and protecting the privacy of American citizens is to offer an amendment, a relevant amendment on this bill. And they've got to have some reason other than it adds something to a bill that does nothing for Social Security to justify opposing it. Maybe we'll hear that now as to why it is sunlight can't apply here, and this information can't be disclosed for examination when even the company that the Trump administration has hired says, we don't have any objection to your getting it. I yield back.
Any other comments on the amendment? All right, question is on agreeing to the amendment. All those in favor say yes.
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 All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the noes have it. Before we call the roll on the clerk, I just want to make an announcement to the committee that votes have been called on the floor, and after we conclude the vote on this particular amendment, we'll move into discussion on it, unless there's any other amendments. You have another amendment? I will call on you after this, just so you can. Okay, so, all right, so the clerk will call a roll on this amendment, on Mr. Doggett's amendment.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? No. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? No. Mr. Moore? No. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Yocum? Mr. Yocum? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Miller? Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Evans? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Arrington is not recorded. Mr. Arrington, no. Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, no.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 16, the noes are 24.
There being 16 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. If there's no additional amendments, the question on adoption of the amendment. If there are no additional amendments, the question on the adoption of the amendment and the nature of the substitute. All those in favor signify by saying yes. Yes. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeses have it, and the amendment and the nature of the substitute is recognized too. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 2716 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan? Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Yes. Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yocum? Mr. Yocum, yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Delbene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Ms. Plaskett, yes. Mr. Swazi? Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Miller? Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Evans? Mr. Swazi? Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith, yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 40 and the noes are 0.
There being 40 yeses and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 2716, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 2716, and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental, additional, dissenting, or minority views. With that, the House will stand recess to go vote, and we will reconvene at the conclusion of the votes on the House floor.
will reconvene. Our next order of business is H.R. 4993, the Joe Fiandra Access to Home Infusion Act of 2025. Healthcare innovation is rapidly advancing to improve care delivery for patients living with chronic conditions. For example, administering medications through at-home infusion gives seniors the freedom to receive the treatment they need in an environment that is more convenient and comfortable. Unfortunately, Medicare currently does not cover certain drug infusions in the home. This includes drug infusions that treat serious conditions affecting the heart, kidney, liver, among other organs. Instead, if Medicare beneficiaries need to receive these drugs, their only option for coverage is to travel to a doctor's office to receive the treatment. This bill provides fairness and more options for seniors by requiring Medicare to cover external infusion pumps and expanding coverage to more drugs infused through a pump. This bill's name honors the memory of an Army veteran from Representative Fitzpatrick District in Pennsylvania who was confined to a wheelchair, limiting his ability to travel to his doctor's office for infusions. He could have benefited from the policies in this legislation. I want to thank Representative Fitzpatrick for identifying this problem and leading in a bipartisan effort that fills the coverage gap. I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chairman, legislation that I authored, H.R. 4993, the Joe Fiandra Access to Home Infusion Act, is named in honor of a beloved hero in our hometown community in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, as well as his family, Joe Fiandra. Mr. Chairman, this piece of legislation codifies a proposed rule to allow access to home infusion treatments to ensure these life-saving treatments are covered under Medicare benefits. I want to thank Joe's wife, Helen, for being an amazing and tireless advocate of this legislation, which honors Joe and his legacy. Mr. Chairman, Joe was a Warrenton, Bucks County, Pennsylvania resident, a proud Army veteran who was diagnosed with amyloidosis, a rare disease, and unfortunately, Joe succumbed to this disease in June of 2022. Joe and Helen drove 2 hours for his necessary infusion every 3 weeks. But during the pandemic, Joe was able to get his infusions done at home. And when this funding ended, he was unable to continue to receive his infusions at home under Medicare. So they ended up having to drive to another state to get his infusions, creating even more of a burden of care. Unfortunately, Joe's situation is being experienced by too many Americans. And this is why I've introduced the Joe Fiandra Access to Home Infusion Act to give all of our constituents across America the choice to receive their treatments at home if they so choose. I want to thank all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who have supported this bipartisan bill. I encourage swift passage for the families like the Fiandras and others in our rare disease community. Chairman Smith, again, thank you so much for considering this bill, and I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, for his opening
Thank you,
statement.
Chairman. Let me yield my time to Mr. Doggett.
Thank you very much. This modest bill, I'm generally satisfied with now that it's been changed to ensure that consumers receive adequate information, full disclosure that infusion therapy will likely be more costly when they get it at home than in other settings. I do have some continuing concerns about the overall prices for this therapy. Yet, when you get right down to it, home infusion therapy is not the immediate healthcare action that Americans most need. The infusion we need is a little political courage for our Republican colleagues to stand up to the Trump regime on one illegal act after another. Some courage to tell him to stop coddling and pardoning healthcare criminals and instead provide meaningful law enforcement action against the fraudsters that American taxpayers deserve. Some courage to tell him that health savings accounts are just a dodge to save him politically and further enrich his donors, not a real health care plan, not a substitute for Obamacare, a subterfuge. After enacting the largest health care access cut in American history, Republicans are taking away the credits that make the coverage through the Affordable Care Act more affordable for millions. In just 3 weeks, many Americans will be paying enormous premium hikes for less protection and many unable to pay those soaring costs will lose access to a family physician. After ignoring this problem for months and ignoring it every day since they shut the government down, Republicans are now yelling fraud as an excuse to deny a mother access to care for her sick child. And while the Government Accountability Office, which gave them a report of which they were so proud last year, the bad actor that the GAO identified wasn't a cancer patient or a diabetic. It was some insurance agents and brokers that have been swindling taxpayers. The Biden administration recognized that too, and they suspended 850 brokers and agents last year due to suspected fraudulent activity. But how did the Trump handle it? Well, the Trump regime came in, and just as they have pardoned one healthcare criminal after another, Trump reinstated all 850 suspended brokers while offering no real explanation or proof that the wrongdoing had ended. Trump is putting the criminals back on the street and taking the cops off. He reportedly fired 200 staff members responsible for detecting and preventing marketplace fraud, and separately fired the Health and Human Services Inspector General, the taxpayers' watchdog who successfully saved $9.4 billion in 1 year. Punishing consumers trying to access a doctor, replacing Obamacare with nothing care, that's not a solution. Taxpayers deserve law enforcement action, not a permissive administration that trades MAGA loyalty for get-out-of-jail-free passes. As consumers face premium hikes upward of $1,000 or more per month, we need an immediate response to the health care crisis that Republicans have created. Proposals to divert affordable credits into health savings accounts fail to deliver much health. They do offer more tax shelters for the affluent. These triple advantaged accounts have become a lucrative tax shelter for wealthy Americans, with individuals earning over $1 million a year likely to make contributions. Despite health being in the name, HSAs are subject to few restrictions and have been promoted as a tool to pay for a vacation, a sauna, or even a boat. Meanwhile, HSAs are paired with high deductible plans that leave many with inadequate coverage and often leaves them stuck with surprise junk fees. A report from Senate Finance Democrats found that the same insurers which Trump and Republicans complain about on the ACA are the folks that profit from HSAs. 1/5 of active HSA accounts are owned by United Health. An analysis of United, Cigna, and Aetna's financial disclosures suggested that those insurers made over $20 billion combined in 2020 alone from managing HSAs, FSAs, and HRAs. We need an extension of the Affordable Care Act credits now to mitigate the immense harm of this health crisis. And while I agree that our healthcare system is riddled with loopholes for which corrective action is needed, I urge colleagues to be infused with the courage to punish insurance broker wrongs instead of punishing people who are just trying to get access to their physician and life-saving medications. I yield back.
The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 4993, the Joe Fiandra Access to Home Infusion Act of 2025. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Patrick Dumas, Health Subcommittee Staff Director, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until his presentation.
Thank you, Chairman Smith, Ranking Member Neal. H.R. 4993, the Joe Fiandra Access to Home Infusion Act of 2025, contains two sections. Section 1 provides for the short title of the bill. Section 2 amends Section 1861 of the Social Security Act to allow certain external infusion pumps and associated drugs to be infused at home and reimbursed by Medicare. Additionally, the section requires the Secretary of Health and Human Services to notify patients of any difference in cost-sharing requirements for choosing to elect drug delivery via home infusion. The amendment in the nature of a substitute renames the short title of the bill. This concludes the technical walkthrough, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Ms. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me, and I don't know if this is a question you can answer. It may be more appropriate for CMS, but, or maybe Mr. Doggett would yield to a question if he's here. I've always been told that the hospital settings were the most expensive settings, and yet we have a bill in front of us that says that if you choose an in-home therapy or infusion, it's going to cost more than the hospital setting. Can you explain to me why that is?
I think it will vary from place to place, but certainly many people in rural settings that take time to get folks out to them, that may be the best thing for them. I'm not making a comment on what the best setting is. I just want to be sure that everyone gets full disclosure of what the cost variance is so they can decide for themselves, is it worth having someone come to my home to provide this infusion, which may be necessary for some people. And then overall, and I'll address this in a moment, I'm very concerned that whether you get it in the hospital or you get it at home, that the prices that the patient has to pay are so much higher than they are around the rest of the world. And I think we need to address the overall question of predatory practices by pharmaceutical manufacturers.
And I guess I would, this question to you, sir, or to Mr. Doggett. This is a bill where if a home infusion basically would not be available to you unless you had a lot of money to pay the separate cost. Is this kind of a bifurcated
Ms. Moore,
benefit?
if I may, to answer the question, right now a lot of drugs that are infused by a provider for a patient, they're done in facility-based settings like a doctor's office or a hospital and reimbursed under the outpatient prospective payment system under Medicare. And for those services, patients are capped at the amount of cost sharing they would have to pay at an amount that varies each year. For next year, it's $1,739. If the patient elects to choose to receive this via home infusion, which they're not forced to do, but if they elect to do that, they don't have that cap on the cost sharing for them. They just have to pay 20% of what the service costs. So in the case that there's a drug that 20% of the drug's cost is more than that amount, that's where they would pay more money.
Will the gentlewoman yield
Yes,
for further
yes,
explanation?
yes.
My understanding is that if you get this infusion therapy in a hospital setting, whether it's in a hospital or hospital outpatient, there is a cap on what you have to pay. That cap does not exist for home infusion.
Got you. Got you. Well, I thank you for that from you, Mr. Doggett, and from you, sir. And I yield back.
Are there additional technical questions to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, we will move to strike the last word. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. As the lead sponsor of the Connect Act for Health Act to make telehealth permanent, along with my friend on this committee, Mr. Schweikert, no one has been a bigger advocate for patients to receive care at home or wherever is most convenient for them. Mr. Chairman, over 160 of our colleagues in the House and over 60 of our colleagues in the Senate agree telehealth permanence is needed to avoid another lapse in coverage as we've just gone through. However, Mr. Chairman, telehealth continues to be elusive in this committee. It baffles me that we're marking up these bills that do nothing to address the pending crisis of insurance affordability Americans face in just 3 weeks because of Republican inaction. This year, congressional Republicans have shown Americans where their priorities are. It's not on affordability for middle-class Americans. It's tax cuts for billionaire donors that add $4 trillion to our national debt while cutting health care by $1 trillion and kicking 15 million people off of their health care coverage. This is our first full committee action in nearly 3 months. Democrats have been fighting for working-class Americans to be able to afford their health insurance, while our Republican friends spent a month and a half on vacation to avoid talking about their devastating cuts to health care. Now we're finally back here as a full committee, and congressional Republicans won't even bring forward legislation to try and prevent millions of Americans seeing their insurance premiums double or triple in just the next 3 weeks. But when it comes to giving a tax cut to their billionaire donors, congressional Republicans move faster than anything on earth to pass that legislation. Hardworking Americans are suffering, and we can't even get a markup to avoid health care affordability cliff that the Republicans here in the House have created. This is shameful. It's hurting all of our constituents on both sides of the aisle, and we need to do something about it, and this committee is the place where it should start. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Davis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. The Joe Fiandra Access to Home Infusion Act aims to expand Medicare coverage in a narrow way for home infusion therapies. This bill is centered around the use of a certain pump for infusion therapy, with drug coverage as a secondary item to durable medical equipment. H.R. 4993 has a cost-sharing provision that many seniors and disabled beneficiaries have concerns with affordability relative to health insurance. However, this legislation is a good first step, but does not fit or fill all of Medicare gaps with respect to therapy infusion at home. Cost sharing is when the cost of the product and a service is divided between the patient and their health insurance. Under the Medicare Part B DME benefit, H.R. 4993 specifies that administering specific drugs be done by a home infusion therapy supplier. CMS has reported that this bill cost sharing is more than $70,000 when done in a home setting versus $24,000 in an outpatient setting. But given the fact that the big ugly bill cut $1.5 trillion from Medicaid, Medicare, and purged 15 million people from accessing health care, this bill, this therapy at home does provide some relief for individuals who have difficulty accessing the care. And for those reasons, I support it and urge its passage. And I yield back.
Ms. Delbene is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Here we are today to mark up a health bill that is largely bipartisan. The goal of this legislation is to increase access to care, which we should all be working to do. Unfortunately, this markup misses the moment we're currently in, where millions of Americans are about to lose their health coverage. Today's markup doesn't consider any legislation that would roll back the $1 trillion cut that Republicans made to our healthcare system earlier this year. It also doesn't fix the looming affordability cliff that patients who get their coverage on the ACA marketplace are facing come January 1st. If we're going to talk about healthcare, we should talk about how to solve the massive affordability crisis that congressional Republicans and the Trump administration have created. Every day I'm hearing from constituents about what will happen if Congress doesn't extend the ACA tax credits. One of my constituents from Bothell, his name is Mitch, gets his health care on the exchange. And because Republicans have refused to act on the premium tax credits, Mitch's monthly premiums will rise from $520 a month to $2,180, a 420% increase. And that's just his premiums. He needs surgery in the next few weeks that is expected to cost him over $7,300. We have a solution to this crisis that never should have existed in the first place, actually, the crisis itself. We should extend the tax credits to ensure Americans like Mitch don't have to decide between health care and housing or groceries. By the way, housing and grocery prices are also going up thanks to tariffs from Trump. If you want to talk about ways to improve the system, the healthcare system, let's talk. But don't hide behind that as an excuse to take healthcare away from millions of your constituents. We can work together to ensure that all Americans have access to quality and affordable healthcare. That should always be our goal. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Chu is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word. I strongly support efforts that expand access to care and give patients more flexibility in where and how they receive treatment. Therefore, I will be voting yes on this bill. But today's markup completely ignores the healthcare crisis barreling towards millions of Americans. That's because in just 22 days, 22 million Americans will see their Affordable Care Act premiums skyrocket because Republicans are letting the ACA premium tax credits expire. For families already stretched thin, that means hundreds or thousands of dollars more a year just to keep coverage. This is not an accident. This is an affordability crisis created by Republican inaction. Democrats have a clear, simple solution. Renew these tax credits. Republicans refuse, and Americans will suffer devastating consequences as a result. In my district alone, 61,000 people rely on these tax credits to afford coverage. A 60-year-old couple in my district making just over $80,000 a year would see their premiums soar by 283%. And a couple living in Pasadena, California, making $85,000 a year would see their monthly premium jump from $665 to more than $2,000 a month. That is outrageous. Plus, about 10 million people on the ACA marketplace are small business owners, self-employed workers, or employees of small firms. These premium hikes will crush small businesses that are already struggling, especially after the fallout from reckless tariffs and economic chaos. All of this comes just months after Republicans rammed through a law that rips over $1 trillion out of our healthcare system, guts Medicaid, weakens the Affordable Care Act, and kicks 15 million people off their insurance, all to fund tax cuts for billionaires. There are no plans to lower premiums, no plan to reduce out-of-pocket costs, and no plans to protect people with pre-existing conditions. And Republican solutions for health care? Health savings accounts, which are not insurance. An HSA will not protect you from a $100,000 cancer diagnosis or a $20,000 hospital stay. But Republicans love HSAs because they work well for the wealthy. But for working families, they're a false promise that leaves people sicker, poorer, and more exposed. Democrats, on the other hand, want to keep premiums low, strengthen the ACA, and continue lowering drug prices. We capped insulin at $35. We allowed Medicare to negotiate drug prices. We expanded ACA subsidies so families could afford care. And we will not stop until every family can access the care they need without going broke. So with only weeks left before the ACA tax credits expire, I urge my Republican colleagues to join Democrats and make addressing these devastating, imminent premium hikes the top priority for this committee before it's too late. I yield back.
Are there any other members wishing to strike the last word? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Point of order has been reserved. Clerk will distribute the amendment and I ask the gentleman to suspend while the clerk distributes.
Thank you very much. We're waiting for that all afternoon.
Mr. Doggett may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At a time when Republicans are denying health care to literally millions of Americans through the action they have taken and the inaction they have taken in more recent weeks to try to resolve the crisis that they have created for so many families, it is particularly important that we focus on the costs that are being shifted to those families and even to families that have insurance. And my concern is that this bill, without an amendment, does not adequately address that problem. It is true that under a Democratic Congress, we made very modest progress on prescription price gouging, and a few Americans have benefited from what's been done. Significant improvements are needed in that legislation. But let me just give you one example relative to this bill. It goes to Ms. Moore's question also. According to CMS, one of the drugs that this bill will authorize for home infusion, called, I think it's Onpatro, the average out-of-pocket cost, if you get that infusion in a hospital, is $24,000. The average cost, if it's in a home infusion, is $70,000. That's why it's important that this legislation was modified so that the consumer knows that. But there's a bigger problem that is not dealt with, and that is the cost of that drug, which is over $400,000. These drugs used through infusion, like so many drugs that are coming on the market, go into the hundreds of thousands or even the millions of dollars. So I have an amendment that is very straightforward. Eligible drugs for home infusion should not cost Americans more than consumers in other wealthy countries are paying. And while this won't deliver the 1,500% price reduction that Trump promised America in late August, an outlandish and, of course, impossible commitment, it will lower prices unlike his tariff taxes and his other failed economic policies. While he has failed to lower drug prices for a single American this year, or in his first 4 years, despite much rhetoric to the contrary, Trump has announced some secretive, possibly unwritten handshake agreements that he has concerning future price reductions. And this amendment would just write them into law for these infused drugs. The amendment follows this very same deal that Trump claims he's achieved in these private agreements so that prices for home infusion therapies will cost no more here than they do in other wealthy countries, and hopefully would set a precedent for doing that on other drugs. This is the same set of reference countries that Trump has pointed to for his optimal Medicaid pilot, the so-called generous model. Americans are paying about 4 times more for the same drugs, infusion or otherwise, as in other developed countries, with some therapies now being launched with price tags that are well over $1 million. American taxpayers have been the angel investors in these drugs because they've underwritten the innovation with the research grants that the federal government provides. First, by providing billions in these research grants, and then by offering lengthy monopolies permitting manufacturers to charge sky-high prices as much as they can extract from the sick and dying. Meanwhile, Big Pharma spends most of its creative energies in extending these patent monopolies and dodging taxes, not on researching new cures. There isn't a single miracle drug that can cure all of the problems associated with pharmaceutical price gouging. But we can take some narrow action today for infusion drugs. Let's require fair prices for home infusion drugs so more consumers can afford this essential care wherever they choose to get it. This should be a very easy amendment because we're taking the great leader's recommendation of most favored nation prices and we're just writing it into law so that on home infusion drugs at least, Americans don't get ripped off when they get something that is essential for their life. So call on Republicans to join us in supporting this amendment and move its adoption.
Dr. Murphy is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. And I am really just tickled pink that my colleague across the aisle is commending our president. You guys love him so much. It's wonderful to hear how much you really want to repeat what he's doing. That said, I think that we all want to lower prices. The president has been in negotiations, which thank God we've actually had a president that does negotiations, and that willingly pharmaceutical companies have come into negotiating stream and willing to actually do direct from pharmaceutical companies to patients themselves, getting rid of these insurance companies. I wish we could have a bipartisan unison against the bloat caused by the Obamacare and the vertical integration, which is the primary driver of elevated costs in this country. People are talking about prices going up. Prices are going up primarily to support insurance company profits. If you look at what's happened with Obamacare, and you look at insurance company profits, they've earned over $380 billion in profits since Obamacare is coming through. Now that the subsidies are expiring, guess whose stock prices are dropping? Insurance companies. So I wish there'd be unison against actually the real offenders here as to why things cost so much in this country, rather than just supplanting and continuing poor policy. That said, in regards to this particular amendment, I think the market power and the negotiating power of the President and the administration is good. I don't think it should be legislatively mandated, and would recommend a no vote.
Thank you. Who seeks recognition?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Doggett.
With all due respect to my good friend, Dr. Murphy, you know, the pharmaceutical industry hasn't done too well either. They've been far in excess of the insurance companies in their profit margins. This doesn't have anything to do with insurance company enrichment. It doesn't have anything to do other than adopting the idea of our great leader, the idea that he's talked about a lot, though we've never really seen any results other than his promise that he's a great deal maker and has cut a secret handshake agreement with Big Pharma. All we're doing is the very same thing that he says he did, and that is we're applying this in statute, so there's a guarantee that those who get infusion drugs don't have to pay more than in other countries. And I've never understood how Republicans or even some Democrats can defend American patients having to pay 3, 4 more times, often for a drug that is actually manufactured here in the United States, but if it's sold in Ireland or in Germany or in France or England, they pay a fraction of the price that we do. And so President Trump says he's going to solve that problem. I don't think raising prices in other countries will mean lower prices for Americans, but his concept of most favored nation, of looking at other comparable industrialized countries and using that as a guide to what the price should be, is a way to provide some protection for Americans. If he can actually do that and make it permanent for other drugs, I'm all for him. But we need to go ahead and take this opportunity tonight to set the precedent that those with home infusion drugs that can go into the millions in cost, that they will be treated fairly, they won't be the subject of predatory pricing, that they will be able to get the drugs they need to survive at a price that is reasonable, that they don't get treated any worse than a citizen who's Dutch or French or German or English or Japanese, that they get treated like Americans equally with prices that are, if not inexpensive, that are at least reasonable and not higher than that being charged in these other countries. That's all that this vote is about. It will give a clear up and down vote of whether you believe in defending predatory price gouging or you believe that consumers should be protected with the same tool that the President says he approves. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Doggett. Clerk, call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska?
No.
Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? No. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? No. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? No. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? No. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mrs. Fishbach? No. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? No. Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Maliotakis? Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Smucker? Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis? No. Mr. Miller? Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Chairman Smith? Chairman Smith? No.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 17 and the noes are 24.
There being 17 yeses and 24 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? If there are no amendments, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 4993 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 4993 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? Yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? Yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? Yes. Dr. Murphy? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yes. Mr. Stubbe?
Yes.
Mr. Stubbe? Yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? Yes. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach? Yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? Yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? Yes. Ms. Maliotakis? Mr. Carey? Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum? Yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? Yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? Yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Smucker? Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, yes. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Miller? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Plaskett? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith, yes.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 41, the noes are 0.
There being 41 yeses and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 4993 as amended is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 4993 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our next order of business is H.R. 6506, the Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act. This bill is an effort to preserve taxpayer rights in light of a recent Supreme Court decision. Under that decision, when the IRS imposes a levy on a taxpayer and then later abandons it, the tax court loses jurisdiction, even if the taxpayer still disputes whether the IRS improperly applied payments or offsets. What this means is that when a taxpayer finds themselves in a dispute with the IRS over unpaid taxes, the IRS can wipe their tax liability and avoid judicial review, and yet still retain taxpayer funds by offsetting future refunds. The legislation before us, sponsored by Representatives Moran and Sewell, make critical reforms to restore the balance Congress intended. As a former county judge, Representative Moran brings a passion for protecting the rights of taxpayers, and that is reflected in this bill. Representative Moran's bill gives taxpayers a genuine, meaningful opportunity to challenge IRS levies and the underlying liability before an independent court, without fear that the IRS can use procedural maneuvers to circumvent taxpayer rights. I want to thank Representative Moran for his leadership, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill and to ensure that taxpayers are afforded due process when confronting the IRS. I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Neal. Today, I urge my colleagues in the Ways and Means Committee to support the Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act, bipartisan legislation that enhances taxpayer rights by making needed corrections to the collections proceedings. I want to thank Congresswoman Terry Sewell for joining me once again and introducing legislation that makes common sense policy changes to the tax court. We are beginning to make a great team, and this is another great piece of bipartisan legislation. The recent Supreme Court decision in Commissioner versus Zook exposed major inconsistencies in tax court procedure that disproportionately and negatively impact taxpayers in collection proceedings. This bill works to correct 3 main problematic areas of these types of disputes by protecting deadlines, safeguarding refunds, and ensuring judicial review, all for the benefit of the taxpayer. First, this bill pauses the refund clock during disputes. Under current law, if a taxpayer goes before the tax court to dispute a tax bill, the IRS believes is owed, the taxpayer in many circumstances loses the ability to file for a refund of the disputed tax if the tax court proceeding lasts longer than 3 years and the taxpayer has not pursued all of their administrative remedies during the pendency of that tax court proceeding. As we all know, tax court proceedings can last well beyond 3 years, which often leaves taxpayers without any remedy if the IRS finds a way to make the tax court proceeding go away after the 3-year mark like it did in Zook. The way the law is currently written, taxpayers lose the ability to receive the tax refund they deserve, even if the court agrees that they do not owe the disputed amount the IRS is requesting. That is not a just result, and we do not want procedural technicalities to lead to unjust rulings against the taxpayer in disputes with the IRS. Second, this bill stops the IRS from taking refunds to pay off disputed debts without the consent of the taxpayer. For years, the IRS has been allowed to quietly credit overpayments towards disputed debts, oftentimes causing the original dispute to end before reaching a fair resolution because the debt has been zeroed out and tax court jurisdiction is lost on the original dispute. Oftentimes this happens, as it did in the Zuck case, once trial before the tax court is imminent and the IRS comes to a realization that it will not be successful. Under this bill, though, the taxpayer is protected from this outcome and would have to provide consent for future overpayments to be credited toward the original disputed debt if they are in collections proceedings before the tax court. This issue is the core matter addressed by this bill and has long been overlooked by Congress until now. Third, and finally, this bill expands access for the tax court to make sure it maintains its jurisdiction over the case and the underlying liability, even if the IRS abandons the case. This ensures proper judicial review of the taxpayer's case, regardless of whether the IRS decides to pursue collection efforts. The Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act is essential legislation that defends the rights of taxpayers. At its core, it advances a simple principle. No taxpayer should lose their rights simply because they choose to pursue those rights in tax court, and procedural gamesmanship by the IRS should not be supported in legislation. This bill restores due process, guarantees procedural fairness, and ensures that taxpayers can fully exercise the rights Congress has granted to them. A tax system, even an efficient one, must be a just one. When ordinary taxpayers challenge the government, the rules of the road should not be stacked against them, and this bill ensures that they are not. Today, I urge my colleagues, all of them, to support the Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act and to join me in reaffirming our commitment to transparency, accountability, and a taxpayer-friendly, judicially appropriate tax administrative process. Thank you, and I yield back.
I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me yield my time to the distinguished gentlelady from Alabama and ranking member of the Oversight Subcommittee, Ms. Sewell.
Thank you, Ranking Member Neal. I am proud to be the lead Democratic co-sponsor of H.R. 6506, the Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act, with our colleague, Mr. Moran. I want to thank the gentleman from Texas for his leadership on this bill. This bill is a common sense approach to strengthen taxpayers' rights when the IRS uses a levy to collect unpaid taxes. This bipartisan bill makes technical fixes to the tax court's jurisdiction in cases involving levies. In the IRS Restructuring and Reform Act of 1998, Section 6330 was added to give taxpayers due process and an opportunity for review of IRS collection cases involving levies. Prior to this section, taxpayers could not contest a levy before the IRS seized their property, which was abusive and unfair. However, a recent U.S. Supreme Court case has highlighted the need to revisit this section. In this case, a taxpayer paid estimated taxes that were applied to her ex-husband's account instead of hers. The IRS then proceeded to levy her property for the unpaid taxes. She challenged this action, but the IRS sustained the levy. She then filed an appeal, a petition in the tax court. However, while the case was pending, the IRS offset her later year refunds against the unpaid taxes until her balance was zero. At that point, the IRS sought to dismiss the case and won. The case was then appealed to the Third Circuit in the United States Supreme Court. The court held that the current statute limits the tax court's jurisdiction to only reviewing those that have levies that are in proceed. Since there was no longer a levy, she lost her ability to argue about the underlying taxes. Worse, she also lost her later year refunds because of the statute of limitations had expired. At every step of the process, the system failed this taxpayer. Our bill fixes these problems. First, while disputing a levy case in tax court, our bill tolls the statute of limitations for filing refund claims. Second, while the case is pending, the IRS is prohibited from using later year refunds to offset the taxpayer's liability without the individual's consent. Finally, this bill clarifies and expands the tax court's jurisdiction in these cases. Under the bill, the tax court would have jurisdiction over the levy and the underlying tax liability. It also would allow the tax court to retain jurisdiction even if the IRS abandons the levy. Once again, I would like to thank our colleague, Mr. Moran, for leading this effort with me. We must work together to ensure that the IRS does not abuse its levy authority and that taxpayer rights are clearly defined and protected. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 6506, the Taxpayer Due Process Enhancement Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Tom Bartold, Chief of Staff for the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The members have before them two joint committee documents, JCX 48, which describes the underlying legislation, and the green sheet, JCX 51, which describes the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. The chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute makes three substantive changes that affect taxpayers who have requested a collection due process hearing before the IRS's Independent Office of Appeals. First, it establishes that when a taxpayer files a tax court petition to contest the collection due process hearing determination as part of a further appeal, the tax court acquires jurisdiction over the determination as is the case under present law, but also acquires jurisdiction over the tax liability amount. This provision abrogates the Supreme Court's ruling of earlier this spring in Commissioner versus Zook. In addition, the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute makes two important procedural changes. It suspends the normal period of limitations by which a taxpayer can file a claim for credit or refund of taxes paid. The suspension lasts from the time the taxpayer requests the collection due process hearing to the conclusion of that hearing and any additional appeals. Also, the chairman's amendment prohibits the IRS from crediting overpayments against a properly filed disputed liability during the period, again, from the time the taxpayer requests the collection due process hearing to the conclusion of that hearing and any and all appeals. The chairman's amendment also corrects some clerical errors in the underlying legislation. This provision with respect to tax court jurisdiction would be effective on the date of enactment. With respect to the suspension of the period of limitations and the prohibition on crediting overpayments, the provisions will be effective for any such period ending after the date of enactment. The staff of the Joint Committee has estimated that this would have a revenue effect with a loss of approximately $1 million over the budget period, fiscal years 2026 through 2035. That concludes my description. Be happy to answer any additional questions that the members might have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, does anyone wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 6506 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 6506 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick, yes. Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tenney? Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Miss Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum, yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene, yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, yes. Ms. Plaskett? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Estes? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, yes. Mr. Miller? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Plaskett? Chairman Smith?
Yes, and how is Mr. Estes recorded?
Chairman Smith, yes. Mr. Estes is not recorded. Mr. Estes, yes.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 41, the noes are 0.
There being 41 yeses and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to and H.R. 6506, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 6506 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our next order of business is the Taxpayer Notification and Privacy Act, sponsored by Representatives Stubbe and Panetta. This bill reflects the recommendations of the National Taxpayer Advocate and strengthens one of the most basic principles of tax administration, fairness. Under this measure, the IRS would be required to provide notices to taxpayers before contacting third parties for information about them. Contacting third parties is not simply a routine administrative step. This has the potential to affect livelihoods, reputations, and business relationships. However, under current practice, taxpayers are often told very little about what information the IRS intends to seek, and in many cases, they are not given a real opportunity to provide it themselves. If the government is seeking information, taxpayers have a right to know and should have a fair chance to respond before strangers are contacted. I want to thank Representative Stubbe and Panetta for their work on this bill. As the lead sponsor, Representative Stubbe has been a determined champion for taxpayer rights, pursuing aggressive oversight of the IRS to rein in that agency. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Stubbe, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak today in support of H.R. 6495, the Taxpayer Notification and Privacy Act. At its core, this is a simple due process idea. Before the IRS goes to your bank, your employer, your vendor, or another third party for information about you, when you can reasonably provide that information yourself, you should be told what they're looking for and given a fair chance to respond. Right now, taxpayers can receive a general third-party contact notice, but too often those notices aren't specific enough to let a person meaningfully respond. And when the IRS reaches out to third parties, it can create real-world consequences: reputational harm, confusion, or stress for families and small businesses, especially when the taxpayer could have simply produced the records directly. So here's what this bill does. First, it tightens and modernizes the notice requirement in current law by adding a common sense specificity standard. When the information sought has not previously been requested from the taxpayer and could reasonably be provided by the taxpayer, the IRS must identify each specific item of information it intends to seek from third parties. Second, it makes the notice meaningful by giving the taxpayer a real window to respond. The bill requires the IRS to provide a reasonable opportunity in a period of not less than 45 days and allows additional time if the taxpayer requests it and shows reasonable cause so the taxpayer can respond, including by providing the requested information before the IRS contacts third parties. Third, and this is most important, the bill is not designed to let bad actors hide the ball. It includes clear exemptions so that this requirement does not tie the IRS's hands in the situation where speed and necessity matter. Specifically, the bill provides that this new requirement does not apply if the information is sought with respect to the collection of a tax liability, or if the Secretary determines the information is necessary, notwithstanding whether the taxpayer could provide it or whether it was previously requested. Mr. Chairman, this legislation is about building a healthier relationship between taxpayers and their government, one that respects privacy and due process while still ensuring the IRS can do its job. For law-abiding Americans, compliance is already complicated enough. The least we can do is ensure that when the IRS intends to go outside the taxpayer to gather information the taxpayer can provide, the taxpayer gets clarity, what exactly is being sought, and a fair chance to respond. This is a bipartisan effort, and I'm honored to work with Congressman Panetta, because protecting taxpayers and improving procedural fairness should not be partisan. This committee has a long history of advancing reforms that makes tax administration work better for the people that we serve. This bill fits squarely in that tradition: practical, targeted, and rooted in basic fairness. I urge my colleagues to support the Taxpayer Notification and Privacy Act, and I yield back.
I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you. Let me yield my time to the co-author of this legislation, the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta.
Thank you, Ranking Member Neal. Thank you to the chairman, and of course, thank you for the leadership of Representative Stubbe. And I'm proud to be a co-lead of the Taxpayer Notification and Privacy Act. It's common sense, straightforward legislation that would really safeguard our trust in our government by ensuring that the IRS respects the privacy and dignity of every taxpayer when collecting needed information. Under the current law, the IRS must notify taxpayers before reaching out to third parties, like banks, employers, and even neighbors, to gather information. But these notices, unfortunately, are often vague. They don't specify what exact details are sought, and they don't give taxpayers any real chance to provide prior explanation to the IRS. Now, the National Taxpayer Advocate, as you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, has warned that the current generic approach falls short and leaves honest Americans blindsided and their reputations at risk. In tight-knit communities, any type of notice from the IRS can chill business dealings and, yes, even damage livelihoods. The Taxpayer Notification and Privacy Act would change that. It implements the National Taxpayer Advocate's recommendation so that notices are tailored in that the IRS clearly states what it needs, who it needs it from, and when it needs the information by granting taxpayers a full 45 days to do so. And this bill would empower families and businesses to resolve issues privately, protecting their good names and relationships with local banks and vendors. Our legislation also includes certain exceptions for circumstances where the information is determined to be necessary or when the information is sought specifically to collect tax liability. This bill would strike a balance between allowing taxpayers to resolve issues privately and ensuring that these notices cannot be used to avoid taxes. Ultimately, Mr. Chairman, taxpayers who have followed the law shouldn't fear the IRS soliciting sensitive data behind their backs. They deserve transparency and they deserve choice. By reducing unnecessary third-party probes, we save resources and we protect taxpayers. Once again, I want to thank Mr. Stube for his leadership on this, and I thank you, Chairman, for bringing this bill forward, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 6495, the Taxpayer Notification and Privacy Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for purpose of amendment. I will now turn to Tom Bartold, Chief of Staff for the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The members of the committee have before them two joint committee documents, JCX 46, which describes the underlying legislation, and the green sheet JCX 49-25 that describes the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. Under present law, if as part of an audit the IRS determines that it needs to seek information from a third party with respect to the taxpayer's return, the IRS must notify taxpayers that it is seeking information. The chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute modifies the notification requirements of present law to require that if the information sought from the third party is related to determining the taxpayer's tax liability, the notification must identify each specific item of information the IRS plans to request from various third parties. While this is the general rule, as was noted, specificity is not required if the Secretary determines that the information sought from the third party is necessary, notwithstanding whether the taxpayer could independently provide such information. The amendment also corrects some clerical errors in the underlying legislation. This provision would be effective for notices required to be provided beginning 12 months after the date of enactment. And the Joint Committee staff has estimated this would have a negligible revenue effect for the budget period fiscal years 2026 through 2035. That describes my description of the legislation. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, we will move to strike the last word. Does any member wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we'll move to amendments. Are there any amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably reports H.R. 6495 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 6495 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan? Yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? Yes. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? Yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? Yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? Yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? Yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? Yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? Yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Yes. Mr. Stube? Mr. Stube? Yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? Yes. Ms. Fishbach? Ms. Fishbach? Yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? Yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? Yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? Yes. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis? Yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? Yes. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum? Yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? Yes. Mr. Moran?
Yes, right behind
Mr. Moran? Yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Yes. Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Del Bene? Ms. Del Bene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi? Yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington? Yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Miller? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Plaskett? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith? Yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 41, the noes are 0.
There being 41 yeses and 0 noes, the motion is agreed to, and H.R. 6495, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 6495, and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. Our final order of business is H.R. 4242, the innovative, less lethal to de-escalate Tax Modernization Act. Law enforcement agencies are investing in advanced training and technology to reduce fatal encounters, and that includes less than lethal alternatives. That's why the law should treat a less than lethal device like a taser differently than a firearm, and should not classify it or tax it under the firearms and ammunition excise tax. I appreciate the sponsor of this bill, Oversight Subcommittee Chairman Schweikert, for his longstanding leadership on this very issue, having previously championed similar legislation to fix this outdated aspect of our tax laws. I know he was previously able to show a lot of us the new innovative technologies in this space when we visited a Native American reservation in his district for a field hearing last year. I'd also note that this effort enjoys the support of 2 of our committee colleagues on the other side of the aisle, Congressman Larson and also Congressman Boyle, who are both co-sponsors of this bipartisan legislation. Less than lethal technology can keep our community safer, and we should take action to make it available to those who need it. I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I want to do the technical portion. The provision provides a process whereby manufacturers, dealers, and importers of a device may request classification and inclusion on an annual list of exempt devices. But one of the reasons this bill is here is some of the tax provision here on the excise tax has been around for 100 years. I have a fixation, and a number of members here, both on the left and the right. There is a technology revolution coming
for law enforcement, whether it be federal or state, that actually now no one needs to lose their life in a moment of, we had an incident in my district. It was almost someone who was having a mental episode was almost trying to commit suicide by cop. This type of device stopped that, where in a normal situation, charging someone, a firearm would have been used. The technology is becoming remarkably good. We should actually be embracing, are we on the cusp of where technology actually de-escalates violence and no one loses their life? And that's what this does. But there's a second portion, and this is the great sort of absurdity of how the law works today. A company sells this type of device with the cartridges to your local police department, your county, the federal government. They're tax-exempt entities. They then get to do the paperwork to refund the excise tax that's been collected back to them. We're getting rid of the absurdity that is designed in this excise tax code, because when it was designed, this type of technology did not exist. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me yield my time to Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Ranking Member Neal. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the comments of my friend, Mr. Schweikert, although I think they touched on just one portion of what it is he's trying to do, and I'm not sure that there's a lot of disagreement on what you talked about. It's the other things that I think have raised some concern with some folks. But like Mr. Schweikert, I support the adoption of less lethal devices, including tasers, which can be used by law enforcement to reduce deadly engagement with civilians, and be used by civilians as well to save lives. But this is especially true in rural areas, such as areas that I represent, where backup for law enforcement can be 30 minutes away or more. And as chair of the Gun Violence Prevention Task Force, I have concerns. As the father of a deputy sheriff, I understand the value of better tasers, and so I have concerns in that regard as well. And I can also tell you that there are a lot of bad actors who have exploited loopholes in our laws that are used to devastate communities with products like ghost guns, short-barreled rifles, and there are others. So what I don't understand, and what nobody's been able to satisfactorily explain, are a couple things in this bill. Law enforcement doesn't currently pay the excise tax on guns nor on tasers. So how does eliminating the excise tax on tasers help make tasers more accessible to law enforcement when they don't pay the excise tax? I'm also told that the main proponent of this bill makes zero, none, no, nada products regulated by the National Firearms Act, which is the statute that regulates especially dangerous devices such as machine guns, sawed-off shotguns, short-barreled rifles, and silencers. So if the new taser isn't regulated under the National Firearms Act, then why do the proponents of this bill include Section 3, which will create a new loophole in the National Firearms Act? Mr. Chairman, I've been talking to proponents of innovative tasers in the gun violence prevention community for months. I can tell you that there's broad support for making tasers more accessible to law enforcement, and also a lot of interest in addressing access issues in regard to the excise tax. But I just find it troubling that this bill would weaken the National Firearms Act under the auspices of supporting taser innovation when tasers aren't regulated under this section of the law. So unless we can sort this out, or unless some of the amendments that are being offered today are adopted, I'm going to have to be a no and urge the rest of the committee to be a no on this, and I yield back.
Thank you. The committee will now proceed to consideration of H.R. 4242, the Innovate Less Lethal to De-Escalate Tax Modernization Act. Without objection, the measure will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. At this time, I offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, which was distributed in advance, along with a green sheet explaining it. Without objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute shall be considered as read, open for amendment at any point, and considered base text for the purpose of the amendment. I will now turn to Tom Bartold, Chief of Staff for the Joint Committee on Taxation, to provide a technical description of the amendment in the nature of a substitute with an emphasis on the changes made since introduction. I ask that members hold their questions until after his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The members of the committee have before them two joint committee documents, JCX 47, which describes the underlying legislation, and the green sheet, JCX 50-25, which describes the chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute. Under present law imposes excise taxes of 10 and 11% on the sale by the manufacturer or importer of firearms and ammunition. The chairman's amendment in the nature of a substitute provides 3 exemptions from these excise taxes for certain devices and ammunition that the Secretary certifies as meeting standards of non-lethality. Let me identify one group of devices as Category 1. These are less than lethal projectile devices by name, and an important distinguishing aspect of them is that there is an exit velocity of muzzle velocity of the projectile of 500 feet per second or less. The second category, Category 2, are devices on what will be the Secretary's most recent list of less than lethal projectile devices for which the projectile's exit velocity exceeds 500 feet per second. And then the third exemption in the chairman's amendment, the nature of a substitute, are shells and cartridges that are designed to be non-lethal nor produce serious bodily harm, designed for either Category 1 devices or Category 2 devices as certified by the Secretary. The Secretary must make a determination with respect to potential Category 1 devices submitted by the manufacturer for exemption within 90 days of submission. And the Secretary must provide to this committee and to the Senate Committee on Finance an annual report listing those devices reviewed for certification for exemption under Category 2 and the reasons for certification or the reasons for failure to certify. The amendment in the nature of a substitute also conforms the definition of firearm under the National Firearms Act to include Category 1 and Category 2 devices. This legislation would be effective for sales after the date of enactment. Regarding requests for certification, the Secretary has 180 days after the date of enactment to promulgate procedures, after which the 90-day requirement becomes effective. The Joint Committee staff has estimated that this legislation would have a revenue loss of less than $500,000 over the budget period of fiscal years 2026 through 2035. That concludes my brief description. I'd be happy to answer any questions that the members might have.
Thank you. Are there any technical questions about the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Mr. Doggett.
Mr. Barthold, this is going to eliminate for some, you said an excise tax of around 10 to 11%?
The excise tax of 10% is for pistols and revolvers, and 11% is for longer weapons and ammunition. But the short answer is yes, sir.
Are municipal police departments paying that excess tax today?
Weapons that are acquired by state and local law enforcement authorities used for the exclusively by those personnel are exempt from tax.
So a municipal police department wouldn't get any benefit from this bill?
No direct benefits.
How about sheriffs around the country?
Again, local law enforcement again
How
is
about
exempt.
state troopers, highway patrol, that on the state level, would they get any benefit from this bill?
Exempt, sir,
All exempt.
under present law.
So
exempt.
there shouldn't be any confusion that this bill in some way benefits law enforcement, because law enforcement doesn't pay the tax today. The only people that I guess would be covered would be those private individuals that want to have a taser or whatever other modification might be made here. The people the taxpayers.
Private persons would potentially be exempt on devices that are deemed firearms under present law. They would now be exempted if they are a Category 1 or a Category 2 projectile device.
Thank you very much.
Additional technical questions, Mr. Schweikert.
Do I understand? So the excise tax is not paid by law enforcement, but it's often done through a refund mechanism. So the paperwork and the documentation of that still exists.
That's correct, Mr. Schweikert. There can be paperwork. There's a form from the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Trade Bureau for exemption certificate for use by state and local governments of firearms.
Okay, so Mr. Barth, so in some ways what we're doing is just removing some of the regulatory attachment burden.
That could be one an additional effect of the legislation, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bartle.
Additional technical questions, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Barthold, do people refer to this bill, the Innovative Less Lethal to De-Escalate Tax Modernization Act, as the TASER bill?
I have heard people refer to it as that, yes, sir.
Does H.R. 4242, the TASER bill, use or define the word TASER?
No, it does not, sir. It defines less than lethal projectile devices.
Does H.R. 4242 have any provisions related to local, state, or federal law enforcement?
Not by direct naming in the statute.
So they're not part of this bill?
Not in the legislative language.
Does
H.R.
42...
The exemption exists under present law.
Correct. So as you pointed out, it's already there. Does H.R. 4242 amend the National Firearms Act?
Yes, it does. As I noted, it conforms the definition of firearm under the National Firearms Act to include Category 1 and Category 2 less than lethal projectile devices.
Does the National Firearms Act contain any reference to machine guns?
Yes, it does, sir.
Sawed-off shotguns?
Yes, sir.
Short-barreled rifles?
Yes, sir.
Silencers?
Yes, sir.
Tasers?
No, sir.
So to kind of put this all together, tasers are not regulated under the National Firearms Act, which is reserved for the most dangerous of devices. The bill does not reference or define tasers. The bill does not reference law enforcement. The bill purportedly benefits tasers and law enforcement, but tasers and law enforcement aren't referenced in the bill, and the bill amends a statute that doesn't regulate tasers. Is that fair?
I believe that summarizes your questions, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Smith.
Yield my time to Mr. Schweikert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Smith. Ms. Bartle, one thing and forgive my ignorance on this. If I have an item that has black powder, a tiny bit of grains, it falls into one of the parts of the discussion of National Firearms Act. And therefore, that's why it's subject to an excise tax.
A firearm is defined as essentially a projectile. A projectile is expelled by an explosion. The National Firearms Act provides that manufacturers or retailers of firearms pay a special occupation tax. The code provides an excise tax on the manufacturer or importer of a firearm.
Ms. Bartle, where I was going is the actual cartridge. That also has its own category.
That is under the code, the 11% excise tax.
Okay, so Mr. Bartle, if I had a tiny bit of black powder that pushed a piston that pushed a non-lethal dart, because there's some black powder there, that would fall into the definition.
Mr. Schweikert, I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure how.
Because I think that's actually why we're doing part of that and then part of that definition, because there is something that pushes the piston, and because it has black powder, it's right on that cusp of is it or is it not. So, all right, with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Additional technical questions? Seeing none, we'll move to strike the last word. Mr. Doggett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, schools, entertainment venues, shopping areas, places of worship should all be safe places. They have too often become places of fear. Where parents once sent their children off with confidence, now many have real fear as to whether they will be subject to a mass shooting. I believe that Republicans have met this fear with inaction, usually talking about thoughts and prayers, but prioritizing loyalty to the gun lobby. Sharp moments of prayers are certainly called for, but they shouldn't be followed by long periods of inaction. Refusing to act, Republicans are really perpetuating this senseless cycle of bloodshed. Instead of at least some modest response to turn down the violence, this bill is a step backwards. Instead of meaningfully addressing gun violence, which has been rampant in our country, it opens the door to increased access to dangerous weapons under the guise of being, quote, less than lethal. With absolutely no mention of law enforcement anywhere in the text of this bill, its new definition of firearms would exempt the so-called less than lethal devices from required background checks and tracing requirements. This would allow these devices to be purchased by those who would ordinarily be prohibited from possessing firearms, such as convicted felons and domestic abusers. And we've already learned from the answers to our questions that it absolutely offers zero benefit to any sheriff, any police officer, any highway patrol member. And for law enforcement committed to our public safety, I think this legislation would harm the safety of those law enforcement officers. 3 years ago, the Department of Justice's Criminal Division, the Executive Office for U.S. Attorneys, and experts at ATF all warned against this very kind of legislation. ATF was very clear. This bill would allow non-lethal weapons to be purchased by felons or dangerous individuals who would otherwise be denied. ATF even stated, quote, these weapons could be used against law enforcement, security personnel, or the public, creating an increased risk of harm to public safety. They also would not be traceable if used in a crime. This bill does not guarantee safety for the public or our law enforcement officers. It just means more violence, more suffering, more families that are shattered by grief. The changes from last year's version of this bill are superficial. Gun violence prevention groups like Giffords in Everytown note that the definitions and the standards in this bill create a massive loophole and a blueprint for other manufacturers to design and sell devices that could function like lethal firearms. Additionally, I understand that these same groups concerned with preventing gun violence, the groups whose pleas for protection of our families and our children have been routinely ignored by Republicans, that these groups suggested some alternative, narrower language that would have addressed their concerns, but it was rejected and is not in this bill. There is also potential for these less than lethal devices to be modified by buyers to become more dangerous. With homemade alterations, these do-it-yourself firearms are untraceable, endangering Americans. Even without further dangerous modifications, which this bill would encourage, the so-called less than lethal weapons already pose real dangers. In my hometown of Austin, Texas, during protests in 2020, multiple individuals were shot with beanbag rounds, a type of less than lethal weapon, and they've suffered lifelong injuries. A 20-year-old and a 16-year-old were both shot in the head, leaving them in critical condition and requiring multiple life-saving surgeries. Another individual was hit in the face with a beanbag round that shattered the bones around his eye, nose, and jaw. He wasn't in jail. After 5 years of surgeries, he ultimately lost his eye through this less than lethal device. The risks to our community are not hypothetical. These weapons have left permanent injuries on many. Now, only yesterday we saw yet more gun violence in Kentucky. The total this year is 387 mass shootings in the United States and growing. We don't need another loophole masquerading as a reform. Today, the NRA again stands for no Republican action. They show no willingness to protect families. They want to create more loopholes, not more protection. I urge the rejection of this bill. and I yield back.
Mr. Hearn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I'm a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 4242. This is a common sense proposal that addresses outdated regulations. This bill promotes the use of technology that reduces the need for lethal force. It is past time we modernized our tax code to encourage the adoption of safer technologies that work to keep our communities safer. I urge all of my colleagues to support this good measure. I yield back.
Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. As Americans face more and more mass shootings and gun violence, Republicans choose to weaken federal laws related to guns, making communities less safe. I stand with Brady, Giffords, Everytown, Newtown Action Alliance, and Community Justice Action Fund to reject this dangerous bill. I reject the false justification for this bill that a tax break would allow police departments to buy tasers, given that governments already are exempt from excise taxes. I reject the misleading framing of this bill to my office by its advocates, who came by suggesting that a tax cut for tasers could have helped prevent horrific examples of lethal death of Illinoisans by police, when those advocates already knew that governments get the tax break. The bill simply seeks to dangerously weaken federal gun policies. This bill would create a loophole for access to firearms by prohibited individuals. It would allow these weapons to be converted into traditional firearms, and it would encourage the explosion of dangerous devices. In contrast, Democrats want, and I want, common sense gun violence reduction measures, like banning assault weapons, as we've done in my home state of Illinois, expanding and strengthening background checks, and banning large capacity magazines and bump stocks. And there are steps we can take in this committee to reduce gun violence. Shockingly, due to a loophole, many assault-type weapons evade federal taxes altogether because the tax code fails to define them as firearms. We only tax completed guns. Further, the federal gun tax remains the same as it was in 1919. The ammunition tax remains the same as it was during World War II. When our gun violence crisis merits a more modern firearm tax, the Republican leadership solution is to weaken gun policies to put communities at greater risk for gun violence. I'm proud to lead a bill with Representatives Snyder, Moore, and Evans that would close the assault weapon loophole and create the first ever dedicated funding stream for gun violence prevention. Our bill would increase the federal excise tax on guns and ammunition by just 0.5% to create guaranteed annual funding for gun violence prevention. Democrats want to enact positive actions to reduce gun violence. In contrast, this bill today, Republican bill, would weaken gun policies and put our communities at greater violence. I oppose it and yield back.
Mr. Yocum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I'm also a proud co-sponsor of H.R. 4242. I've had law enforcement agencies from across this country travel to Washington, D.C., come meet with me and talk about how this bill would remove burdensome regulations for them. It would make it easier for our local law enforcement agencies to get the things that they need to be able to do their jobs effectively. And when law enforcement says that this is a tool that they need and it would remove burdensome regulations, we should trust them. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Ms. Chu.
I move to strike the last word. On the evening of January 21st, 2023, family and friends gathered at a local dance studio in my hometown of Monterey Park, California. Celebrating Lunar New Year, they danced and enjoyed each other's company in a space they had come to know and love. Then their celebrations were violently interrupted when a gunman entered the studio and killed 11 of our neighbors, family members, and loved ones that were inside. It remains the deadliest mass shooting in Los Angeles County's history. In the years since, my community has navigated immense trauma and pain as they continue to heal. We've also come to find out more information on how the gunman was able to execute his plan. We learned that the shooter modified his semi-automatic pistol with a homemade suppressor. Ironically enough, Republicans on this committee just spearheaded the elimination of a century-old excise tax on suppressors, making them easier to obtain. We also learned that ATF was able to find the gunman finally because of a very important element, and that is the firearm did have a registration number. Finally, because the gunman was caught, the community was able to rest more easily. With this bill, instead of making our communities safer, Republicans are continuing to make them more dangerous. We've heard Republicans on this committee say that this bill is intended to help law enforcement protect themselves and others, but that's false. This bill would actually make it far easier for civilians, including those we know who should not have weapons at their disposal, to procure a less than lethal weapon and then modify it into a violent weapon and endanger our communities, all while letting that weapon be untraceable. And there is no language in this bill to prohibit or punish such actions. This is not a bill that will make law enforcement safer. No, this bill will put law enforcement and our communities at greater risk of harm by vastly increasing access and weakening the traceability of dangerous weapons. We should be doing more to keep our communities safe from danger, not less. And that is why all the gun violence prevention organizations, from Giffords to Brady to Everytown for Gun Safety, are opposing this bill. And that is why I urge my colleagues to vote no on this bill.
Mr. Kustoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I do thank you for holding today's markup. Mr. Chairman, this bill, H.R. 4242, it's bipartisan and it's also common sense. And I'm convinced it's one that will support local law enforcement and help keep our communities safe. We all know that law enforcement officers across the country, state, local, and federal, play a vital role serving our communities across the nation. They keep our families safe. They keep bad actors off the street. They make it possible for us to live the American dream. Mr. Chairman, I'm a former United States Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, and I had the opportunity to work with law enforcement at the federal, state, and local level, those men and women on the ground who put their lives on the line each and every day to protect all of us. I've seen firsthand how important it is that our law enforcement officers and agents have the support and the resources that they need in order to do their job. Emerging technology has led the development and adoption of new and more effective tools for law enforcement. These tools, Mr. Chairman, like the taser, provide officers with important and less lethal alternatives to use in hazardous situations. These less lethal alternatives have helped reduce injuries and limit fatal encounters in the field. The problem is that federal statute has not kept up with new devices that are being deployed. And due to the outdated laws right now, law enforcement personnel face significant regulatory and financial hurdles when accessing certain tasers and innovative tools. There's unnecessary government red tape, and that has real-world consequences. Frankly, it limits law enforcement's ability to do their job. So this bill, the Innovative Less Lethal to De-Escalate Tax Modernization Act, which I'm a co-sponsor of, it does make common sense reforms to ensure that these devices are accurately defined under the federal law. I'm convinced that this bill will improve public safety, it will support law enforcement, and it will keep our communities safe. I urge my colleagues to support this important bipartisan legislation. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Mr. Boyle.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. First, I just want to commend all of my colleagues who have spoken before me. This has been a very high-quality discussion. And for the hundreds of millions who are watching on C-SPAN, no doubt, I hope and believe they actually have a higher opinion of this institution, because what you've seen during the course of this is not the performance art that often goes viral, but a sincere, high-quality discussion really attempting to grapple with this issue. And I agree with many of the points that have been made, again, by members on both sides. I want to make 2 points. The first is there are 16 Democratic co-sponsors of this bill, of which I am one. You know, representing one of the largest cities in America, the city of Philadelphia, we have been impacted, as every community has been, but we have especially been impacted when it comes to the scourge of gun violence. Where I stand on those issues is abundantly clear for anyone who takes a minute looking at my voting record throughout my career. One aspect of the much larger problem of gun violence in this country are these lethal interactions between law enforcement and citizens. So this is just one example, actually an incident that did go viral. Many of you will have seen the video clip, though you may not remember it, as it was a few years ago. There was a man in the middle of the street who was threatening his neighbors. He happened to have a knife, was wielding a knife. Police attempted to de-escalate the situation. The man, however, stormed an officer. The officer shot and killed him. Now, that was a tragic situation for everyone involved. So I am sincerely interested in any bill that could incentivize law enforcement to have a greater use of tasers, because had the officer had a taser in that situation, he could have reduced or eliminated the threat of being stabbed, while at the same time not taking the person's life. So that is why I believe there are so many bipartisan co-sponsors of this bill, again, and that includes me. The second point I want to make is I understand and indeed share the concerns about unintended consequences being created through this legislation. If there's one law I wish Congress could repeal, it's the law of unintended consequences. Because too often we pass legislation around here that years and years later, we find out people have figured out a loophole and there were unintended consequences. Unfortunately, that is the one law we seem to be unable to repeal. So as this bill moves forward, which it undoubtedly will, I would encourage all of those, the author and all of those who are good people and very well-meaning, to work together to identify language that all gets us to where we want to be, incentivizing or making it easier for the use of tasers in place of guns, but at the same time not create an unintended loophole. And with that, I yield back.
Ms. Malitakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to co-sponsor and support this legislation, Innovate Less Lethal to De-Escalate Tax Modernization Act, with Congressman Schweikert. This common sense legislation cuts outdated red tape and taxes to give our law enforcement officers the modern tools that they need to keep themselves and our communities safe. Currently, under federal law, less lethal devices, like tasers, are taxed and regulated as if they were traditional firearms. And these laws have not been updated to reflect these newer, safer technologies, leading to more government hurdles, taxes, and delays in providing the best and modern devices for our hardworking law enforcement officers and police departments. This legislation addresses this issue directly by ensuring that less than lethal projectile devices are no longer taxed as firearms, while establishing clear criteria so that only devices designated for less lethal purposes qualify for this reclassification. It also ensures that devices not meeting these standards remain regulated appropriately. This balanced approach modernizes the tax code without compromising public safety. In fact, as my colleague from the Democrat side just attested to, it improves public safety, and it gives our law enforcement officers an additional tool in the toolbox. And I think it's incredibly important that we change this outdated tax treatment that has created unintended financial and administrative hurdles for our law enforcement agencies. The NYPD officers in my district work very hard to keep our communities safe, and they're often put in extremely dangerous situations where they need to make very quick decisions. And this legislation is supported by the Fraternal Order of Police and other national police organizations because it promotes innovation and reduces that regulatory and tax barrier to ensure that our police officers have the best possible technology available to avoid lethal use of force when possible. This legislation helps our police, it helps our communities, and it will keep people safe. And I support it, and I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. It feels to me like everybody's talking past one another. There is no debate, there is no argument, there is no difference between anybody on this dais as to whether or not we want less lethal means by which law enforcement can protect us. A lot of us would like less lethal means by which citizens can protect themselves. Nobody, I don't believe, anybody believes that law enforcement should be forced to pay excise tax when they buy these devices. We heard from Mr. Barthol that they don't now. I'm just not clear what it is that this bill is trying to do that isn't already there, unless this is dealing with something that's not yet in the bill or not yet before this committee. So at best, this thing's poorly written, if that's what it is they're trying to do. We should know what we're voting on. We should know what those the possibility of those unintended consequences might be, because nobody wants to be confronted with a situation in our district where we've changed the National Firearms Act. It makes it easier for bad people to get any type of device that could be used to harm someone, be it a non-lethal taser or a sawed-off shotgun, a machine gun, a short-barreled rifle, or a silencer. That's not the intention of anyone, and it most certainly shouldn't be. So I think we need to know what it is that you're trying to do in this piece of legislation, and the idea that it's only to allow law enforcement to get non-lethal weapons without paying taxes. We know that's not the case. They already have that. They don't have to pay taxes on these devices. So I think that I think this bill needs a lot more work. And I yield the balance of my time to Mr. Doggett.
Now, in search of some excuse to provide the facade on this bill that it's to help law enforcement, we've been told that law enforcement would have a regulatory burden. I want to ask you about that burden and whether in order to get a tax exemption here, they have to do anything different from fill out a one-page form that they might do on any other purchase that they make that they want exempt from a state sales tax or a federal excise tax. This is really a totally phony argument, isn't it?
Well, I don't know what law enforcement has to do. Mr. Barthol spoke to it. I don't know that he was sure what they have to do. But if that's the only purpose of the bill, it'd be real easy to amend it. We could amend it right now on the fly to say law enforcement doesn't have to pay any excise tax. They don't have to fill out any form to avoid the excise tax. And I also want to add, there's a company that's behind this taser legislation. They have a new device that they want to promote, and I want to go on record to publicly say I know that company, and it's a good company. Law enforcement uses their devices. My son, who's a deputy sheriff, uses their devices, and he speaks very highly of them. But they're doing a good job. They make a good device. This bill, though, is not good work to come out of this committee. We could do much better. We could clear up a lot of these questions. We could take some steps that would avoid those unintended consequences that my friend Mr. Boyle talked about. I yield back.
Does any other member wish to strike the last word? Seeing none, we'll move to amendments. Are there any amendments? Mr. Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
A point of order has been reserved. Would Mr. Larson suspend while the amendment is distributed? Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I want to thank Mr. Schweikert for his work, and I think as all of us have said up here, there's no difference with anyone on this dais about the need that exists out there. As we speak right now, there's a vigil going on for the 13th anniversary of what took place at Sandy Hook, where 20 children and 6 faculty members lost their lives. Everybody knows how serious and the gravity of this is. And Mr. Schweikert was, I think, looking to come up with a solution, not the solution, but a solution, and a solution that makes common sense and that, as many have indicated, that law enforcement clearly and certainly supports. But as you've also heard colleagues say, it also raises a lot of concerns in the solution. And the groups that need to be talking, and again, I want to compliment Mr. Schweikert because he tried to bring those groups together to talk about what the solution should be in coming up with a remedy. And in fairness, they all want to see a remedy, and I believe that there could be a remedy out there. But both Mr. Doggett and Mr. Thompson raised legitimate questions about the loophole. And that is where the problem exists, so that a well-intended idea that is supported by everybody on the dais could come forward and receive the support it needs. Mr. Thompson just noted, well, the bill probably needs more work. And after talking to the groups that all have the same notion in mind, it seems that that loophole could be dealt with by eliminating Section 3 of the bill. So if you see what this amendment proposes, it proposes to do just that. So that because the loophole could result in legal sale of currently restricted classes of weapons such as fully automatic firearms, less than lethal devices that could then be converted into fully automatic firearms. And as I said, tonight, as I'm speaking, there's a vigil going on for the 20 children and 6 faculty members that were lost in the state of Connecticut. We've taken important steps to strengthen background checks and keep guns out of the hands of abusers. When we passed Chris Murphy's law and Bipartisan Safer Communities Act 3 years ago. That was the first piece of gun violence legislation passed in 3 decades. I think there's an opportunity to build on that. That's why I'm introducing this amendment to strike Section 3 of this bill. This amendment would close the loophole and prevent the unregulated sale of potentially dangerous devices without background checks to potentially dangerous people. I urge your support and yield back.
Any discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
I'd like to thank Mr. Larson for his amendment. It seems to me that that would clear up a major concern with the bill and would prevent this loophole in the National Firearms Act from creating a situation where people who are a danger to themselves or others would have access to firearms or firearm-type equipment that could actually do very serious harm and devastate our communities. If that amendment, I would urge us to vote for and to pass that amendment, and if that amendment were to pass, I would most certainly vote for the bill. Yield back.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on agreeing to the amendment offered by Mr. Larson. All those in, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Buchanan? No. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska? No. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly? No. Mr. Schweikert? Mr. Schweikert? No. Mr. LaHood? Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes? No. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn? No. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller? No. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy? No. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff? No. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe? No. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney? No. Mrs. Fishbach? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore? No. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne? No. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra? No. Ms. Maliotakis? Ms. Maliotakis? No. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey? No. Mr. Yakum? Mr. Yakum? No. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller? No. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean? No. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal? Yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett? Yes. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson? Yes. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson? Yes. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis? Yes. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell? Yes. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene? Yes. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu? Yes. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore? Yes. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle? Yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer? Yes. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans? Yes. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider? Yes. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta? Yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez? Yes. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford? Yes. Ms. Plaskett? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Smucker? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Plaskett? Chairman Smith?
No.
Chairman Smith? No.
Clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 17 and the noes are 23.
There being 17 yeses and 23 noes, the amendment is not agreed to. Are there additional amendments? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is agreed to. I will now recognize Mr. Buchanan for the purpose of offering a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee favorably report H.R. 4242 as amended to the House of Representatives.
The question is on the motion to favorably report H.R. 4242 as amended to the House of Representatives. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Buchanan, yes. Mr. Smith of Nebraska? Mr. Smith of Nebraska, yes. Mr. Kelly? Mr. Kelly, yes. Mr. Schweikert?
Yes.
Mr. Schweikert, yes. Mr. LaHood? Mr. LaHood, yes. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Estes? Mr. Estes, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Hearn? Mr. Hearn, yes. Mrs. Miller? Mrs. Miller, yes. Dr. Murphy? Dr. Murphy, yes. Mr. Kustoff? Mr. Kustoff, yes. Mr. Fitzpatrick? Mr. Stubbe? Mr. Stubbe, yes. Ms. Tenney? Ms. Tenney, yes. Mrs. Fishbach? Mrs. Fishbach, yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore, yes. Ms. Van Dyne? Ms. Van Dyne, yes. Mr. Feenstra? Mr. Feenstra, yes. Ms. Maliatakis? Ms. Maliatakis, yes. Mr. Carey? Mr. Carey, yes. Mr. Yocum? Mr. Yocum, yes. Mr. Miller? Mr. Miller, yes. Mr. Bean? Mr. Bean, yes. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran, yes. Mr. Neal? Mr. Neal, yes. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Neal, no. Mr. Doggett? Mr. Doggett, no. Mr. Thompson? Mr. Thompson, no. Mr. Larson? Mr. Larson, no. Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sewell? Ms. Sewell, no. Ms. Delbene? Ms. Delbene, no. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu, no. Ms. Moore? Ms. Moore, no. Mr. Boyle? Mr. Boyle, yes. Mr. Byer? Mr. Byer, no. Mr. Evans? Mr. Evans, no. Mr. Schneider? Mr. Schneider, no. Mr. Panetta? Mr. Panetta, yes. Mr. Gomez? Mr. Gomez, no. Mr. Horsford? Mr. Horsford, no. Ms. Plaskett? Mr. Swazi? Mr. Swazi, no. Mr. Arrington? Mr. Arrington, yes. Mr. Smucker? Mr. Fitzpatrick? Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Plaskett? Chairman Smith?
Yes.
Chairman Smith? Yes.
The clerk will report the vote.
Mr. Chairman, the yeses are 26, the noes are 15.
There being 26 yeses and 15 noes, the motion is agreed to and H.R. 4242, as amended, is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, I ask that staff be authorized to make technical and conforming changes to H.R. 4242 and that members have 2 additional days to file with the committee clerk supplemental additional dissenting or minority views. There being no further business before the committee stands adjourned.